To ask why we fight is to ask why the leaves fall. And today our Group C teams will have to fight harder than ever if they want to ensure that they won't be falling to elimination. I'm Rickery, your host, here with some of our top-tier commentators, Makes, Nagura, and Zyro, who will be taking you through all of our high-stakes action today and giggling in the background. Now, Makes, Season 2 has brought a lot of changes and new dungeons, of course, for Mythic Plus. So what do you think has made this season memorable so far?
Besides your killer opening lines, of course, Rook, we introduced the Spec ban rule and told teams their dungeons beforehand, and while not everyone may agree to that, I personally think it's been incredibly fun to see how different teams strategize around that and actually showcase their creativity, so I really enjoyed it a lot.
I agree too. I think it's been really cool. Some of those changes have played a big role, and we'll talk more about them as we continue the pre-show, but among the changes this season was the size of our competition. So with Mythic Plus action this big, let's go ahead and take a look at the full roadmap so that we can see everything happening in the MDI. Now, everything began for us in the time trials, and that's open signups, everybody. So get in there if you want to in the future. You can check out the tournament realm yourself and also get a nice banner for participating. And from that, we selected our top 24 teams, who then were separated into our groups A, B, and C. And that CN region competition will also be rebroadcast, everyone, so keep an eye out for that. Our two teams that will continue on from each of those groups will all meet up in the global finals, where 8 total teams, bigger than our 6 in the past, will be fighting over $300,000 in the prize pool, which is even more, continuing that trend of bigger, the biggest prize pool that we've had in the War Within so far. So if you love Mythic Plus and can't get enough of it, follow the competition every weekend to see all of our teams compete, and don't forget those global finals here in a couple weeks. Now, Nagura, with the size of this event, we've been able to bring in more teams than ever. We've also opened things up to a variety of playstyles with our new spec rules. So how do you think this has changed things for newer teams coming in?
I personally think it made it a lot better for newer teams coming in, especially also the spec rule. As you already mentioned, there's more teams that can compete, but the spec rule as well kind of allowed newer teams to just play the good comp while the higher seeded teams, they are sticking to the secondary composition, and it allows the lower seeded teams to maybe have a better chance against those mid seeded and higher seeded teams, which is really nice for them. And it also, I do think like it lowers the barrier of entry a little bit, which hopefully means that in the future we're going to see more teams sign up, and the teams that have competed this time around are going to sign up again in the future.
Yeah, I hope so, absolutely. It's been so cool, and honestly, we've seen some really amazing competition even from newcomers, which I think we saw this weekend as well, with those newer teams narrowing the gap between themselves and those who kind of came in at the higher seeds, right? So for those who missed the close competition this weekend, let's go ahead and give you a recap of yesterday's action. So Zyro, what did we see from Division 2?
So, from Division 2, yesterday specifically, we saw Perplexed put up an absolutely fantastic start of the day, 3 chesting. There's 16 Dark Flame Cleft, and then quickly 2 chesting the 19 after. Only a couple mistakes from them at the start of the day, and they really solidified their position as a team that can potentially compete with the likes of Miscount, Wunderbar, and of course Mandatory today. We'll see if they're able to continue with that dominant sort of play. On the other hand, Ducks Can Fly started off their day very poorly, lost almost an hour in their Theater of Pain 19 runs, but they really put a charge on at the end of the day, putting them on a tied potential match point with Goated. Goated had to go for an end-of-day run in order to tie them and beat them on time tiebreakers, and they were able to do that. However, after the fact, we realized Goated had run some Dark Flame Cleft voided due to the use of an ineligible in-game item yesterday, which moved Ducks Can Fly back up to that second place slot. So we're going to be seeing Ducks Can Fly compete today, and we'll see how they can fare against the way Perplex played yesterday, against how Mandatory played on Friday as well. It's going to be a very interesting day today.
Yeah, I know. Honestly, it's a good group, and I think that each of the different teams has something they can showcase or surprise us with today. So with our Group C finalists determined, our top-seeded teams have no doubt realized that both our newcomers and those returning teams are out to give them a run for their prize money. So let's go ahead and remind you of who those teams are, starting with our returning champions, Mandatory. Makes?
Of course, our back-to-back title holder. Not only have they beat out the Echo team before their hiatus, they have consistently performed at the very top over the last years. On day one, we saw them struggle a little bit in the beginning, but we saw them end the day in a familiar, dominating fashion with that 10-minute lead over the second-place team. I'll share a German phrase with y'all today, and that's, a good horse only jumps as high as it has to, and I believe Mandatory did exactly that on day one, and we should be ready for more today. Speaking of ready for more, here's a team that I personally wasn't ready for. Suspicious Activities looked phenomenal in their day one. They have 2 returning players in Dan and Sky, and everyone else is new to the team and competitive play. They played super clean, and to me, they're one of the up-and-coming teams you will need to look out for today, and hopefully in the future of MDI as a whole. This is a true dark horse team, but of course, Nagora, not our only one.
Of course not, as we do also have Perplex today, who ended up in first seed yesterday in that Division 2. Perplex, of course, known to a lot of players that have been watching the MDI and the TGP. They've been around forever, some of their members even competing in the very first MDI ever. So very cool to see them back. One thing to say about Perplex is they have been getting really close to that number 1 spot, but usually don't quite manage to get there. But what we saw from them yesterday really speaks for them and for their performance, because not only did they play incredibly well, they also iterated a lot of the strategies that we have seen from other teams, from other higher seeded teams from previous weekends. So it really goes to show that they're there and they give the 100%, which means that they might even beat out Mandatory today, in my opinion. So I'm really excited for them. Then we have Ducks Can Fly, and yes, Ducks Can Fly, they were a little bit of the problem child yesterday, because at the start of the day, they just did not manage to time that plus 19 Theater of Pain. But then afterwards, as Sarah mentioned, they really just showed up and they timed the 21 Darkflame Cleft at the end and managed to qualify for Sunday. They have been around for a while now. They actually competed in lots of TGPs and MDIs before, and one thing that I do want to say about them is that we might be worried a little bit about their specs, but honestly, they said that they improved their versatility when it comes to what kind of specs they can play, which hopefully comes into play today.
Hopefully, because they are gonna need it, you know, as we talked about, this spec variety rule has really shaken things up in the MDI and sort of created new opportunities for teams to strategize. You should know about it by now, but if not, let me give you a quick TLDR. In our group weekends, we have been tallying up the most played specs. You can see all the details here, and the top 3 most played each day by the teams are banned out in our group finals today. So, Zyro, I mean, thinking about this spec variety rule, how did teams approach it yesterday?
So Perplexed used the strategy that we saw from pretty much all of our top teams. They banned out Guardian, Resto Shaman, and I believe they banned out the Frosty K as their third pick. Might have been the Fire Mage, either one, doesn't matter. They'll leave either they're going to have the Unholy and the Arcane Mage today. They kept the Destro lock for Cinder Brew. On the other hand, Ducks Can Fly, unfortunately, didn't really play around the rule that much. They're going to be banning out Vengeance, Resto Shaman, and I believe the Unholy DK. So we'll see how they're going to have to play around that today.
Indeed we will. I mean, it's going to be a big thing for them to try and figure out, especially with the meta on the board or Ducks Can Fly having that slight disadvantage. But Makes made some bold claims about Augavoker actually this weekend, and then kind of cast or cursed it out of existence. But there have been demands. Yes, chat's going to be glad about this. But there have been demands for other specs in chat, such as Red Paladin. So Makes, what did our teams do overall this weekend with their specs, and what do you think we're likely to see today?
Actually, we made a great graphic for that, so let's put that up so everybody can get the visuals of what we're going to be talking about here. Nearly all of our teams opted for very similar bans. You can see the Bear is banned out on Mandatory, Suspicious Activities, and Perplexed. Then all 3 of those teams also taking out the Frosty K, and then an additional player taken out of Resto Druid for Mandatory. We have the Resto Shaman for Suspicious Activities, and the Fire Mage for Perplexed. Ducks Can Fly are a little bit of an outlier here with the Vengeance Demon Hunter, the Resto Shaman, and the Unholy DK taken out. I personally think this is where the Ret Paladin is going to come into play. That is a melee. That is a melee that can do big AoE, and I'm going to call it 100%.
Absolutely. All right. Well, Makes is making more bold claims up in here, so we'll see if they pan out. Everybody hold her accountable, all right? By the end of the day, we'll see what happens. But this season, you know, we revealed the dungeons early to our teams, and now we will reveal them to all of you. So, Zyro, can you give us a little bit of information about the 3 we'll be seeing today?
Okay, I think we have like 45 seconds before the day starts, so we'll make it quick here. Cinder Brew Meadery, insane Destrolock dungeon. Expect to see that there pretty much all day today. Mechagon Workshop, interesting dungeon. There's routing that you can do to potentially skip the mini-boss patrol in the middle by skipping past the gate with the Void Elf on your Priest. We'll see if teams opt for that or if they just opt to play the mini-boss. Requires you to play drills at the start if you want to do that strategy, so we'll know pretty on if they're doing that. Motherload, this is potentially the highest cap key today. We can see 21 of this key. Tettle's talking about how maybe this is something we can see on 22. I don't know if that was just his out there prediction, but good dungeon pool for the day.
Absolutely. This is one that I think the teams can really showcase a lot in, and they will be going in to do exactly that here in just a few seconds. Now, Makes, we will say goodbye to you now, but Makes will be around later, everybody. Bye.
Bye.
All right, Nagura, let's do it. Here we go. Group C finals, and let's see what these teams can show us.
Yeah, definitely excited to see what they're going to be showing here. As Mandatory already moving into that workshop, and to no one's surprise, they are sticking to that main comp that they have been saving with the way they played on Friday. Mandatory also playing that Void Elf, right, on a mode, under Priest, like Sarah mentioned. So they are very likely going to be skipping that mini-boss in the middle of the dungeon, which is going to be very cool to see. Then, Suspicious Activities and Ducks Can Fly are also in the workshop. You can see, and they're not playing that Void Elf, so they are going to be playing a different strategy for them.
Yeah. I think Mandatory is the only team opting for the Void Elf here. I think we actually have a Dwarf for Ducks Can Fly on Luca there, and Night Elf for Suspicious Activities and Perplex. So Mandatory, the only team that's really going to be going for that skip strategy in the middle. Now, because of the way that this dungeon works, there's not a lot of extra trash that you can pull in this dungeon, right? It's very low on overall count, especially when you consider the fact that most teams are opting to skip the final 2 packs of the key just because of how difficult they are and how long they take to kill. So the only other place where you can gain trash in this key comes from that section of trash, the gauntlet right after the first boss, where you really have to pull the extra drill units, which do a lot of AoE damage, but they kind of make it a little bit more bearable by not only having the Arcane Mage that can focus it down extremely well, but also they pull a bunch of trash on top of it, so it's not like you're just single-targeting these big mobs down one at a time.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see the differences there, as I do also want to mention that Ducks Can Fly accidentally locked on a different class that is not a Red Paladin, so I'm sure they're going to be fixing that later on once they do the other dungeons to make sure that Makes his prediction is correct. But to see what they actually are playing, they are playing that Proud Warrior, and they're sticking to the Disc Priest, which, even though Luca is a Shaman main, he can also play Disc Priest, which is good to know, and that kind of means that that main healer that all of the other teams are playing is going to be able to be played by Ducks Can Fly as well. And then they have the Shaman as a damage healer, which I think for them it makes sense, because usually they have the Shaman utility on the healer, right? And now they have it on a damage healer, so all of that utility and all of the routes that they've been creating around the Shaman still can be done with that with the similar utility on the damage healer.
Something else to look at today that we didn't really get the chance to talk about at the top of the show is the difficulty curve of this Sunday of the competition is always a lot higher, right? Not only are we starting the keys one level higher, but also there's no real consideration today about worrying about spec bans. That's already happened, right? You set that up for today. So you don't just get to do what actually both Mandatory and Perplex ended up doing at the end of the day, where they're like, you know what, we're happy with where we are. We're just going to sit out for the last 20 minutes. You got to play all day today, and the cap is going to be a lot higher today than it was on the Friday and the Saturday. So it's going to require more of that consistent gameplay that we saw from our teams on Friday and Saturday, but just in a higher key level. So the level of difficulty is definitely a lot higher today.
It's definitely going to be much higher, and I'm excited to see those high keys. And we're also going to have to see how much two-chesting can be done on those 17s, right? Because the 16s usually are two-chestable by all of the groups so far. 17s definitely a little bit harder, so we'll see what the teams can show us here. And then, yeah, Perplex, the only team to actually go to Motherload. That's a dungeon where I feel like we haven't seen like too much variety when it comes to like the routing there. Most teams have been doing very similar stuff. Usually the only difference is like at the very end of the dungeon. Do you pull the war machines? Do you not pull them? Do you pull them into the boss? How many war machines do you pull into Rixa as well? So that's something we can take a look at afterwards when Perplex is at the end of the dungeon.
I feel like there's a lot of potential routing that you can do at the start of the key as well in Motherlode that teams haven't quite explored yet, where you could try to cheese this boss by pulling extra trash on top of the boss, making extra use of the funnel from the Arcane Mage. They're doing it a little bit at the start, right? They have a couple of these Earth Shapers in on top of the boss, but I think there's potential to maybe get more in on top of the boss. Like, you could maybe two-phase this boss with Arcane cooldowns and Lust on these lower key levels just by pulling trash on top for a little bit of extra funnel. That damage amp plus the cooldowns plus the funnel could be a ton of extra boss damage. That might be something that we'll see happen in finals. It's definitely a questionable thing to talk about, right? Because when you look at the trash that's around this boss in this area, you kind of have to navigate around the extractors. You probably don't want to pull more than one Earth Shaper on top of the boss. So if you can somehow find a way to potentially, do what Mudabar was doing in Priory, where they were, body pulling specific mobs, making sure they only brought extra, one caster in on top of extra packs. Maybe you could do some shenanigans like that in here to try to get a little bit of extra funnel on this boss just to make it go a little bit faster.
Yeah, maybe. I would love to see something like that. I guess we're going to keep an eye on the other teams, see if anyone is going to be adapting to that potentially, because I do think that's a pretty cool idea. But yeah, Perplex currently fighting coin-operated Crab Pummeler, 28% done on the 17. Shouldn't be too big of a deal, but they already had this one death on the board that they used their Battle Rust for, which I don't think we saw that, right? So I think it's probably was on that second trash pull that is usually pretty difficult for the teams, where they pull these extractors past the Crab Pummeler. That's something that we usually see the team struggle with, just because they do the pull on such a small kind of area because they don't want to pull the trash around it. And when you get those big area of denials, like these big puddles on the floor, then there's only so much space for you to dodge in, and then usually something happens there on top of just the damage that the pull does by itself.
Yeah, either way, relatively quick coin-operated Crowd Pummeler kill. And like you mentioned, no battle res for the next 3.5 minutes, so Perplex are going to have to play around that. But they have unlocked the first checkpoint here. If they do have a death, they could pretty easily run back. Only real person you really can't afford to die here is going to be the tank. And Divine Field, of course, we talked about this. Divine Field, one of the winningest tanks in MDI history in terms of, actual matches won. Unfortunately, ever since his very first LAN, Perplex just unable to secure that first place. That's one of their storylines, right? Is this team finally going to be able to lift a trophy this season? It looks like they have probably one of the strongest squads they've ever put together. So, if there's any moment for them, this one seems to be it. I mean, this team looks very, very strong this time around.
And it looks so strong. The only concern I have for them, right? Because yesterday they performed so well, and with this new format, it's actually kind of strange, because if you perform really well on your first day, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to do really well on the second day as well. It could mean that you just put a lot of practice time into the dungeons and the composition that you're running on that Friday or that Saturday, and you didn't manage to spend as much time practicing for the Sunday dungeons and the Sunday composition, right? Which is something we've seen for some of the lower seeded teams. Some of the lower seeded teams went all out on their Friday and Saturday prep, and then on Sunday they had to play second comp they weren't comfortable with, didn't practice the dungeons too much, and so on. I don't think the Perplex is going to be a team that said, oh, we're just focusing fully on Saturday. But it is still possible, because they performed so well and because they had so many innovative strategies with their secondary comp, that they maybe focus a bit more on it, thinking that they had such a big, difficult division to make it out of, that potentially they might have practiced a little bit less for Sunday. But obviously that's something that we'll see later on.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that's the case. Obviously, all of our teams looking quite strong early on in the day here. The big question mark that we were talking about at the top of the show is, what is in the cards for Ducks Can Fly today? If we take a look at what they're doing in their workshop here, they see they've opted for this Prot Warrior. I'm interested to ask Dratno specifically what he thinks about this whenever he's on desk next, because he is our resident tank player. As far as I'm aware, Prot Warrior usually, we saw it a lot with the Physical God comp last weekend, and it's definitely a tank that can put out a ton of burst damage on its own. I've actually seen Yoda playing this a lot in high keys as well with the Physical comp on live, so it's definitely a good tank. The question is how it fits into this comp with, in lieu of the Vengeance Demon. We also see them running the Enhanced Shaman as well in place of the Unholy DK. It definitely makes sense, for a dungeon like Mechagon Workshop. I wonder if they're actually going to be playing this for every single key, or if this is just something that they're playing for the workshop.
Yeah, I do wonder as well. I do think that Prop Warrior for this dungeon in particular definitely can be good, and we've seen it played in previous expansions. But yeah, I do think they're probably going to stick to it. One thing that is a little bit strange about their composition, I guess, is that they like half ranged, half melee, right? Because of course the Prod Warrior with the Shout is going to be supporting the Enhanced Shaman, but the Enhanced Shaman is not really supporting the Druid and the Mage very much. And the same goes for the Arcane Intellect from the Mage, not necessarily supporting the Enhanced Shaman as much as like maybe melee heavy comp would. So I still think they can put out a lot of damage with this comp, but yeah, those are some downsides, I guess, that they're not synergizing as well as they could.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of Spell Reflect opportunities, specifically in Workshop. I'm not too sure about Cinder Brew and Mechagon, so we'll see if this is something they're going to play throughout the entire day, or if they just have a specific strategy in mind for every single key. I do think we'll likely, again, see the Destra Warlock swapped over to for Ducks Could Fly whenever we do go to Cinder Brew Meadery. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe they do have a plan in mind today in that Vengeance Demon Hunter. It was just not something that's a part of it. Would be a really interesting adaptation from him if that was the plan the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, it is for sure possible because, yeah, first I was thinking, you know what, maybe they really just can play only those specs, right? But then as I was reading through their, like, pre-broadcast questions that they've answered, they did say, like, one of the questions was, what did you improve on from last time that you were competing to this time around? And a lot of them said that they learned how to play more classes and more specs. So then I was confused. Oh, but if they learned all of those classes and specs now, then why did they ban out their Vengeance Demon Hunter? So yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe they actually just wanted to play that Prod Warrior here. We're definitely going to see how Ducks Can Fly can perform. And I do hope it's going to be the form that they were in at the end of yesterday, rather than the form they were in at the start of yesterday.
Yeah, that's definitely, one of the recurring themes of the TGP format, right? Consistency across the board is important, and while they might have gotten away with it yesterday, today, against Mandatory and Perplexed, that is not going to fly. These two teams have been absolutely lights out in all of the games they've played this season and in many seasons in the past, so we'll see if our teams can pull it together here. Unfortunately, a tiny little mistake here for Ducks Can Fly. They do have a healer death, getting healed up here by Mirage on the Druid. Perplexed, though, already finishing off the second boss in this Motherload-only team in this key today, so we're taking a look at how they're dealing with some of these pulls here to give us an idea of how they're going to go. Other teams are going to go across the board, opting to not take the minecart here. This is something that we saw a lot way back in BFA when this was part of the dungeon pool. Teams actually are a little bit faster if they can just run through this minefield instead of taking the minecart, and we do have the second Bloodlust available for this pull.
And let's take a look as they're going to be gathering a huge pool here, as you mentioned. They do have all of these alchemists in here, and the weapon testers and the mastermind, so lots of stuff to watch out for here. Lots of interrupts to do, on top of having to spread out accordingly to not get those weapons cleaved onto everybody. So that's why you can see this formation here, where Sevi and Tobo are kind of spreading out, and then Wolf Disco is even going on the other side. It's kind of stacking with Divine Field a little bit, which, of course, Divine Field can take that extra damage compared to maybe Swag that doesn't like to have those weapons go to his direction. So very nicely done by Perplex here as that trash group does go down. I do want to point out one thing though, like all of the right side teams, so we can see they're all in Workshop right now. And yes, Suspicious Activities and Ducks Can Fly, they're playing a bit of a different route where they played at mini boss. But Mandatory, they already on 40% of the Machinist Guardian. Like, that's crazy. They're so incredibly fast.
Yeah, at the top of the show when we were talking about the teams, Makes hit us with the German phrase, a good horse only jumps as high as it needs to. That might have underplayed how insane Mandatory was on day one a little bit. Yeah, they only went to the key level they had to do, but let's remember, they were 11 minutes faster across those keys that they timed than Suspicious Activities. They didn't really just walk it in. They were unbelievably fast, and they are playing just like that yet again today, already dealing with Head Machinist, Sparkflux, Machinist Garden going to be going down here momentarily for them. And neither of our other teams, only just now engaging the boss now for Suspicious Activities. I mean, just look at that gap that Mandatory has opened up in this dungeon already. What a pace.
Yeah, that's honestly crazy. Mandatory are so incredibly fast here, as they're now going to be dealing with those 2 mobs so they can move on to the last boss area. Remember that they actually played at Void Elf, so they did skip that mini-boss earlier, the one that Ducks Can Fly is currently fighting. That mini-boss was skipped by the mandatory, which means that they have to play the trash at the end of the dungeon. Not all of it, but like this one pack in the corner that usually is being skipped. But it is a more efficient pack to play overall than a single target mob, considering the talents and everything that you're running in a plus dungeon, right? So yeah, it's just a more efficient pack, although slightly more dangerous, right? Because that mini-boss that Ducks Can Fly is fighting, that one is not very hard. You just have to dodge, right, and do damage. While that pack that mandatory is going to be playing, that pack does AoE damage. You get the squirrels, the generators, so you definitely have to watch out a little bit more for that one.
Yeah. Just clean execution here, using those generators to take 70% reduced damage from the spider tank AoE, so the mode doesn't really have to do that much healing and can focus on just making sure the team stays alive a little bit easier. Very clean pull for mandatory. 4 minutes left on the 3 chest timer. Don't think that one's going to be on the table in the 17. We will be very happy with a 2 chest. Just 1 remaining trash pull. Actually, it looks like they went for a different routing entirely, looking at the trash count here. Normally, you're closer to 89% trash count moving up to this pull. So it looks like they're going to be opting to actually play one of these 2 remaining packs at the end of the key rather than deal with the drill units at the start of the key. Interesting. I don't think we've seen this adaptation before. This would definitely make sense considering how fast they were on the second boss split.
Yeah, definitely interesting. Yeah, we're gonna see what they're playing here, and we're gonna have to take a closer look once they get to that 19 key level, presuming that they are actually 2 chesting this, which they're very much on pace on. They're almost 3 chesting, so yeah, the 2 chests definitely gonna be in the cards for them here, unless they have some major mistakes. So we'll see what they're doing as they're kiting out of these generators very nicely, stacking up in them as well. They're even standing this squirrel explosion because 2 generators are overlapping, which means you have a huge damage reduction, and you can basically take that squirrel explosion without even your health bar moving at all. Very nicely done. As one more short out is to be casted, or beginning to be casted, and now we're gonna see what they do here. So this pack getting Mind Soothe. So they have to play it eventually, right? So they just play both.
They have to play both of them, yeah.
Yeah, so usually what happens when you skip the mini-boss is you play the bottom pack and you don't play these top defender bots. And then that's the count that they need, right? But they need to play both. They still have sheeped it and seceded in a corner, which makes me believe that they just want to finish off some of these defender bots first. And then maybe pull them in for funnel or King Mechagon, which would be nice.
So I was looking at their count as they flew up to this area. They were at like 80.5% count. Looking at the mobs that they've pulled and killed already here, this would put them at 100% if my math is correct. Caster math, always very scary. Your mileage may vary. They technically don't need to kill those 2 defenders, I believe. So if they meld off aggro and biz off aggro, which they have from everyone except for Mode, I guess, they could technically just get away with this pull right here. We'll see, though. You always love pulling extra mobs on top of the boss, especially if they're not really of any consequence to the pull, which these mechanics really aren't going to be. So yeah, they're just going to pull them in. There'll be extra funnel once the defense bots go down, and we will just probably see them go straight into the boss here and get some extra funnel. Yeah, very clean. Looks like they did need them, actually, for count 2. So the caster math has failed us once again. I apologize to everyone. Sorry.
I will forgive you this time around. But that's the last time.
No, I was right. The Tinkerer is 6 count. Okay, no, the caster math was right. They're just playing this for funnel. Okay. It's a moral victory for me.
Alright, there you go. You were right. Indeed, of course. I never doubted you for 1 second. Of course, I double-checked your math in my head. I knew you were right all along. As mandatory is now fighting that aerial unit. And we can see the other teams are now also slowly but surely getting to this spot. And even though the other teams, both Suspicious Activities and Ducks Can Fly, are behind a mandatory in a dungeon, I think both of these teams actually can still 2-chest this key. So, and that's the most important thing. Of course, you want to be overall faster, and you want to make sure that you're getting things done as quick as possible. But of course, the bigger difference is getting the 2-chest or not getting the 2-chest. Again, to mention, in case some people don't know what we talk about when we say 2-chest, it's if you do the dungeon so fast that you get past the +2 timer, then your key actually goes up 2 levels rather than just 1. And that's why we have these like white lines indicating the +3 and the +2 chest in that bar where you can see the timer. So if they go past that first line, in 6 seconds, the 3 chest timer is over. If they would have finished the dungeon right now, then their key would have turned into a +20, which of course in a time-constricted competition where you only have 5 hours, that would obviously mean that they're saving one whole dungeon run to get to that same key level. So that's why that's so important.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. I mean, 6 minutes left on the 2 chest timer, looking great for them. Suspicious activities have actually caught up quite a bit on the boss as well here. Have the aerial unit down to 70%. Their 2 chest timers looking pretty solid as well. Across the board, a lot of our teams getting very, very close to ending off their keys. Perplexed also onto Mogul Razdunk. We didn't see what their strategy was for dealing with War Machines at the end of the key, but I'm sure we'll take a closer look at that when they move on to the 19 afterwards, assuming everything goes well for them. Ducks can fly. Even though they have the Prot Warrior here for the extra spell reflect potential, you can see that their pace throughout the key is definitely a little bit slower than what we're seeing from mandatory and suspicious activities. But again, as long as they're able to secure the 2 chests, I don't think it's that big of a deal. But the propositions for them are definitely closing in. 5 minutes to deal with this last boss definitely seems like it's a little on the close side. I wouldn't be in too comfortable position if I were them.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to watch out for a 2 chest timer for sure. We're gonna keep an eye on it. As yeah, Perplexed on the top right side, you can see they're also in the last boss. And they only have that 1 death on the board still that we talked about earlier. Dexcon did actually ramp up 2 deaths in the meantime. So we'll see if they can still do it. Suspicious activities are also approaching that second phase of the boss. And looking a little bit better than Dex Can Fly in comparison. Let's see if Dex Can Fly can do the skip. One thing to note about them is that they don't have that Vengeance Demon Hunter, which usually is so nice for skipping these kind of packs. With the Fear Sigil and then being able to jump through. And they actually do have a death, as it looks like their Shaman was not able to get out of combat here and did go down. Actually also not, of course, playing that Night Elf either, so they did have to use that Brass. And they have 340 left. I think it's doable, but like very close. Maybe? I don't know, what do you think?
I'm not too sure. We'll have to see. I mean, the timer is looking very sketchy. I've seen teams go faster than I assumed they would before. We'll have a better idea of how close they are based off of how long it takes the aerial unit to die. I'd say if the aerial unit dies in the next minute, maybe they still have a chance, because they do have the Bloodlust that's going to be active for the Omega Buster afterwards. I don't know if their cooldowns are going to allow that. Although, we'll see. I've seen crazier things happen in the MDI before. Mandatory though, boss below 30%. Suspicious activities a lot better off on that 2 chest timer. Still have 4 minutes now to deal with the Omega Buster. I mean, we could get a better idea of how long this boss takes just from looking at mandatory. How long is this boss taking for them?
Yeah, we're gonna take a closer look as... There.
Oh man.
Oh, there we go.
4.5 minutes. Okay, wow. Yeah, Ducks Can Fly are definitely in a bit of trouble here.
Okay, yeah, if Mandatory is 4.5 minutes in and they're just now getting boss done, yeah, I think you're right. They also had lust too, right? Mandatory did lust at the end here.
Yeah.
So looking at the King Mechagon go down, you can see the timer. In case you don't know where we're looking at, if you look at the details, you'll see how long they're in combat for. So this was like a 4-minute 50 fight for Mandatory, which, assuming that Mandatory knows how to press their damage buttons in the correct order most of the time,
I think they do.
I would assume that Dex Can Fly is a little bit in trouble. Now they do play a different comp, which technically could mean that they do have overall more damage, but I don't quite think so.
Well, you know, one thing they have in their favor is Prot Warrior, a little bit of shenanigans on this boss. You can see Prot Warrior currently doing more DPS than the Boomkin on single target. This is normally where the tank will be like, why is my Boomkin below me in the comms? You know, just as a little bit of a troll. Again, though, I don't think this is enough to make up for the lost time here. 1.5 minutes to deal with Omega Buster, even with Lust, is definitely a bit of a stretch. Don't think the 2 chest is going to happen here, unfortunately. Perplexed did 2 chest their 17 Motherload, instantly going back into the 19 Mandatory, also instantly back into the 19 Workshop as well. They did actually have one of their bombs explode in this initial pull, but just one of them is totally okay. That's something Mode can keep the team alive through. We did also now just have a death for Ducks Can Fly, and I think that's going to seal their fate here as well. 2 chests not going to be on the table, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately not for them, as that means they're going to have to do that 18 afterwards. Suspicious activities, though, they are getting the 2 chests, as King Mechagon is going down, and that means they have that +2. Actually, even using their Bloodlust a little bit too late and wasting some of the timer there. Unless it just got ready at the end, that's also possible. But yeah, either way, suspicious activities, they can move on to the 19 if they choose to do so, or go to a different dungeon. And I guess it's also an interesting topic for today, because on Friday and on Saturday, most teams kind of use a strategy where they play their secondary comp for the lower key levels, and then they save all of their higher key levels for the end of the day, because that's where they switch to their main composition, so they don't have to switch back and forth between comps. But of course today, they can stick to the same comp all of the time and the whole day, which means that some of the teams could choose to just stick to one dungeon, to like up to the highest key level that they think they can do, and then move to the next dungeon. So we'll see what the approach is going to be for these teams.
Yeah, we've had this conversation in the past couple of weeks and taken into consideration a few different things, right? Where the question of whether or not a team should go wide versus vertical is always something interesting. In general, we're talking about, is it better for a team to establish a baseline run in all of the keys first, or is it better to just stick to one key, push that up as high as you think it'll go? So because you're comfortable with it, because you've already run it a couple times, do you think it's better to just have that muscle memory? I don't know. It's a good question. And the spec variety rules kind of throw a wrench in the plans of teams, because we've seen them want to try to stick to the same characters, like you mentioned, for the first half of the day, and then swap, so they don't have to waste time swapping between characters throughout the day. Not a problem on this day, like you said. So really, just the routing here is just whatever they think is going to keep them the most comfortable throughout the day. And they really just have the entire array of dungeons available to them. Now, the thing is, we also kind of know that they're not going to be staying on the comp the same the entire day, because we have that Cinderbrew meter in the pool. We're probably going to be seeing one of the DPS specs swap over to Warlock. The question of which one it is definitely something you can consider. I mean, what do we think they're going to be swapping off of? Is it going to be the Boomkin, or is it going to be the Mage?
I think the Moonkin, yeah.
Moonkin? Okay.
I think so. Well, that's an interesting question, I guess, because for Perplex in particular, right, it would have to be Tobo that switches, even though Wolf Disco is obviously that's like Warlock player for them, right? Tobo, of course, is also known to be a player that can play lots of different specs. I'm not sure if wait, Tobo also has a Warlock, I think, if I rember correctly.
Yeah. Tobo Boom.
So Tobo,
he was playing it yesterday.
True, yeah, obviously. I completely forgot about that, yeah. So of course also knows how to play Warlock, so that's not going to be a problem for them. And for the other teams, I don't think it should be a problem for most teams to be able to play, to switch out that Moonkin for the Warlock. And we've also seen teams do metery without a Warlock, which is also obviously doable, right? The Warlock is nice to have, especially for that Dispel with the Imp on multiple different occasions, and also just the pure amount of damage that it does. But I do think you can also play it without the Warlock in case you don't have a player that could pick that spec up.
Yeah, at the 19 key level here, we're starting to get into the territory where any one of the static pulses could potentially one-shot a player that doesn't have a personal or a shield on them from Sevi. Here you can see he's making sure to keep those shields on his players so the next static pulse doesn't end up finishing them off. Of course, they need to make sure that they're knocking all of these bombs into the boss, trying to extend that debuff on the boss as long as possible so they can get the added increased damage on the boss for as long as possible. And team doing a great job of using their cooldowns here. We're seeing a very weird thing here. We're seeing a single target power infusion on the Moonkin player. That's not normally where you see that allocated, but I guess he was the only player to have cooldowns there, so Sevi just went ahead and sent it so he didn't waste the cooldown. But I believe this is actually pretty smart, because in that cooldown window, they were actually able to get the boss into execute range. So this next foot bomb that's going to line up with this Arcane Surge and Unholy Assault Dark Transformation combo from the Unholy DK. They should be able to just kill the boss in this next damage out.
That's actually a very good point. Yeah, you're so right. We do see the execute range now and all of those cooldowns being popped, and that means that they're going to be getting this boss done in no time. You can see how the HP is melting. So yeah, very nice. If that's actually like a planned thing where they know if they send the PI there, they get it in execute range, that's actually really, really smart. And that's for sure worth it then. And Tobo, I'm sure, is also going to be very happy about that too, as they are finishing off the boss, already moving the boss towards the direction they have to go to make sure they lower their movement time afterwards. Really nice to see for Perplexed here.
Yeah, very clean boss kill. Actually, this Crowd Pummeler split is faster than their 17 was. Their 17 split was like a 622, so whatever they did wrong in that first split, we did see they had a death, might have been like a skip failure that we didn't see from them. That would definitely constitute that extra 40 seconds or so. To waste time casting a res, make sure you have your resources back available for the next pull. Maybe they dropped Eye of Kazan stacks if they're running those trinkets as well. Would all make a lot of sense if everything went right in this key, and we're right back into the big AoE pulls for them here. Extractor pulled, that's the focus target for the Arcane Mage. Meanwhile, the DK and the Boomkin just happily AoE blasting away.
Yeah, love to AoE blast. Especially in packs like this, where, of course, there's a little bit too much out for on top of the AoE, but other than that, it's actually pretty nice. Some of the next pulls are going to be a little bit more dangerous, as they have that mini-boss come through. It buffs all of the surrounding enemies with a haste buff, which can be pretty deadly if you have casters that you cannot soothe the debuff off of. Of course, druids are able to get rid of that enrage effect, but only once every 8 seconds, and then you have to choose targets that you want to get removed off, and there's just usually very many. Yeah, Mandatory also on a very difficult pull, actually, as they're pulling that gunk into some of these junkyard dogs. So they have all of this absorb on that while also getting the jumps from the dogs out. You can see one dog actually being rooted in the corner, which maybe they just want for some funnel on the boss later. But yeah, that's a pretty dangerous pull that Mandatory is doing here.
This is the root is tech that kind of interrupts with a little bit of how of the spell queuing works for the junkyard dogs. They cast a lot less because that dog is out there trying to cast, and the dogs generally aren't going to cast at the same time. This makes them cast less. So this is a little bit of tech. This is what we saw from Miscount last week, and is the reason this pull is even possible with all of these dogs stacked on top of the group. You normally wouldn't be able to do this otherwise. And it kind of just turns into a big AoE pull where you're not too worried. You saw they had pretty much just one volley of jumps that they had to worry about, and that was it. And then they can just pull this one dog on top of the boss. So shout out to Miscount for showing off that tech. Our other teams will happily use that to make this pull that much easier.
That is a very nice tech by Mandatory. And yeah, as you said, I saw these like 7 dogs, and I was like, how is this happening? But yeah, I guess it does make sense with the new tech that's got added with the mobs not kind of casting at the same time. This is something that happens throughout all of the dungeons, actually. There's a lot of mobs that have this like new kind of addition to their spellcast, where if you have X amount of the same mob, then they won't be casting that same ability at the same time. They will just kind of do it in order, in a sense. And it's interesting to see that the teams have figured out on how to play around that and found some loopholes on how to like use it in their favor as well to allow them to do those bigger pulls. It's actually very, very cool to see.
Yeah. And of course, this is something that the teams have confirmed with the admins that they're okay with doing, so it has been approved. Something that, something that the teams are trying to make sure is a little bit better throughout the years of the MDI's communication with admins. Obviously, if there's any tech that the teams want to try to show off, the communication is important, and they'll get told, yes, you can do this, or no, you can't do this. I think specifically with this one, they were told it was going to get fixed, but then it didn't get fixed, so they were just like, yeah, you can just do it, I guess. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, it's cool to see. Love that communication.
Yep, really nice. And yeah, unfortunately, the venting flames did, of course, get changed as well recently, where you cannot find that position anymore in the box where you'll still be able to cast on a boss, but you're not getting hit by the venting flames. That was changed. And yeah, that's why, unfortunately, the casters cannot cast on a boss anymore while they're hiding. But I think there's still like a spot where you can attack through it for the melee players, right? Which is still nice, I guess. So they obviously don't have too many melee players. I guess this would be good for Dex Can Fly. Wait, they have the same amount of melee as the other team, so I'm just kidding.
We actually did get numbers on the spell reflect damage on the final boss there, in that last 17 there. Heading into the final boss, I believe Goat only had about 4 million spell reflect damage in the dungeon. But on that boss in particular, he had 40 million spell reflect damage on the final boss, so it definitely adds up on that last boss. We'll see if they're able to turn that into a little bit more efficiency as the key level goes up and as that spell reflect gets a little bit stronger still. You know, not getting the 2 chests, definitely not the way you want to start the day. We were talking a little bit about how the added difficulty on the day is definitely there with the higher key level, but also the amount of keys that you potentially have to run with the higher key level is lower than it might be on a Friday or a Saturday. So while the 2 chest doesn't give you the opportunity to progress with the higher keys earlier on, as long as you're able to consistently hit those 1 chests over and over and over again throughout the day, you might still be able to get to the same score that our other teams will be able to get to. You just won't have as many attempts at the higher level keys that the top teams will.
Yeah, I think you're very right. I think we're definitely going to be seeing loads of like depletes at the end of the day once we reach those super high key levels. And that, I guess, gives the opportunity to a team like Dex Can Fly, if they didn't manage to get the 2 chests early on, to catch up. And we've seen that Dex Can Fly can catch up, as we saw yesterday, after struggling so much at the start, being able to just one-shot a bunch of those keys afterwards and still able to get those high keys done. So they do have the ability to do so. Now we're going to see a nice little skip here by the mandatory players as they're just jumping up those invisible walls and making it all the way up. Very cool to see how they're doing it. And I'll just doing it kind of together, you know? It's like a group of 4. The only person that is running ahead is the Vengeance Demon Hunter, of course, that is pressing the button and also making sure that RP is getting started to spawn the trash.
Yep. Super clean. Love that from mandatory. I mean, we're just kind of seeing more of the same from this team. It's come to be an expectation from this team after they lifted their first title back in Dragonflight, coming into the War Within, sweeping the competition for this expansion so far. This team really has become the new juggernauts. They've jumped into the shoes left by the Void of Echo and have assumed that mantle of being the default team to beat. And they're playing like it once again. They played like it on Friday. They're playing like it again today. They have incredibly fast strategies. They're not making barely any mistakes. And this is going to be a juggernaut that our other teams that have already qualified for global finals are going to have to, they're going to have to contend with. Here's a look at that Void Elf skip, though. We love seeing that out of mode. Going to be the Void Elf through, Mage Blinks through, double grip, and a wild charge from the Druid to get everyone through that wall that's put up there to block you off. Don't have to worry about dealing with the Blastotron, one little mini-boss that you don't have to worry about. And we're already onto the Machinist Garden 13 minutes into this 19 Mechacon workshop.
Yeah, that's crazy. I love seeing this skip also, like, executed so quickly, right? Like, you just see the wall. It almost looks like there is no wall. Like, they're just going through. It's like, in half a second, everyone is through. It's crazy to see. But yeah, there it is. Machinist Garden. They did save their Bloodlust for this pool. It's a very dangerous one, as not only do they have the boss here and everything to worry about, as those cogwheels are moving around on top of the beams and all of the swirlers on the ground, they're also dealing with the trash that they pulled on top, which can also be incredibly difficult to deal with. And then you have those squirrels going around, also causing these huge area of denials on the ground. As you can see, that Stove baited it towards him there, which is very nice, making sure that he's the one with the most mobility that gets those abilities on him. Oh wow, that cogwheel was so close to hitting him, but Stove didn't even like flinch. He was like, yeah, I know this is not hitting me. Very nicely done.
Yeah, I wonder, something that I like to see a lot in terms of just general dungeon movement, and it's the tiny things that you can really think about when you're at this top level from mandatory. I don't know if we have a replay of this ready. I'm just going to talk about it regardless. I saw Stove actually arcane barraging the little ads in the RP, while running through the maze to build up his arcane tempo stacks before heading into the boss. You can see he was just waiting there at the end, barraging at the end. I think we might have... Oh, no, There you go. You see it on the detective bot there. Just making sure he has those tempo stacks ready, building up that haste for the boss. Just tiny little optimizations like this so that you have your damage available on the pole of the boss instead of having to restack that up. These are the tiny things that these teams are thinking about heading into the key that just sets them apart from everybody else.
Yeah, that's just so cool to see. And now we do see that the generator being used a little bit as they're going into that bubble to get the damage reduction through. Now they are moving out as most of the mobs did not go down. They only have one mechanic left to deal with. That, of course, they're keeping up longer for those shields that they want to utilize. Then we have to replay for Ducks. Unfortunately, Ducks did have to reset their key. And it looks like they did go down to that pool that we talked about earlier, where they had to root one of the dogs on the side. But unfortunately, Luca going down and them not able to recover that healer death.
We did have a death here also for mandatory. Mace went down to one of those self-trimming hedges, unfortunately. That's going to be a one-shot on this key level regardless. Unless you have like a giant Oracle Disc Shield in your pre and bear form because you know you're going to get hit, maybe you can live in that situation. But it did have a battle res, so it wasn't that big of a deal. And I think it was after the cooldowns were expended, so not too much of a time loss, just the 15 seconds of death plus the time spent on the battle res and the resources, since I'm assuming it came out of the DK. I think we're good to go, though. Sparkflux now dropping to 15%. Shouldn't live that much longer. Team just has to dodge these gears for just a little bit longer, and we'll be through this encounter.
So, 2 chesting and 19. Is that a thing?
Oh, also showing off the safe spot here. There is a safe spot for ranged GPS players if you run up the stairs where you will not ever get hit by one of these hedges. That is a good shout to see as well. See everyone just standing and free casting here. That'll definitely help you finish off the boss that much faster. And we still do have this mind-controlled defender as well that's going to be giving us these shield generators for the spider tanks. Although, unfortunately, the patrol here is really bad. The spider tank is all the way at the bottom, so they're going to have to run up to grab the other. The first couple of barrages will do full damage as they don't have that generator from the defender up just yet. Mode actually having to expend quite a bit of healing to keep the team alive here. But with that shield generator down, I think we should be in the clear.
And there we go, they got that damage reduction now, and all they have to do is dodge the frontals from the spider tanks, which are now nicely indicated as well on the ground. Previously, it didn't used to be like that. You actually had to look where the spider tanks are facing to be able to dodge that ability. But now we do have that nice indicator. It's going to be a little bit easier for them, especially if you have that bubble on you as well. Sometimes it can be hard to see where they're facing. Very nice as they're utilizing that zone. The defender is also going to be killed off this time around before they move on, because they want that extra enemy forces, of course. And then we do know that Mandatory is doing a little bit of a bigger pull before King Mechagon because of that skip that we talked about earlier with the mini-boss. So I don't think the 2 chests is quite going to be happening for Mandatory here.
Yeah.
Also not really that relevant, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. 21 Workshop. That's definitely something that would be like in a Giga end of day stretch goal that they only have to go for if like 2 other teams are hot on their heels. Get a good look at the first pull of War Machines onto Rix of Flux Flame at these higher key levels here from Perplex. This is something we're going to see a lot of other teams have to cope with as well. It looks like, you know, from what we've talked about with Rix of Flux Flame, the group damage isn't necessarily that high, right? All you're really having to worry about is the propellant blast and making sure you're not standing in the Azerite on the ground. But the tank damage on this encounter is exorbitant. They're taking a ton of damage over the encounter, so adding in this War Machine is definitely an extra strain on the tank, and it makes the fight a lot more difficult for the healers as well. The charge shot does a ton of AoE damage every single time it goes out, but the benefits are insane. You get a ton of extra trash count while dealing with this boss, and at the same time, it's funnel, once again, for that Arcane Mage that loves extra targets on top of the bosses.
Yeah, definitely. I've been talking about that for a long time now, and it makes sense that all of the teams are playing around it as well. This is very cool. This actually reminds me of a long time ago when we had Rogue's funnel being so incredibly crazy. And I remember in the MDIs and TGPs back then, we had so many teams pull around the Rogues and pull so much trash onto bosses, even when bolstering was still an affix, and bolstering would even affect bosses back then. And even then, they were pulling trash on top of bosses. They made sure to not kill off the trash, because obviously they didn't want to bolster the boss. But it was such an efficient funnel that they even decided to play around the risk of potentially bolstering the boss in case. I don't think it's quite as strong as it was. Like the Arcane Mage funnel is not quite as strong as the Rogue funnel was back then, but it's getting close. Like it's actually really good.
It's certainly the best funnel we've seen in the game since that, right? But it's definitely not on the level of the Sub-Rogue from back in the day. That was definitely a little bit insane. Speaking of insane, the way Perplex is pulling all of these bombs is quite insane. Everyone running together also to keep these bombs mostly stacked, having to dodge out these bombs from the Ordnance Specialists as well. Very impressive movement here from Perplexed. Very clean-looking strategy in a section of the dungeon that is usually quite chaotic with all of these bombs that you're pulling.
Oh no, so he actually
okay.
does go down to a Mind Blast.
Oh,
They have
perfect.
a Battle Arrest, immediately getting him back up. And okay, so even I was joking about two-chesting the workshop, I do think that two-chesting the Motherload actually would be something that would be pretty good for the teams. It's a bit tough. 5-minute 30, maybe possible though.
It might be possible. We'll keep an eye on it, see if they can pull it off. I mean, we've seen some impressive, management of polls and also getting into those timers even yesterday. So I have a feeling they can do it with Perplexed here too. But we are going to actually be doing a swap here on the desk. So thank you so much, Zyro, for starting the day off with us. But we'll say bye.
Bye.
Bye. And Dratnos, we're going to say hi, welcome in. We're getting Dratnos on the desk. And actually, we had a question from Zyro that I just wanted to toss at you at the start here, a bit about some of our picks for the specs, things like that, particularly Prot Warrior with Ducks Can Fly. So what are your kind of opening thoughts about the specs that we've seen and the different compositions we've seen with the teams?
Yeah, I mean, I've been a big fan of Prot Warrior in Workshop because of the power of that Spell Reflect, so I think it's a great choice from Ducks Can Fly. I wonder what they'll play in the other dungeons, because they, if I'm not mistaken, they have Vengeance Demon Hunter banned today, right? So they're going to have to figure something out, and I don't think it'll be Prot Warrior in the other dungeons, although actually, historically, Prot Warrior was a pretty good Motherload tank as well back in BFA, as long as you could live Rixa Fluxflame, and that was before Spellblock existed. Now that Spellblock exists, I think that boss would be a lot easier too, so maybe they'll play it in multiple dungeons today, I'm not sure. The meadery, I think you probably will go with the bear instead, because that makes the big pulls a little bit easier.
Yeah, we do like those bear pulls, as Perplexed
Absolutely.
is now on Mogul Rustang. And I did say that their two chest is actually looking really good, and I think it still is. There's a little bit of an issue and it's the fact that they're missing count, and I'm not sure if they can get that count here pretty quickly, as they did skip those two war machines.
So
But yeah,
they need like 2 mines, right? Because I think each mine is maybe 2 count, or maybe it's 1 count. So they need
One, I
either
think.
2. They need either 2 or 3 mines that they're going to have to go and run over, and then activate. It's going to be sketchy. Because you have to actually kill them as well, because if you just pop them by running into them, you'll lose the 15 seconds of death timer. There's actually a fun interaction where in the last 10 seconds of a dungeon's timer, I don't think deaths actually count against the timer anymore, but that isn't true in the last 10 seconds of the 2-chest timer, so they have to still respect it and not just pop the mines with their faces. So yeah, that's going to be a fun challenge. I mean, yeah, like you said, the war machines, any trash they pull, but they'll just ignore that while they run for the mines and focus on the mines.
yeah, so I guess it's still maybe doable, but yeah, they're now in the intermission, they have 2:30 left. They're the 19, right? This boss has a lot of HP. So
Yeah.
I think they won't have the time to actually get that count afterwards.
I think they're going to kill the boss with like 20 seconds left.
Yeah.
And then not have time to actually go and pick up that count. But this is going to be very important to watch because, I mean, being able to jump straight to a 21 Motherload, I'm not even sure I thought Motherload was going to go up that high today. I thought maybe 20 was where this thing was going to cap out. But if you can 2-chest the 19, I don't know, putting that 21 on the board would be very impressive. Even if they only barely miss the 2-chest, they probably can still do the 21 within the timer if they can live at that key level. But the question is whether they'll have time today, because they owe us a lot of time in, Workshop and Sinja Brew Meadery as well.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see. The boss is dropping quite fast. It actually is dropping a little bit faster than I thought initially, so we're gonna keep an eye on their 2-chest timer here, and the trash that they'll
Cooldown's
still have
coming up
to...
here in a second. Here
Yeah.
come the Unholy DKCDs. We're going to have an Arcane Surge after this evocation as well from Wolf Disco. Oh, a little bit awkward. Unfortunately gets targeted by the homing missile, so has to delay the Surge a tad, but lands the Power Infusion during it, so hopefully that will make up for it. This is an Execute as well. If they have at least like 40 seconds, I think picking up that count is going to be within their realm of possibility here.
I think so as well. 40 seconds does seem reasonable. As long as they don't have any deaths, as you mentioned, they're not gonna... that penalty is definitely gonna be crucial. So we're gonna see 10% left on the boss. Looks like they are slowing down on that damage. We do only have an Incarn coming up from Tobo in just a moment here, which is gonna be sent immediately, probably. and then they have to run for the charge. I hope they realize that they're missing the enemy forces. I think they did.
Imagine if they town portaled.
Yes. Boss is gonna go down. They still have to finish off Mogul Rustang here. And then they have like 30 seconds left. Are they gonna be able to get those Oh,
they had count.
wait, they have to
It was
count.
just a bug.
okay,
All
so
right.
this was just an observer bug. Okay.
All right,
Wow.
nicely done by
Okay.
Perplexed. Imagine if they didn't have count there, but it turns out that I was a little bit confused about it because our week aura showed a timer in green next to the
Yeah,
count,
I
but
saw
then it
that
just
as
showed the
well,
count being
yeah.
missing. So I suspect what happened was just the way that those mines actually work at the end. Maybe our observer didn't get in combat with them because they're weird. Those are weird enemies that spawn when you run over them, something like that. But either way, yeah, Perplexed did have count. That was just on our end. That was not a blunder. They have put the 19-2 chest on the board. Extremely well played by Perplexed. They head straight to the workshop, and look how quick they start the next key as well. This is a tempo that, we don't talk about it a lot, but when we talk about teams, gaining and losing time in these dungeons, as mandatory, are going to succeed here in this workshop. But it also matters whether you start the next key in 30 seconds or 2 minutes. That time could be the difference between starting another key or not at the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely would make a difference. So really nice to see Perplex just moving between dungeons so quickly. And yeah, this is also like a very interesting kind of information that Perplex is putting out there, because it does now show to the other teams, all right, so 2 chests, 19 Motherload, that's something we kind of have to do if you want to keep up with Perplex, right? So we'll see if the other teams can do the same thing as Perplex did. And also, can they do the 21, right? Because we talked
exactly.
about 21, that would be a really high key level to do. And also to just attempt it straight away. Because technically you could do the 20 first and then do the 21 if you're not super sure. But do the 21 straight away, like that would be pretty risky unless you're super sure about the abilities of timing that key level.
Yeah, it actually kind of doesn't matter whether you can time or 2 chests the 19, like which of those you can do, unless you can do the 21.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you're just going to go back and do the 20 anyways, then it's, you've only saved however much faster you were in that 19 than other teams, a minute or two. But if you can land the 2 chests and somebody else can't, and then you can do the 21, then you've all of a sudden saved, 35 minutes, which is a very big deal, as we do have suspicious activities just behind mandatory here in terms of how they're doing today. They were a little bit slower in the workshop 17. They're going to end up being a little bit slower here in the workshop 19, but they are also on pace to time it. So this is a good spot for suspicious activities to be in. They are certainly keeping up with mandatory and Perplexed, and are really not that far behind in terms of the timer of the day, right? Like they're something like 3 minutes behind Perplexed and mandatory. Obviously, the 19 2-chested Motherload might get converted into a bigger advantage for Perplexed down the line, but this is really huge. This team is looking really solid, whereas Ducks Can Fly, on the other hand, have had a much shakier start to the day with the resets, with only the 1 chest in the workshop instead of the 2 chest.
Yeah, definitely. Ducks Can Fly did wipe to that same pool again that they wiped to earlier with those dogs. So unfortunately, that's going to mean they lose a little bit more time even. This is the same thing that happened to them yesterday, though. So I guess there's still the potential for them to catch up at the end, right? Because they kind of know how that works now. But still, not something we like to see from them. And yeah, I agree. Suspicious activity is doing really well for the start of the day here. One thing I want to mention, though, is mandatory. They go to the 20 straight away. This is interesting, right? Because Perplexed, they're like, okay, we just did 19, we're gonna move on and do a different dungeon. Mandatory, they're like, oh, we're doing that 20. Because we think 20 is the cap key level for Workshop. As Mason actually does go down here on the first boss. They do have a Battle Rush available, so I think they will be able to continue. And looking at how fast Mandatory was on that 19 and the 17 earlier, I definitely think they can afford to have like a mistake here and there and still time the 20. But yeah, I personally don't think the 21... I mean, that would be like a very, like, as Syra mentioned earlier, that would be like an end of day, like, really high push key. 20 is maybe the cap, though.
Yeah, I think Workshop is not where you go mining for points at the end of the day. I just feel like this dungeon is so brutal at that hierarchy level, but there is a chance that something like what happened to Wunderbar at the end of their weekend happens, where your first 4 hours are so perfect that you are left with only, right, like you get the 21 Motherload on the board, right, you get the 20 Meteory on the board, and you look at it and you're like, okay, I mean, I guess our next easiest thing to do is going to be a 21 Workshop, and then you go in and you have the choice between either doing that or trying to improve time tiebreakers, but in that situation you'd be thinking about improving time tiebreakers in such high keys that I think just going for the 21 would be a better use of time. But I think realistically, if any of our teams get to that position today of like sitting on a 21-20-20 scorecard, that's probably good enough to qualify out of this group. Anyways, although maybe not, maybe multiple teams are going to be able to get that threshold. I mean, the quality of competition today is very high. So we do have a death for suspicious activities at the end of King Mechagon, but it doesn't look like it's going to be lethal to them. Many B-reses are available, and just King Mechagon himself, unarmed, unarmored, is here to fight them at the end.
Yeah, they're gonna be just fine as they're finishing off this key. I kind of assume that Suspicious Activities is not gonna do the 20 straight away and do other keys first, but maybe they are really confident and are just gonna be sticking to this dungeon. The only dungeon we haven't seen so far yet is that Meadery, which presumably is because they have to switch the comp there. So most teams just want to stick to the dungeons where they play this comp. And then once they do Meadery, they would be switching out one of their damage dealers to play that Warlock. At least that's what we've seen from the past groups in the past weekends. So, and it looked really strong, so I guess most of the teams are going to be doing that today as well. But we'll see if any of the teams decide to just stick to that same comp they're playing right now, just not play that Warlock.
Yeah, I think the Warlock is going to be a mainstay of the Meadery, but, there could be a possibility that teams have done some further cooking as well. It's a dungeon where, maybe the tuning changes since the last few weekends as well would mean that a team could think about another strong AoE spec. I don't know how stuff like the Rep Pally stacks up, but even something like you could play an Aug Evoker in there if you're buffing a Destro Warlock, and that could be really good potentially. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to keep an eye on that once teams actually move into that dungeon. But as I said, Suspicious Activities actually not attempting that 20 Workshop like a Mandatory did, but moving on to that Motherload instead. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on them as well, see if they can follow up and also do 2 chests to 17 into the 19 like Perplexed did. That would be pretty tough, but we'll see. As Mandatory now finishing off that boss on the plus 20, and we can already take a little bit of a look at this boss splits for Mandatory here and take note of them, because all of the other teams will probably be attempting that 20 Workshop at some point. And if Mandatory is going to be timing this one, then the boss splits are definitely going to be pretty important to compare with the other teams. The one thing to note, though, is that Mandatory, of course, is skipping that mini-boss, while Suspicious Activities and Ducksandfly are not. So that will, of course, change the boss splits later on in the dungeon.
Yeah, exactly. It is an important thing to keep track of, and we've got some fancy graphics that we'll put together once more of these teams are finishing these various dungeons as well, so we can compare the splits later in the day. But right now we're very much still in the trailblazing part of the day, where teams are, timing keys for the first time at these different levels. So Mandatory working now on this waste processing unit pull. Bunch of those gunk casts going off there, putting those huge healing absorbs on the group. Looks like those have been handled pretty nicely. The timing of this is important as well. You want to make sure that you stun these gunks such that they don't cast that healing absorb, so that it'll still be on you during the mega drill. So you really want to work to keep that from happening. You can see here they knock up those metal gunks during the mega drill, so that it then starts recasting, and they can deal with it later once they're actually in the they're safe and healed up from that damage. That's the big way you wipe here, is by those two things overlapping.
Yeah, very nicely done by Mandatory. And of course, it always looks very scary when people have that huge absorb shield on their health bars, as it looks like they're almost dead, which they basically are. But they just have to heal that absorb away in just a moment. And then we're going to be gathering up another big pull for Mandatory here, as they pull all of these dogs together with some other trash, with some gunks as well, I think. Yes, there were one gunk. So there's going to be one gunk and all of these junkyard dogs. One of them is going to be rooted here in the corner by Maysteen, as you can see. And that's the tech that they're using to reduce the amount of jumps that the dogs are doing greatly and allowing them to do a big pull like this. But it's still dangerous. As we saw, Ducks Can Fly wiped to this exact pull twice already in their 18. Let's see if Mandatory can execute it this time around.
Yeah, scary pull indeed here for Mandatory. So we've got Stove and so DK. It's Soda DK. Okay, yeah, I saw SODK and I was like, what's that person's name again? But yeah, it's Soda. Okay, Soda's DK. Good character name up there. Big damage does come out. Largely that unholy DK carrying this pull. The mage responsible for that early death of the gunk there. And Maystein also doing huge damage on the Moonkin. Moonkin also really good at these big AoE pulls as long as you've got one of those Incarn charges saved up for it on pull.
Yep, definitely love when there's so many mobs that the kept AoE classes can't outshine you anymore. As they did manage to finish off that pull now, and they're gonna get that last dog that was rooted in the corner on top of Kujo. So they're going to be doing this boss now with a little bit of extra funnel for the Arcane Mage, which is nice to have. But of course, they do have to watch out. On such a high key level, this boss does a lot of damage. That tank debuff, Dispel Explosion, does so much that they need to make sure they have lots of defensives up and shields from mode on that priest to be able to actually survive that one. Otherwise, it very likely does indeed one-shot you. There we go. Ooh. Look at that. Maysteen almost actually dying there. Of course, they have calculated the amount of damage and they know what they have to use and what they don't need. Maysteen could have went bear form in case he thought he wouldn't have been fine with the other defensives available, but didn't have to. And that bleed or that jump, of course, on top of that, also just doing so much damage too.
Yeah, super difficult boss, especially as long as that dog is alive. Our tank is missing Cheat Death as well, having procced that in the previous section here, so definitely a lot of danger. The problem is, when you dispel the tank, it does huge damage to the group. If you leave that dot on your tank for more than a second or two, it's going to kill your tank, so you do have to basically have everybody topped up so you can instantly dispel it. The explosive leap here is a little bit less lethal, but it still does a large hit of damage as well if you don't have somebody targeted who can easily invis it or, meld it.
And Meldon actually doesn't work anymore. The only way to get rid of this jump is by using an ability to actually get a true combat drop, like an invisibility or a feign death from the hunter. So that's why this time around they weren't able to skip it because Stove was not targeted, yeah. But if Stove is targeted, they can use that once in a while whenever that invisibility is available. But yeah, as you said, it's not doing as much damage anymore as it maybe used to. And therefore, they can also just take the damage here. And of course, Mode is going to be prepared with the shields on top of just the healing as well. So yeah, not too bad if it goes off. But on a 21, potentially do want to watch out for that. Oh, the pain sub on Stove here on top of the Ice Cold to be able to survive the venting flames. That was very cool to be able to get their Arcane Surge damage out.
And the AMZ and the darkness as well. Yeah. They used everything to let Stove keep hitting the boss during his CDs there. And you can see the way they spread out for this leap as well. They've actually just been, oftentimes, if you're playing with melee, they'll panic a little bit and run away from the boss during that. But anytime Soda is targeted, he just stays right on top of Skylark and is like, yeah, Skylark's going to get hit by this as well. Whatever, he's a tank, he's going to get hit by once by this leap. It's not going to hurt him. So that lets them make it a lot easier here. We'll see if that happens again on this next leap coming up. Because I think this is a really good way, right? You can see they're getting this pre-spread going. And now the leap's coming out. And yeah, Soda, one of the targets here. And yeah, just stays right there. Skylark actually dodges out this time, but previously he'd gotten hit by it. Just does not matter.
Very cool optimization here for damage. I mean, and that's just such a cool thing. Like having your mage stats just take the venting flames damage, and I mean, it does so much damage. In fact, I'm honestly surprised that he survives it. Of course, Ice Cold and Pain Sub already such a big defensive, on top of also having those like AMZ and Darkness. I mean, that's just a crazy amount of defensives that you're committing just for like one of your damage shields to be able to cast like a few seconds more. But yeah, I mean, that's something you have to do on those hierarchy levels, and generally in a competition like this, saving a couple of seconds here and there, it's just really cool to see that Mandatory is optimizing it like this. And as you said, the thing with the DK as well, and not having to go out of melee range, also gonna save you some damage. Unfortunately, getting one more Venting Flame here at 1% of Kujo, so losing a little bit more time here at the end.
Yeah, here's a look at the splits that we have for our various teams here. So in the 19, Kujo was going down to that 11:27 or 11:57 marker between Mandatory and Suspicious Activities. Similar pacing actually in the 17 from Ducks Can Fly as well. Let's see what Mandatory splits look like on their live run right now, and you can see 12:42. So about a minute behind that pace that they were on in the 19. Now the good news is they finished the dungeon with like 5 minutes to spare in the 19. If they've lost a minute now halfway through the dungeon, and they lose another minute in the back half of the dungeon, they are still going to be well under the timer here. So things looking really solid for Mandatory on the plus 20 timer. The question is going to be Machinist Garden, that trash pull up before King Mechagon, and King Mechagon himself. All three of those are very scary at this key level.
Yeah, they definitely are. I did take a quick look at the other teams. Ducks Can Fly did manage to get past that Junkyard Dog pool that they wiped to twice previously, and are now on Machinist Garden as well. Definitely nice for them, and we'll see if they manage to get this dungeon done now. And Perplexed, as they also moved on to Workshop after 2-chesting the 19 Motherload earlier, they're looking pretty solid in their run. They do have 2 deaths on the board, which means that the 2-chest timer might be a little bit close for them. But since they're not porting out and they're still in there, makes me believe that they think they can still get the +2 on the board. And I also haven't actually looked exactly at the strat that Perplex is running, but they have the Shadow Melt on their priest, so they don't have a Void Elf, which means that they probably played the mini boss. So not adapting to this mini boss skip strategy that we've seen.
Yeah, especially at the higher key level. We've seen some divergence last weekend, I believe, as well, on whether or not to bother setting up the Void Elf skip on that mini-boss, or just fighting it, and then having a bunch of Shadow Melds. The Shadow Melds make that last boss easier, which is a very nice thing. It makes some of the other skips a little bit more free, too, as Perplexed. Working now on the double Spider Tank pull here in the plus 17. They're looking very solid on this 2-chest timer. Not something that I think they're at all worried about with this much time left for the last section of the dungeon. We do have a little replay, though, of something, quote, extremely funny that happened to Perplex on that fight. So let's see if we can figure out what it's going to be. So we have 5 players in the defender, into the barrier. Oh, there it is. Okay. Dude, this is always the problem with the shield generator. The shield generator goes down, and you were standing in it, expecting it to be there, and then the self-trimming hedge just cuts through you. Here you can see it again. Everybody's just playing in there. They're like, yeah, we're fine. This self-trimming hedge is coming at us, but we're in the barrier. Bang! Slices right through them. Gamers down.
Yeah, gamers down. Thankfully, Sasemi did actually sidestep it there, thinking, oh, this looks a bit sketchy. I think you do have there is a timer for the shield generator that you can track, actually, and you can be aware of that and potentially move out. But since it was such a close timer, they might have been thinking, it's fine. While Sasami didn't quite believe. That's the healing brain, right? The healer is the one
a
that
little
will
healthy
move
paranoia.
First. Yeah.
Yeah.
So thankfully, they did have those 2 rests to get them back up. I did want to take a quick look at Mandatory again, though, because they are on that Machinist Garden on a plus 20, which is just so incredibly difficult. They already managed to get to 35%, though, which is crazy, as Soda does go down to a hedge. They do have 1 Battle Rush available. Maysteen is making sure to get that Rebirth cast out. But yeah, now they're out of Battle Rush. This boss is still 30%, and even though it does look like there's not too much boss HP left, it's just the end of this fight is so much more dangerous than the start, because you have just ramping up these cogwheels. There's more and more cogwheels coming through, and you have more of this like area of denial as well as all of these explosions happen. And you can see they are also utilizing a shield generator, but not quite for this ability, as apparently it's just not going to be able to be survivable, so they have to step out there. And the beams as well. The beams you cannot survive in the shield generator, so it's mainly just the cogwheels that you are safe from. unless your shield runs out right before they hit you.
Yeah, that discombobulator also disorients you if you get hit, so...
True.
Very much something you want to dodge, even inside a shield generator. And now they're out of shield generators. We could cast another one actually here in just a moment from that mind-controlled defender, but now they're heading up the stairs a little bit. And this is a safe spot from the self-trimming hedges, but it's not safe from the rotating laser beams, I believe, is why you can't spend the whole fight up here.
Yeah, exactly. And of course also where the plant spawn is going to be around the room, so if you're standing here and the plant spawns on the other side, you're not going to be able to reach it. But they did know that the plant is going to be spawning here, because once the first few... Oh, there's one more beam that spawned, and Macy is probably going to go down as another shield generator spawned. But unfortunately, Macy not able to survive that one. That was actually...
This is something that has happened to me in my keys as well. That laser is not like most boss mechanics where it completely goes away when the boss dies. If the laser spawn sequence has started, it's weird. The rotation doesn't happen anymore, but the spawn of the laser finishes, and you do get a lethal laser beam there. You can see those two players were hit by it. It didn't one-shot them, but it does put a very unhealable dot on you. Somehow, one of them was able to survive it with the combination of that shield generator and defensives, but unfortunately, not both of them. And this could be tough news for Mandatory now, that timer getting... I mean, I guess it's still... There's so much time on the clock here, even for this plus 20. Even with those 3 deaths, I think it's still just a question of don't wipe, and you can put this key on the board.
The last boss takes so long, though. It takes incredibly long. So... On the, I think it was the 17, it took them 4 minutes 50, which is crazy. Like, I'm not sure we have the timer for the 19 as well. That would be a little bit of a better indicator how long it would take them on a 20. But yeah, that last boss is just such a long boss fight. I think if it's 450 on a 17, it's probably like up to 6 minutes, at least on a 20, if I would have to guess. But yeah, we'll see. Mandatory also has to pull a little bit more trash here as well, because they did, of course, skip the mini-boss. So we're going to see how they're handling that and how their timer is going to be looking like. Thankfully, they do have a battle rest come up in just a moment in case something does happen. Well, Perplexed now on Omega Buster. They have 4 minutes left, and they're already in combat for 2 minutes and 15 seconds, which means if you compare it to the timer for Mandatory, is at 4 minutes 50, then they will be able to get that boss done if they have any kind of similar damage to Mandatory within the 2+2 timer still.
Yeah, very important thing to keep track of here. So Perplexed working on this fight. Here comes that Magneto arm. They've done a good job of actually baiting this one far away. So the Magneto arms can spawn in a couple of different locations. The Sevi was playing a little bit back in the room, and that baited the Magneto arm nice and far back away from them, reducing a little bit the danger of that mechanic. Now a triple Mega Zap set comes out. It's going to be answered with Anti-Magic Shell, and then Tobo Shadow Melding, and then Divine tanking it. And so instead of 3 players getting hit by that dot, only one of them, and it's the tank, is going to have to deal with it, making this mechanic go from almost unhealable to completely trivial. Really good management of that, and a huge part of the reason why Night Elf is so good in this dungeon. Night Elf is OP in every dungeon for different reasons, and this is the big reason here. You can see this time around Wolf Disco hits that meld, now Swag hits the meld, now it's aimed at Zasevi. Zasevi does not have meld, but being the only person being targeted by this can just focus on healing himself, and it's much easier than if he had 3 people all in danger of dying to that.
Yeah, one thing to note here as well, though, and I'm sure they are spacing out a little bit like that too, is if everyone uses their meld at the very start, right, and then at some point no one has meld available, and then you get all 3 debuffs come through, is obviously not ideal. So even though you do want to get your meld on cooldown early on, because you might get a second meld at the end of the fight then, because as I said, this is such a long boss fight, but it's still important to make sure that you don't have all of your Shadow Melds just being used all at once. And it does look like Perplexed did have some good targeting RNG as well, and managed to get those Shadow Melds spaced out a little bit. And their Bloodlust is coming up in a second too, so they're going to be popping that, and then that boss is going to be melting for them.
Yeah, it's looking solid. One thing to point out is that if you do meld the Mega Zaps, it does change the cast sequence of the orb swapping around, right? So they can still be moving during the magnets in a way they usually don't, or at least not until later in the fight. So it is something that the teams do have to look out for and learn to play around. But Perplexed are going to be putting this nice 2-chest on the board with more than a minute before that 2-chest timer would have expired here in the plus 17. We'll see where they go to next, as they've now completed 3 total dungeons today. I suspect the 19 workshop will be their next order of business, but Mandatory getting in boss combat here. They also have some count on the boss. They brought the trash here of some tinkerers and mechanics onto the boss. Ooh.
Yeah, this is a very nice adaptation by Mandatory. So because they played the route a little bit differently, they play those 2 defender bots that we see skipped usually. And of course, they also play the pack downstairs in that like circular corner there. That they do just to see some of it initially while they play the defender bots. And once the defender bots are dead, they are breaking the CC on the mechanics and the tinkers, and are pulling them into this aerial unit, which is really nice, because of course they do get that extra funnel as we talked about. So really cool adaptation by Mandatory, skipping some trash earlier on in addition to the mini boss, to be able to get this extra funnel here on top of the boss fight. Very, very cool. And looking at the timer, even though I was maybe slightly worried about them, so even though this boss is gonna, even if this boss takes like 7 minutes, they're still gonna be fine, as they're now already 1 minute in combat and they still have 1 minute to go for the +2 timer. So definitely super fast here for Mandatory.
Yeah, Mandatory looking great here. I mean, they still, it's a long boss fight, right? They're not going to be close to the 2-chest here, but they're going to be well under the timer. I mean, they're going to be at a pace here where the plus 21 looks extremely possible. Ooh,
yeah.
Love that play there out of Soda on the DK. So Soda actually popped the anti-magic shell and then stood in somebody else's Mega Zap line just for the runic power from anti-magic shell getting consumed. Very, very nice little adaptation there of squeezing even more damage out of this fight, out of that unholy DK, trying to keep up with these, Moonkins and these arcane mages when you're an unholy DK on a single target fight can always be challenging. So you got to find little ways to cheat like that.
They have a very cool adaptations by Mandatory throughout this whole dungeon here. Very, very cool to see, as that aerial unit is dropping lower and their Bloodlust is available, but of course they're going to be using that for a King Mecha Gun once that second phase starts, or the Omega Buster, I should say. And yeah, then they're also going to be waiting for those coolers to be up. One more Arcane Surge actually being used here by Stove to move that boss into phase. And Perplexed now just moving on to the 19 as we talked about. We just seen 17, immediately going back to the 19. Does make a lot of sense by them. We still have yet to see any team go to that meadery. We'll see who the first team is going to be. But Dax Can Fly did manage to time that 18 now. Even though they had some issues and they didn't do just the 17 like all the other teams did, they are now finally managing to get to that 19 key level as well. And get up to that same score that we've seen all of the other teams get in the workshop so far, except Mandatory, of course, the only team to also attempt at 20 after getting the 19 done.
Yeah, I wonder where they're going to head to after this. They might be our first team to enter the meadery, but we are having multiple teams now working on their end bosses. Ducks Can Fly, putting up the 18 workshop. Suspicious Activities now at the end of their 17 Motherload on solid 2-chest pace in that dungeon. And then, of course, Perplexed having 2-chested their 17 workshop, now entering the 19 workshop. So all of our teams making good progress today. Most of our teams having completed 3 dungeon runs, Mandatory about to complete their 3rd, and Ducks Can Fly just at the start of their 3rd run, having reset a couple of times and also missed some of those timer breakpoints, are definitely a little bit behind the field. But our other 3 teams are neck and neck. Suspicious Activities at the same keystone level as Mandatory, basically, starting off a different dungeon, but they're also doing extremely well today. And then Perplexed looking great too. Question for me is going to be, what kind of timer are Mandatory going to finish this plus 20 with? Because there's a chance that this plus 20 will hold until the end of the day and might matter for time tiebreakers. I mean, that's a very high level key, and they've already almost used an hour and a half today now in Workshop. The way the math works out, you have roughly an hour and a half plus a little bit of bonus time in each dungeon, so they might be done with the workshop, heading to other dungeons now, and they might rely on this to be a strong time tiebreaker. I think with a couple of minutes under the timer here, they can feel pretty good about this, but it is also going to sting that they've had a few random deaths in this run.
Yeah, I don't actually think they're going to be as happy with that timer here for that plus 20. I do think that, of course, those 3 deaths and the time it cost them on top of the death penalty, definitely not ideal. But because their strategy is so fast, their route is so fast, they might still be able to win that time tiebreaker. Just in general, Mandatory is just so incredibly fast from what we've seen on Friday. So we're going to have to take a closer look at that once the other teams manage to get the 20 done as well. If they even manage to get it done, because honestly, this 20 is very tough. And the fact that Mandatory is just one-shotting this dungeon here, the 20 is insane. As their Bloodlust is now running, they've been holding on for that Bloodlust till the very end here. Probably to be able to get those cooldowns lined up, but also potentially to have a little bit of a safety net in case they're running out of those Shadow Melts, to be able to get a little bit of a defensive lust as well, helping Mode to keep up those debuffs as well. But yeah, the final steps are coming out as that Omega Buster is dropping below 4%. And yeah, what an incredible performance by Mandatory here. Even with 3 deaths, managing to finish this key with more than 2 minutes left on the timer. That's insane.
Yeah, nicely done by Mandatory. Maybe not something that they'll be super happy with, as I know this team does have a bit of a perfectionist streak. Something that's shared by most of our top teams, I'll say. But yeah, Mandatory, nicely done. We'll see where they go to next. Meanwhile, Perplexed in the plus 19, working on this waste processing unit pull with all these gunks. And they're bullying these gunks a little bit, stopping them from getting their casts for a while. And it looks like they're going to be trying to line of sight. Oh, but Swag, not able to line of sight all of those gunks, does get nearly killed and put a large heal absorb on him for the trouble. Zevi able to take him out of that healing absorb, though, and then into the barrier they go for this next Mega Drill cast. Nicely managed by Perplexed.
Yeah, really nicely done. And it looks like Mandatory is taking their first 10-minute break. We are, of course, past that first hour of the day. That means the teams can be taking parts or all of their 20-minute mandatory break. As long as it's within the middle 3 hours of the day, then they're allowed to do so. And if they don't take it, it will be a huge penalty that actually never happened before in the MVI, so it shouldn't be the first time today.
Mandatory is the only team to really get owned by the break rule. They didn't take the 5-point penalty for failing to take their breaks, but they did have to hearth out midway through a Noku defensive because they would have not had enough time to take their breaks if they hadn't. So that was a team that ever since has shown a tremendous amount of respect to the break rule, and they are now taking, as you said, 10 minutes of break. They'll need to take another 10 later, but all of our teams do owe 20 total minutes of break to us today. Hopefully they will do a good job of staggering them out so we don't have all of our teams on break at once either.
Hopefully not. That also has never happened before, I believe. So let's not be the first time today. So Perplex is now gathering up that Junkyard Dog Pool with that gunk as well. And they're doing it very nicely, so they also have that one dog CC'd in the corner with that root by Tobo. And looks like they're doing a really good job. In the meantime, we did see Suspicious Activities manage to 2-chest their plus 17 Mother Load and are immediately moving on to that plus 19. Now, we do know that Perplexed did manage to 2-chest the 19 as well. And it would be interesting to see if Suspicious Activities can do that, because even though they have been playing incredibly well and managed to get those high keys done, one thing to note about them is they have been a little bit slow at getting those keys done. So I wonder if they have the 2-chest, that if it's possible with the route that they're playing.
So they've done a really good job of meeting the same 2-chest breakpoints as our top teams. I think that's going to stop here. I don't think that their 17 pace extrapolates to a 2-chest in the plus 19, but maybe if they can execute it better than they did in the 17, because their 17 was only a minute and a half faster than Perplexed's 19, and going up 2 key levels adds more than a minute and a half, much more than a minute and a half to your timer in theory. So yeah, Suspicious Activities. I think though, even if they don't 2-chest here, if they just put the 1-chest on the board, they're by no means out of it just yet. There's a chance that 21 Motherload is either not possible or something that takes a while to put on the board, in which case there's not a huge difference depending on whether you unlock it right away or whether you go into that 20.
Yeah, that's a good point. I do think it will be the Motherload that is the dungeon that will be pushed up for the highest key tiebreaker, personally. Because the Workshop obviously is going to be much harder in comparison. And then the meadery, I'm not sure about the meadery. I mean, that's something we're still going to have to see once the teams actually step foot in there, which maybe Mandatory will be the first team once they come back from their break. We're going to have to see. But yeah, I think most of the teams have avoided that dungeon so far because of the comp change or the potential comp change that we might be seeing here with the Warlock coming in. Or maybe even a completely new comp as we talked about earlier. Maybe they're also hiding something. I don't think that's really a thing, because sometimes people talk about this hiding strategies or hiding comps or whatever. But if it's within competition day, it's incredibly unlikely that any other team would be able to just see that and be like, oh yeah, let's just change our whole strategy that we practice for and run this like different class or this different route.
Yeah, exactly. Like, sometimes we see a little bit of that. Back when we had the old head-to-head MDI format, you know, sometimes our top teams would be a little bit cagey with their strats, and they wouldn't use all of them in their first day of competition against the lower-seeded teams. But, you know, with the level of competition being as high as it is in this format with these players... Uh-oh! Suspicious activities! A timed detonation goes off from one of these foot bombs. They were doing a little bit of fancy footwork with that foot bomb, and unfortunately, it's led to a player death. They were trying to extend that 5-stack debuff into a 6-stack as late as possible, but unfortunately, they missed the last kick, and then it exploded and killed one of their players, and also they didn't get the benefit of extending that debuff on the boss either.
Yeah, not only did they not get the benefit of extending, presumably they also lost quite a bit of damage. Not only because one player was dead during the damage phase, but also I'm sure the other players were also busy dealing with that debuff and making sure they get the battle rest out and probably did not press their full damage that they would usually do. So yeah, not speaking too well for their +2 timer as well, as we talked about. I think in general, as you mentioned already, they would have been probably already short. But now, with that extra death, it's going to be even tougher for suspicious activities to meet that +2 19 that we've seen Perplex do. Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on them and see, and maybe compare some boss splits later on. See how close they're going to be getting. As Ducks Can Fly had to reset their 19 and go back there again to be able to meet up with the other teams that already have that 19 done. The only other team that does not have the 19 workshop so far is Perplex, but they're currently in it, and they're looking really good with only that one death on the board.
Yeah, exactly. We will definitely keep tabs on both of those teams progressing through that dungeon, but it does look like Suspicious Activities this time around have managed to deal with this foot bomb section a little bit better than last time. You can see the way that they're trying to play it is they're trying to have that 6th bomb kick be handled by the priest. But the annoying thing is if that Shocking Claw gets baited on it, it can be a little bit of a challenge. When they had it go wrong, the priest kicked it off to the side, hoping somebody else would then tap it into the boss, but then somebody else knocked it over to the other side as well and didn't land it into the boss. This time around, that Shocking Claw is baited away from the priest, which means the priest has free reign to just kick into the boss. Ooh, boss is going to get a stack of the coins here, which is a pretty large damage increase. Luckily, it's not going to do any more mechanics before it's killed, but that could have been dangerous if the boss had a little more health. But Suspicious Activities do get it down here at that 635 marker, and are now starting the next big Azurite Extractor double pull.
Yeah, that's going to be lots of AoE coming through here in this pull, and of course also lots to watch out for to dodge and to interrupt on these Earth Shapers that they pulled on top. Stone Bolts can be pretty deadly on top of this AoE that is happening. You can see the double AoE cast coming through, and a lot of defenses being pressed here. Pain Steps coming out, Ice Cold, Barkskin, Nature's Vigil, everything to support the healer here, because of course that boss also required some of those defensives to be used. So really nicely done by Suspicious Activities getting through that first double AoE. And then we do have this Skull Marker and one of the Extractors, which is going to be the focus target for that Arcane Mage. And of course also all of the other main target damage coming in from the other damage dealers. and then hopefully once that one is down, they're gonna be it's gonna be much easier for them to handle that singular AoE just coming through rather than a double AoE.
Yeah, a little bit of a dangerous enemy, surrounded by mostly the sappers, who aren't too deadly unless you get caught in one of those blasts. And yeah, then it also drops that driller behind after you kill it as well. But it looks like they're posturing to just take this extractor and the driller forward, saying, you know what? It's not going to cast again for a while. We've got stuff to do. We've got a timer ticking down. We are moving on to this Stone Fury pull now. And we'll deal with the last little bit of health on that extractor when it comes into this pull, and then we'll take care of the driller that pops out of it when that happens as well.
That driller is actually one of the most dangerous mobs in this meta load. The amount of times that the tank just forgot that the driller is jumping out of this extractor, and somehow I'm always the one to have aggro of this driller, and it just melees you to death in the back while the tank just leaped forward 500 kilometers to just get another pack pulled. Yeah, very dangerous mobs. Make sure you save your damage dealers, tanks. Watch out for the driller.
Yes, you gotta watch out. I mean, a lot of these pulls, they make them look so easy a lot of times unless we see a wipe, and yet I have to remember constantly like, oh wait, hold on. There's no way the vast majority of people would be able to pull that off. This is actually really hard. So it's incredible to see them do it and do it with so much cool tech and so many incredible plays, well-timed kicks, and so on. But we're going to kick Nagura and Dratnos off the desk right now. Don't worry, everybody. They'll be back later, but thanks so much for spending the morning with us.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. And Makes and Tettles are coming in. Tettles on desk for the first time this morning. And I wanted to pose a little question to you, Tettles. So, Perplexed, they faced off with Mandatory in the War Within Season 1 MDI Global Finals. Now, this was the old MDI speedrunning format, everybody. And there they lost to them. But now they're facing off again in our Season 2 Group Finals with the Great Push format. So, in your opinion, Tettles, with what we've seen so far, how is Perplexed gameplay looking compared to Mandatory at the start here?
I think it's actually interesting. I think that Perplex were, in general, just a team that was a little bit better equipped for like speed run formats. We saw them time and time again put up very, very close competitive runs throughout season in and season out, just in general, whenever you were looking at the old speed run MDI style format. This season, they did come in as the 5th seed, so they were a little bit behind some of the other competition, but I think that they've honestly showed up during Group C, and they've looked at least better, in my opinion, just using the eye test. They looked better than a 5th seed, so I think that they are in great position to be looking to maybe move towards those global finals and potentially even playing better than Mandatory does today. Obviously, there's a lot more dungeons still left to be ran. We still have 3.5 hours left in our day, but I think that Perplexed, honestly, yesterday looked better than Mandatory did during their day one.
It's interesting, right? Because a lot of the time when we think back on Perplexed and their performances across the years, it is not so much that this isn't a team that can't perform on an insanely high level. It's a team that usually had issues with consistency. So to me, the big question looking at Perplexed today specifically is, can they keep up with the bar that they set themselves? Because more often than not in past seasons, that was exactly where they faltered. They had great day ones, and then on the very final day, just wasn't on that same level. But thus far, I have to agree. I think today they're looking really, really good here, and I'm quite excited to see what else they're going to show us. We did see some unfortunate razor blades there in the Machinist Garden earlier on, taking out some of our teams, but hopefully none of that is going to happen to them. And then on the big screen, we're actually seeing something interesting, Tettles, because we're in that Cinderbrew meadery, and we were talking quite a bit about this dungeon in day 1 and day 2 of the group, and saying, oh, this is such a great dungeon for Warlock, but no Warlock to be found on Mandatory's end.
It's interesting because Mandatory didn't let their Warlock get banned on day 1. I wonder if it's one of those things that's only going to show up whenever you push this dungeon to that absolute like highest level. Is it one of those things that really just starts to show up around that 19, that 20 level? Has Mandatory maybe found a way that the Moonkin is slightly better? Maybe they found that the Mark of the Wild 3% versatility just ends up being slightly better. Obviously, Moonkin's played in pretty much every other dungeon, so I actually think that Moonkin is quite good in this place. We do talk about how Warlock has its advantages as well, but I don't think that Moonkin is ever a bad specialization here. I mean, look at Macian's damage in the first area. He's doing 9.1 million DPS on the first boss right now.
Yeah, absolutely. All of those teams have Warlock available, just to give you a little bit of a reminder on how the
Yes.
spec bans win. So all of them could technically play it. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if it is a decision of, oh, maybe we only need it later on when the decursing is actually getting out of hand and Mode maybe needs some extra assistance with trying to keep the group alive while having everybody else also do lots and lots of more damage and taking more damage, of course. So maybe on the higher levels, Cinderbrew Meteor is definitely a dungeon where we've seen a lot of variety with the different key levels.
I have speculation that it's because of the first pull on that 19 and that 20 level. Whenever teams are going and doing that triple muscle first pull, the Warlock, the Destro Warlock with the Rain of Fires and the Infernal just adds a little bit of additional firepower to the point where you're able to get those muscles killed off in time, where that Moonkin might be just falling a little bit further behind, because we've seen Destro Warlocks burst as high as like 40 million DPS on that first pull, and the cap DPS for Moonkin on that pull is probably somewhere in the 30s. So it's definitely worse on that specific pull, and if that pull gives you enough time, especially on that 19 or that 20, I think that's kind of the point to where you start slotting in that Warlock.
Yeah, I agree. I'm curious to see whether or not Mandatory agrees. Of course, in the end, it comes down to what our teams are doing, but I'd be very shocked, to say the least, if there wasn't a single Warlock across all of our Cinderbrews. Most of the other teams haven't ventured in there. It is actually the first Cinderbrew we are seeing there from Mandatory, as they are working away on the 17th. And of course, a quick reminder, with the Sunday starting on the 17th in comparison to the 16th of day 1 and day 2, we are kind of expecting those dungeons to maybe go a little bit higher than what we've been seeing in some of the group stages, based on what we saw in Group A and B. Where do you think we're going to be landing?
That is a good question. So we've already seen a 20 workshop get put up. I mean, I don't think that it's going to 21. I think that it's probably, 21 Motherload, 20 workshop, 20 Cinderbrew Meadery. Do you have a vibe on this? Do you have your finger on the pulse as to where you think these dungeons are going to go in terms of decap?
The Motherload is for sure the most interesting one, right? If you look at Workshop and Cinderbrew, I think we are kind of on the same opinion there, but the Motherload is the one where I'm like, maybe it can go higher on a day like this one. If a team really has like everything go right for them, I'd be willing to believe it just because it sounds really cool.
Yeah. Motherload 22 is an interesting proposition. I don't think it's necessarily possible, but I do think that there's a chance that Perplexed or Mandatory just show up with some insanely cooked strat and are able to maybe do it on a 22, but 22 of that place is going to be insanely difficult, and I think you might be better off spending more time in, say, the 20 Cinderbrew Meadery, which we have seen actually be done in the past.
Yeah, there's of course an argument to be made on the time tiebreaker and so on. So sometimes teams, even though they maybe potentially have done it in their practice, actually don't go for the very highest dungeon run because they know that going for the time tiebreaker is safer. They know that they can do that, and sometimes dungeons on those insanely high levels aren't just as reliable, and you'd rather not game it on that end. So I wouldn't be too surprised. We're seeing a little death there. On suspicious activities. It looks like actually they had multiple issues as, their tank now also going down to the Echo Blade. Looks like the rest of the team died before, and they're somehow just like running in and dying off now, unfortunately. This was a team I was incredibly excited for after seeing their day one, but this, of course, is going to cost them quite a lot of time.
Oh, they're depleted here. Oh, no.
Mm-hmm.
How bad is it to lose 18 minutes here? Like, what, on a scale of 1 to 10, like, do you think that this is potentially not going to allow them to qualify for the global finals level bad, or do you think this is medium bad? Like, well, obviously it's not the end of the world. They didn't like lose their entire day or anything, but how bad do you think that situation is where they had to reset a dungeon 18 minutes at?
I think it's definitely a little bit of a teeth grinder, so to say. Of course, it depends partially on what everybody else is doing. If you lose 20 minutes, and then all the other teams also lose 20 minutes, then effectively, you haven't lost anything, right? But that is not the game you want to be playing. That's not what you want to rely on. So I would say 20, maybe 30 minutes is like the most leeway we usually see teams recover from on a final group day. But it's definitely not setting yourself up for a great situation. And of course, once you have something like that happen, you now need to be even more careful with any other run that's subsequent, and it's only like 1.5 hours into the day, right?
Yeah, it's with great pleasure that I'd like to announce that Suspicious Activities have elected to take a 10-minute break.
Well, those are mandatory.
No.
Required,
no, that's suspicious
actually.
Activities. That's suspicious activities, not mandatory.
I was rephrasing. But yeah, all of those breaks are, of course, required. If you're not as familiar with those rules, it's 20 minutes between after hour 1 and before the last hour that they need to take. They can take 5 and 15 or 10 and 10 or just 20 in one go. Most teams are opting to split them up. We are having our first couple of breaks actually roll in overtime. I believe Mandatory already also took one earlier on, so I wouldn't be surprised if the other two teams will take one rather soon.
Yeah. Take a look over here at Perplexed as they are starting to finish up this 19 Mechagon workshop, and they're actually making an excellent pace here. 1912, a Machinist Garden, is an absolutely smashing timer. They're probably going to be somewhere in the order of like 3 to 4 minutes, maybe even a little bit more underneath that timer in this dungeon. They're going to have to probably spend around 3 some odd minutes on the Omega Buster just himself, especially at this plus 19 key level. But assuming that they don't have any catastrophic mistakes, they should be able to down this dungeon. Now, they do also have 3 battle reses available, so they could even have a medium bad mistake, assuming that we have somebody who's able to res all of our players. The only thing that could maybe wipe us is Divine hunting off the edge, perhaps.
Let's not jinx that, shall we? I think that would be quite unoptimal, but of course it can happen on the Vengeance Demon Hunter. If you hunt this boss sometimes, you are very close to those corners, so have the finger on the Vengeful Retreat as a good recommendation I would give here. I was just looking up their 17 timers in this dungeon to get a feel for how they've been doing in comparison to the other teams. And actually, to my surprise, Perplexed were slower than both Suspicious Activities and Mandatory. Now, of course, they got the +2 unlocked, which is the big thing, but that doesn't entirely spark too much confidence in the speed of their higher key levels.
I mean, we procced a 30-second time loss to getting cogged, no?
Don't say it like that, please.
Why? You got cogged. They got the trimming hedge cogged.
I cannot with you, Tettles.
You made it weird. I wasn't even trying to be weird.
You made it weird. Either way, they definitely did lose some time, but of course we are looking forward to see where exactly this 90 is going to clock in comparison to our other teams. They did have 1 death here also, so it is going to be maybe a little bit slower than a perfect run, but shouldn't be by too much of a margin.
Do you have the mandatory 19 timer? Like, what are we trying to beat if we're perplexed here?
Let me pull it up for you. That was 27:11.
Okay, so we're going to be a little bit slower than that, but I don't know if we're going to be that much slower than that. I think we're probably going to be a minute.
They had 1 death also. So.
Yeah, okay. I mean, Perplexed with a minute slower than the 19, assuming that they're able to time this dungeon on a 20, it's not the end of the world, even if they are a minute slower in that 20 as well, compared to where Mandatory were. We are going to have to kind of factor in that time tiebreaker, but that's a problem for future us. That's a problem for us 3 hours down the line, not a problem for Absolute right now. I think for Perplex, what you have to do is you just got to lock in on making sure that you're continuing to get this 19 timed and continuing to progress, because right now, they are absolutely owning their dungeons that they were in. They were able to 2-chest that 19 Motherload. That's put them in a great position. They were able to 2-chest this 17 Workshop, and if you're able to 1-chest this 19 Workshop first try, I think that this is putting them in an excellent position going into the 2-hour mark to be set up for a nice end of day, assuming that they're going to be consistent. Because that's something that you and I were talking about earlier, is how consistent can Perplexed be, particularly at the highest level of dungeons.
Yeah, 100%. That for me is like the big question I have for this team every single time I see them in an MDI season. But finish off with the big mob. King Mechagon does spawn here, and they're going to be finishing off that as well. Like you mentioned, they are a little bit slower than what we saw from Mandatory here by roughly 1 minute. But I wouldn't be putting too much pressure on that. There's still some leeway on the overall dungeon timer. And if this dungeon caps out on the 20, which is kind of what we were talking about, then it is going to be the timer on the 20 that comes into play, if at all. Let's take a look at Mandatory here and how they're dealing with the skip on the Hobgoblins, as they do have Skylark pull them back. Cage does come in, and the rest of the team just sneaks by.
It's pretty difficult to explain, but you actually have to be super fast with that skip. If your tank doesn't get the meld off in time, then the charge cast can start, and if that charge cast starts, then it will combat the entire group, or it can like target some player that's really far away, and that can start to lead to some really weird problems if you don't get that meld off in time. That's why you see whenever teams are playing with the Warlock in here, they'll like pre-drop a gate, and they'll make sure that they actually run through as fast as possible, but like in that position, you just have to make sure that you're super fast. And then here is that Bloodlust for mandatory. This is a fairly standard high key Bloodlust in this place. You do an overpull, like a very large trash pull in this IPA room. And basically, you were trying to get this entire trash pack killed off before it ends up killing you. These scientists, they end up dropping those failed batches, and that's actually something that's very dangerous. But you can see some really cool, sweet tech out of here from mandatory here. Skylark, those failed batches, they always spawn on the tank from the scientists, and they changed their tag on those failed batches a few resets ago to be able to be LOS'd. And so what Skylark does is he drops those into the corner, then the entirety of the group is kind of hiding behind that nook and making sure that they are out of LOS of those barrels, and it allows them to actually just have a little bit less damage that's required to be put into those failed batches, because nobody in this composition is really good at dealing with them. You know, the Moonkin Starfire Cleave is like okay, the Mage Cleave is pretty bad, and so it's basically just the DK Death Coiling them. But that's not very good. That's not very efficient either. You'd rather be hitting the trash mobs. And so I think that the way that teams have been looking to drop those field batches is super smart in this area. And now Mandatory is set up for an excellent run. They are so fast in here.
They absolutely are. They already dealt with Busby, of course, as well. There's been some variation on how teams are routing through the Cinderbrew meadery. Most of them going Busby first on the quote-unquote lower levels, and then deciding to go towards IPA on the very high levels of where the Cinderbrew meadery actually does cap out. But yeah, you explained that wonderfully. Generally, it's very good to kind of tank these mobs. Also, if you have the hobgoblins in there around some corners, because you can just stand behind boxes like that, and then the charge will get caught by the boxes and not actually by you. So generally some very good advice for if you are traversing through the Cinderbrew meadery and you don't want to leave with a headache. But they are making great pace on IPA here. We are looking towards hopefully getting the +2 on the 17, of course, for all of our teams, just because that would save them from running an 18 and then a 19. They could go straight into the 19 if they get the +2 on the 17s here. So that's why it's of utmost importance for these teams to get that done, as they only have about 5 hours in their day to do all of these keys and push them as high as they can.
Yeah. You might also notice that Mandatory there ended up having a lot of trash that was still available in the IPA room. So basically what's going to go down is you're not going to be pulling any of that Hobgoblin stuff and that Pyromaniac pack that's in the back of the room. Instead, they're going to be looking to pull that far right side corner pack, if you can kind of see that on your screen. They're going to be snapping that up into the Goldie Baron bottom boss room. How that happens is like Skylark at some point is going to walk over and Sigil of Flame that trash pack, and it's going to like allow it to snap back up, and that's going to be the final remainder of their count in conjunction with those yes men that they need to kind of finish off the remainder of this dungeon here.
Yeah, and the good thing is, because it is our Sunday, they have access to the priest straight away. They can make use of the Dominate Mind, make sure they're playing one less of the promotions on the Yes Men, just speed up their timer there a little bit. We're going to be looking at that, of course, as Mandatory will be moving upstairs shortly. Yeah. Quick note, Perplex is also on a 10-minute break, so right now it's only the Ducks and Mandatory that are working away at dungeons.
I like that funnel that they actually pulled in with that little bit of remainder trash into the boss. It's kind of difficult, especially whenever you're pulling those Pyromaniacs into the fight because of the dispels that are required on the boss, but it was a little bit of sweet tech there for Mandatory. Ducks can fly here, yeah, kind of like you shouted out in this workshop. How are you feeling about the warrior composition, where we're seeing Goat on this warrior?
So, well, they banned out their Vengeance Demon Hunter, right? They kind of approached this day saying, okay, we just want to make it to the Sunday. And so they don't have access to that Vengeance Demon Hunter. Luca also, I believe, is a Resto Shaman main, so also playing a little bit of off-main role here on that Disc Priest, but of course a very good spec right now. I think specifically in the workshop, it's a great tank because of how useful Spell Reflect can be here. I've been wondering if maybe we'll see another tank from them in the Cinderbrew and in our mother load as well, or if they're just going to be sticking with this the whole way through. What's your read on that?
I mean, I think the warrior is... A lot of people ended up playing Bear Druid just in general during the Spec variety rule gameplay, but I genuinely think that the warrior is excellent, and to the point where if you have somebody who's also pretty comfortable playing this warrior, it is pretty powerful. It's also really good in workshop. It could just be a workshop pocket pick. You're gonna notice this in a couple seconds as to why. Don't worry about that guy. Okay. That guy will get master us here in a couple seconds.
Yeah, well, it's still 15 seconds, but yeah.
Yeah, we have more than 15 seconds. We can't wipe to this boss. Oh wait, hold on. We gotta go back. Hold on. Yeah. Wait.
You got it, Tunnels.
All right. Okay, so look at this.
Yes.
This is the part of the dungeon where the warrior really starts to pop off, and it's due to one singular little ability. It's Spell Reflect. And so basically the tank hits on this fight are spell reflectable, and this will allow the tank to be looking to do somewhere between like 1.5 and like 2 million DPS to this boss. It's absolutely just an insane amount of DPS. And look at this, we're beating the enhancement shaman. That's when you start screenshotting the DPS meter, and then you tell the shaman to check the scoreboard.
You're like, where's your damage? Question mark. No. Of course, we all know this is a spell reflect. We've been actually seeing that, I believe, in Group A as well, as we did have Mechagon for either day 1 or day 2 there. That's when a lot of the groups actually were opting to play into that warrior tank. So definitely not in an unfamiliar scenario.
Sure.
I'm just not entirely sure if we're going to be seeing it in the Cinderbrew and in the Motherlode, or if maybe Goatface has something else up that day 1 to prepare. Quick note there, mandatory in the bottom right. They're right now surpassing that +3 timer. Of course, that would have been crazy close, but they're looking really, really good for the +2.
Yeah, I think they're doing a really good job of optimizing this Arcane Mage funnel every single point they can. This is probably the most pivotal dungeon for Arcane Mage, and having a really good balance of single target versus AoE DPS is super important here. Okay, now, so what's the little bro doing here? The Careless Hobgoblin, like.
Yes, that is a great question, Tettles. I believe we realized we don't have count, and we decided to bring him up. I'm not sure if it is entirely intentional, but it looks intentional to have him here if you're looking at the count, right?
Yeah, we don't. You're right. I mean, we don't have count. I was surprised that we didn't have count. I guess I didn't.
Right. They might have also been surprised that they didn't have count, and then just decided to bring him up, because what's the worst that could happen? But he's going places.
This, okay, so just for context, the Careless Hobgoblin, these are probably the slowest mobs in the dungeon, just in general, because they continue to spawn these brew drops, they continue to dash out of melee, nobody's getting any efficient cleave on them, and then they also do just an insane amount of damage to your entire group, which, okay, now this Careless Hobgoblin, the moment that we pressed Arcane Surge, just got sent to the Shadow Realm, which did allow us to get 100% enemy forces. I have a suspicion that that's probably not what they're going to be looking to do in the higher levels of this dungeon.
But what if, hear me out, and I am ruthlessly stealing this from our producer, what if we bring the Hobgoblin so we can get Arcane Mage funnel?
I mean, it's good Arcane Mage funnel. You get the brew drops.
Yeah?
Everything is Arcane Mage funnel if you squint hard enough.
It's true.
We could get more beelets from the Benk boss room as well for more funnel.
But they die
why not?
so fast.
I mean,
so the Hobgoblin definitely keeps reproducing targets, and in itself it also has I would say substantially high enough HP to live for a while as you are moving through this boss. Yeah. I would still suspect that maybe something on the polls earlier didn't get tagged in that was supposed to get tagged in, and this is just a quick fix solution on them realizing, oh, we should be having 2 more count. What do we do? Instead of porting down, we just tag a Hobgoblin and just bring that up also, and we'll deal with that problem the way we can. But production has some ideas on how the story could have gone down there on the screen.
I wonder how you pitched this to your teammates. You just, yo, so you see that guy, he's walking around the Hobgoblin. You go, what if we snap that up here? It's like, what?
Yeah. Hear me out.
He came in late. Do we have can we get a replay as to how he came in? Because he came in whenever the boss was at 70% HP, didn't he?
He definitely looked like he came in late, but
Okay.
we'll see if we can get a replay of that. Production is looking for it. Let's take a look at the Dugs. In the meantime, suspicious activities have returned, but a death strikes the Ducks as their mage does go down due to an orb. They do not have a rest, Tuddles.
They also lost their mage during the most pivotal part of the boss fight, Bloodlust. So the Omega Buster's at 35%. I think we're on the good side of this timer, even with our mage being dead. I don't feel great about it. I think we're only going to be like 30 seconds under, though.
Yeah, this does not spark confidence when it comes to a potential 20. At the same time, 5 deaths is plenty, so they definitely didn't have the most cleanest run, and we don't know how much time was used in order to get the rest of the team back up and recover some pulls that maybe went awry. So I wouldn't give 100% on this timer, but it's definitely a little bit sus when we're looking at the higher timers. Now,
actually,
Mega Buster down to 15. I think we're going to be fine on completing this dungeon.
We get a B-res as well in 30 seconds. I didn't even notice that part. So we'll be able to get one within the timer to allow our mage to get rezzed back up. I think that we could have even four-manned this. It would have been, again, kind of close, but I think we probably would have still been like 15 to 20 seconds under.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear it, but Ari's quite excited about this run being timed. She's yelling in my ear. But we also had issues for suspicious activities as they were working away on that 19 Motherload because they also had one death earlier on but decided to push onwards. How are you feeling about the timer on the 19 Motherload? Are we still in a realm where you think the +2 is doable if they're really fast?
On the ML, I didn't. I think it's a situation where Perplex already +2 the 19 Motherload, didn't they? Yes,
Sorry,
hello, Mr. Cat.
Yeah, big
Tell
old
me
yellow.
more.
But yeah, they did +2 it.
I think it's definitely doable then, since Perplex was able to +2 it. Obviously, it's going to be tight. I was looking at some splits earlier. They're going to need Azarok killed off by around the 12:30 mark-ish, maybe a little bit past that. Maybe you could do like 12:45 if you're super fast. But I think with like a super clean run, it should be fine for suspicious activities. Now, they do have a death at this point. I don't know how much time that death ended up costing them. Obviously, there's 15 seconds worth of death penalty. They did end up committing a battle res, but you can... Not all deaths are created equal. You can lose a ton of time if you end up losing like offensive CDs or something like that. So it really just kind of depends as to like how much time they truly lost from that one individual death. But I think that the next split we're kind of looking at is like a 12:30 Azarok. If they're somewhere in that realm, then it's maybe doable. Last time we saw them in this dungeon, they had like a 13:45 Azarok, so I was kind of writing it off. But we're just going to have to wait and see.
I just pulled up the ones from Perplexed as we were talking about. They had 5:37 on the Kraut Pummeler, and then 12:35 on Azarok. So like you're saying, around that 12:30 marker, shouldn't be much over it. And of course, you still need to keep that tempo with the 15 seconds against them. It's maybe going to be a bit scary, but we're getting an update from Mandatory on that Cinderbrew metery. We've ventured into the 19, and still, Petals, no Warlock to be found.
Yeah, kind of interesting. And it looked, I was watching them a little bit in the picture-in-picture, and it looked like they did the triple muscle as the first pull of the dungeon. So how these MDI level teams are actually looking to do this entire first area is in 3 pulls as opposed to the traditional 4 pulls. The first pull of this area is triple muscle. It's by far the hardest part of this dungeon. You're front-loading all the difficulty. You press lust, and basically it dies or I die. If they end up getting too many of the AoEs off, you just end up wiping. Second pull is Chewy with like a trash pack, and you just kind of continue to pull in some of those neutral mobs for funnel to continue to get Chewy killed off. And then once Chewy ends up dying off, then you pull the first boss, and you slowly sprinkle in some additional trash inside of each of his like main phases, and making sure that you continue to get kicks on these pyromaniacs and making sure that you're getting dispels on the debuff from the pyromaniacs. And that allows you to do this first area so much faster, because alternatively it would be like a 4 pull sequence where you're leaving this area at like 7 minutes, but cutting down a pull, you're able to leave here like 5:45 or something like that, and you're so fast.
That's right. I really like how this big boss room with its like intermissions kind of sets itself up nicely for exactly doing that and kind of tagging in mobs one after another. You never have too many targets to interrupt, and you can see that they're now running in to grab the rest of the patrons and the main pyromaniacs in the back there, as they have to walk back there anyway. It's just good use of time and walkways, and now they're going to be getting, of course, once again, extra funnel for our mage, who's very, very excited about that. But it looks like Tettles, maybe we have that replay ready. I'm not entirely sure, but I would love to see what exactly went down there in the Cinderbrew.
Do we have that replay ready?
I don't know. Do we? Here it is.
Okay, wait. No.
Shut up, production.
It looks like okay. So Skylark walks over here. What typically happens is you sigil flame the trash pack, and all the mobs snap. Let's see. So they get the 2 taste testers, and the pyromaniac. Do we have a 4th mob here?
No.
It looks like we only have 3 mobs. So maybe
That's
a mob
very
from the
interesting.
Maybe a mob from the bottom didn't snap up, which ended up forcing the Hobgoblin to get into combat later on and snap up.
So it was around like 75%. There it is. It
Okay,
just spawns
yeah,
in. He's just standing there.
Okay. He snapped back up with the taste tester. What is? I don't know. We need him for count, though, which makes me think that it's maybe intentional. I mean, look at this. We're still 7 count under.
I mean, this specific Hobgoblin is the one that pats, right? He like walks back and forth.
That is the patrolling guy.
Okay, so maybe the sigil is actually timed on purpose the way it is, and they want the Hobgoblin to come back up after they finish everything else. It's definitely some tech we'll need to keep an eye out, as they're now in that 19, to see whether or not they do that again. The thing that has me confused for the most part is that they definitely needed that count. So it looks intentional, but maybe it wasn't.
I think I'm looking at the mobs now in MDT, trying to figure out like what's going on. I think it's unintentional. What it looked like is actually only 3 mobs snapped up. It looked like it was double taste tester and a pyromaniac, and it looked like a flavor scientist got stuck on the ground somehow. The flavor scientist is very notably 7 count, which was what they were missing to be able to get full amounts of enemy forces. I think they messed up their snap a little bit, but I would say got bailed out. But then had the Hobgoblin snap as well because of the weird intricacies of snapping with the flavor scientist. And that did end up giving them their count. And if they were doing a key level higher, or like, you know, say it happened in the 19, that could actually potentially cause problems, just because those Hobgoblins do so much damage to your group and have so much HP.
Yeah, very interesting. We'll of course check back in at the end of this 19. If we see it again, if the Hobgoblin ends up being on Goldie Baron bottom for a personal conversation with her, then it was most definitely intentional. But somehow, something tells me that maybe it wasn't. We definitely haven't seen the Hobgoblins back there on that last boss before. Checking in with Perplexed, here's what we were talking about before, because they are definitely playing that Warlock.
Yeah, look at this. We got Tobo Nuke. Warlock actually is very, very powerful, particularly for the first area. They have some of the better uncapped AoE in the game. And, you know, we talk about the Unholy DK and the Moonkin's uncapped AoE potential. This Destro Warlock, especially on these 25, 30 target pulls that you can get in that first area, puts the Moonkin and that Unholy DK to shame.
Yeah, it does. Also, it helps with decursing, so just generally a great all-arounder. You can make use of that gateway, of course, as we said before. And we have Wendbrand with us as well. All of the teams opting to never tell this guy no and never accept his quest, so he just ventures with the rest of the group. Wendbrand? The little NPC that gives you the dungeon quest? It's just always there. He's like
I
a
always
good
see him
luck
in my
charm.
dungeon, too. He's
See him
just
back
kind
there.
of...
Yeah. It's just chilling.
Yeah. But yeah, like you're saying, the dispels are very, very valuable. Obviously not in this area. It's like more of like an IPA pyromaniac thing. Swag immediately going down on pull for Perplexed. It looks like we're gonna go for a little bit of an old reset on Benk Busby. Are we gonna reset the dungeon is now kind of an interesting question. We don't have battle res for another 30 seconds. Swag does end up releasing it appears. Tobo finally getting out of the pit. Swag running,
I'm sorry
waddling
for
back
laughing,
even.
but that was so funny. He tried to jump up the boxes and it didn't work, and he got caught between the boxes, so he fought his way back out, only to then place the gateway. And here comes the clutch gateway to actually help Swag back to the group. Yeah, I mean, it very much looks like they're not calling it. They say, okay, this additional death is not enough for us to abandon this run. They still think they got the +2 easily in this dungeon run, but a little bit of an oopsie happening here for Perplexed.
A little oopsie. But I wanted to just kind of peek in, not intentionally here, right, as they make a mistake. We're not going to jump on them. We're going to talk about something else, which is that you've both been mentioning a lot about funnel, right? Funnel,
Yes.
AoE damage, those types of damage profiles that play such a big role in managing mobs in particular, right? And over the course of the competition with our spec rules, we've seen things like discussions about marksmanship, hunters, cleave, how you need like 3 or more enemies, or mage, of course. So I was wondering, Tettles, and feel free to add on, Mix, but I was wondering, Tettles, if you could give the audience a bit of information just about what the details of that is and the consideration the groups are taking into account when it comes to funnel or other AoE damage.
Yeah, so Arcane Mage, hold on, let me pull up a talent tree real quick. So Arcane Mage has a talent called Resonance. So we use funnel, let me just start at the very beginning.
Let's just explain what funnel is first, yeah.
So there's 2 different types of priority damage in the game. There's priority damage, which is a specialization. Ooh, this is an unfortunate series of events for suspicious activities.
Yeah.
Are they going to be able to get rezzed?
I'm not...
Okay, so wait, we had a battle res available, but we didn't elect a jumper cable. But why is a better question. Now what are we going to do? Can you get back with Fade?
I think maybe. So for those that don't know, Fate does lower the aggro that you can get from like social aggroing. Here comes Fade. Looks like it. So Fate Mind Soothe is going to be deployed here to try and get through. Yeah, it's the bath that hurts. So I think a lot of them actually died to being too low and then jumping in the icky water. But he's back with the group. But this took a lot of time for suspicious activities.
Pretty big time loss. If they were ever going to two-chest it, that's certainly off the table now. I think our timer's still fine. Even though that did end up taking probably close to, what, like 3 minutes to get that completely reran, I still think our timer is going to be okay.
Yeah, we'll keep check once the Rixa actually does go down. Of course, the danger is not over yet. I kind of like that they protected themselves by having another battle rest available because of how much still can happen towards the tail end of that dungeon. That it definitely was a significant time use here. So maybe a call being made of, oh, the +2's off the table anyway. We know we can do it within the normal dungeon timer. Let's just run and save that battle rest. I would be understanding of that, but let's get back to what we were talking about before because, oh, maybe not. Their DK going down here immediately. Mage also incredibly low. Yeah, I mean, glad we had it, but now we don't.
Well, we don't need it, hopefully.
Let's hope so. Can we? I'm kind of scared to talk about something else now because as soon as I switched the topics, just everything kind of went out of hand for suspicious activities. And still, this is such a rough combination to deal with. Rixa, Fluxflame, and the War Machine. Your tank is constantly in danger, fighting for their life, and of course, the rest of the group takes significant damage every single time these charged shots do go out. We have the AMZ being used here by that DK to help alleviate some of the pain of the incoming damage, but the War Machine is not yet dead.
I mean, the War Machine isn't that big of a deal. It's more about the tank damage that's happening here. Assuming that like you're rotating your group defensives appropriately. I mean, you have the power word barrier out right there. You have the anti-magic zone. You have access to darkness and individual personals. As long as you're utilizing those correctly, the War Machine, even plus the propellant blast together, shouldn't be the total end of the world. It is a very heavy tank damage part of the fight. Now, for suspicious activities, they got one War Machine killed off. Are they going to be looking to grab the second War Machine? Is kind of the next interesting point. Are they going to be going for something that is risky enough in that second War Machine there?
So we don't actually see if a polymorph was deployed. That usually would tell us whether or not the second one is going to be used, and it doesn't look like it. Looks like the mob is just back there. I'm squinting. I'm not. Can you see whether or not it's? Yeah, I don't think we're tagging this one in. I think it's Rixa, and then that War Machine gets fought off with anything else that comes in after this boss. So for the 19, I think this is still fine, especially seeing how much of the issues already have happened here that they now kind of need to keep in mind as well. But for the potential of a 20, not doing this on the 19 is kind of not great news.
I mean, I think this is fine. I think they can time this on a 20 even with this route. They're just gonna have to play clean. It's more looking towards that 21 potentially is like that's where things start to get a little bit hairy in terms of your timer. Motherlode and Darkflame Cleft tend to be the most lenient timers on the season, so I think that even on like a 20 you can still have mistakes. I mean, this 19 they're going to time it, and I think going to be a couple minutes under even with 6 deaths, which that wipe that they had is probably the most catastrophic version of a wipe that you realistically could have.
Yeah, it definitely didn't do them no good. Now, here's the part where Tank goes on an adventure and the rest of the group stays behind.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a Vengeance TH special. You can do it with other tanks as well, but it is significantly harder because of course, the limited mobility that some of the other tanks have. Basically what Skye and basically every other tank as well are doing is social aggroing all of these little mines by going really close to them and then bringing them back. And in the best version of this, only the tank will get aggroed by these mines, which allows you to kind of drag them all in the same direction and then use AoE CCs, grips, and so on, like you're seeing right now, to then deal with them and get really nice count without the added danger. But it did go a little bit awry here, as some of the mines are just on other characters.
Yeah, I mean, typically you want the other players to be out of range. That way they're not getting targeted by any of those additional mines. Because, like you can see right here, Razhag ended up getting accidentally hit by that crawler mine and dying. You basically end up dying 100 to 0 to that mine blast. I think they could have elected to maybe pull a second War Machine and press their Bloodlust here if they wanted to. I think that I would have been totally okay with that, but I suspect that they're looking to save it for Mogul Raz Dunk just for more efficient pull. But at the same point, I don't think that lusting this pull would have been completely off the table.
Well, if you lust this, you don't get lust for a double War Machine, which I think they definitely have to play. So, you mean they don't need lust there, or they don't need the double War
they
Machine?
don't need lust. They wouldn't need lust there. I think that pull that they just did is way harder because especially once those mines start to get spread, it just made that pull take so much longer, right? Even though it is only one War Machine, they shouldn't in theory be in a situation where they're gonna die. They did just lose a lot of time to that pull. They probably, like, if they ended up pressing lust there, I think they probably end up gaining somewhere the order of like 30 to 45 seconds, just because you're able to get all those mines killed off immediately, and then your melee DPS is gonna have better uptime as opposed to having to kite the entire time, just because of how the mines ended up working out. But I mean, look at this. Like you kind of called out, this ended up being their bloodlust. This is more of a safety lust than anything else, and they're doing a good job as well of making sure those mines are getting Ursul's Vortex in the doorway. Also making sure that they're getting slowed by that Sigil chains. You don't have a ton of slows in this comp. It's a little bit weird. So chains is like the only real thing that you're going to be applying to them. Maybe Typhoon, but this does allow them to kill off this pull a little bit quicker.
I'm not entirely convinced that using lust on the like multiple mine pull that they did before would actually have done as much, whereas here it's definitely also, like you're saying, a safety feature, helping the healer, making sure everybody lives. I think it's more so the missing CC that really would have helped with that pull. And I also think at the point where you see all of those mines targeting all of the other, that's already too late, right? Like, if you then elect to send that lust, probably the team has already pushed their cooldowns out, and so then it's already too late anyway, but maybe it could have saved that. If they knew very early on that this was going to go that way, then maybe, but they're on to Mogul Ras Dunk, plus 19, 7 deaths, suspicious activities, working away in a run that wasn't the cleanest, but it looks like maybe they can still do it, maybe they can still get that timer in check here. I think it's definitely well within the limit. Granted, nothing going wrong from here on out. Let's check in with Mandatory as they... Okay, see, so here's the split the other way around. This time, we did IPA first, and are now on our way to Bank Busby. And, of course, the big question is, what do they snap after this? As before we saw them pull up a Hobgoblin. And that is new tech, if it is tech, and not an accident.
I think that the routing in here is fairly simple. Like, we do see teams go Bank before IPA occasionally, but it's basically about like lust timing. So what some of like on the absolute maximum level, what you're kind of looking to have is you're looking to have that bloodlust available inside that IPA room. Whenever you're doing that massive scientist pull with that hobgoblin, you just basically have to have lust for it whenever you're doing it at a higher level. But whenever you're in a 17 or something like that, especially with max gear, especially with the players of this caliber that just do so much damage, you're too fast. And so more often than not, what you'll do is you'll do one pull in the Benk Wing and then backtrack to IPA. But in a 17, again, you're still too fast, so you have to go all the way and do the boss. But there's a level, and it tends to be around that 19 or 20, like we're seeing on screen right here, where Mandatory figured out that it was a 19 for them, where they don't have to kill Benk off in totality, and then they can backtrack. They just do that one singular pull, they backtrack, their lust lines up appropriately, and then they are able to get the IPA killed off at 14 minutes and 53 seconds.
Absolutely right. Top right corner, Perplexed on the plus 17 is finished with all of that already, and they're currently dealing, well, that's not what I was talking about, but that's fine. They're dealing with the yes men up there, making sure that that is all in order, and looks like their count is also close to being done. Yeah, so maybe no snaps for Perplexed here looking at this count. Looks like that Agreed Gentleman is going to be the penultimate one. You can see the yes men in the back there, dominant minded. This makes sure that they're not actually getting the buff from the promotion, so they stay like this, and then you can kill them off. Oh, a little bit of a re-dominant mind here, and then you can kill them off with having one promotion less. It's just a little bit faster. All you need to do is make sure that the dominant mind is out every single time the promotion does kick in, and you don't accidentally kill them too early.
Yeah, so we got count here, but it looked like they were kind of posturing to pull some trash into the boss. Maybe they weren't. Maybe Toba was just setting up this extra gate for something else. At the same point, we're looking to try to see them two-chest this dungeon. We did have a pretty major blunder having swag go down in the Benk Wing and having to reset that boss, which was a pretty massive issue. At the same point, I think that they should be able to kill this boss off in around below the 430 mark that they need to actually make the two chest. I think it should still probably only be like 330-ish without lust, maybe a little bit longer, maybe like 345. And so the most important thing here is making sure that you don't have any deaths and making sure that you don't lose any DPS from potentially those deaths that could happen here.
Yeah, right. You gotta play clean. You gotta try and figure out how you can make the most of every single run, and mistakes, they cost you, right? In any way, but particularly in deaths. So we'll keep an eye on the teams, but we're gonna be sending Makes and Tettles off now. Thanks so much for hanging with us, and we'll see you later on.
Bye.
GG's.
Bye. And we'll be getting Nagura and Dratnos in back on the desk. You know, Dratnos, like we were just talking about, we've been seeing several of the teams having some mistakes, deaths, things like that happening here in this short window of time here. But what do you think right now is kind of posing the greatest challenge for our teams?
Yeah, I mean, the end of the day is already looming here. We're nearly halfway through our 5 hours, and there's still so much work to do. So the time pressure, I think, is the biggest thing that is weighing on the minds of these players.
Yeah, I do think so as well. Did quickly want to look at Mandatory because they're in the 19 key level, and with only one death on the board, I kind of wanted to check how much time they have left in this two-chest timer. I don't quite think... Well...
Yeah, it's going to be close. I mean, the last boss does take a while. They're also still killing off the yes men here. We do have the Dominate Mind available on one of them off to the side there, marked with that circle marker. But they still have 3 of these that are going to need to die in total. I think they're going to be on the wrong side of this two-chest timer, but this is still a fast run, and it's interesting as well that they're choosing not to go with that Warlock, even as this key level is getting super high in here. So the Moonkin looking very solid in this dungeon as well, even though most of our teams have shied away from that in this dungeon.
Yeah, it is interesting for sure. I do think the Mark of the Wilds, obviously adding damage to every single team member, also the tank and the healer, on top of just adding the defensive ability of versatility as well. Maybe something that they're considering here. Now, of course, the Warlock also adds the Dispel, which makes it also better in some cases, but versatility just always helps, right? So, yeah, interesting to see that Mandatory is choosing to play the Druid here. And yeah, looking at the timer now, I do think they're on the wrong side of it, and at the same time, we also didn't really know if the 21 metery is even something that we're going to see anyway today, especially as you said, being so far into the day already, just generally not having enough time to maybe doing some of these higher keys, even if they were possible. But yeah, there we go. Mandatory. The last time we saw them pull, I think it was Mandatory that pulled the Hobgoblin, right? So we're gonna see if that same thing is gonna happen for them again, as they do have an interesting snap going on here. And I don't see a Hobgoblin, so I think this time around they did it correctly. So I think what Teddles analyzed earlier is correct. So they are trying to snap these testers and these casters up here. And the last time around, it didn't quite work out, and they just got a Hobgoblin instead. So this time around, they did do the snap correctly.
Yeah, nicely done. It's weird. I was trying to figure out exactly why that snap didn't work perfectly the previous time, but it's so hard to identify exactly why that happened. One of those mechanics that's just, anytime you're trying to set up a snap, it's always there's often been some unreliableness to them. So I guess something that you just have to be ready for, do it exactly the same way every time. But Mandatory now, having killed off that trash, are under the boss here. A minute and a half before the 2-chest timer will expire. They're a little bit behind the check here as Bloodlust is expiring now, and they're only going to be getting one more, Arcane Surge, one more Power Infusion, one more Unholy Assault before the 2-chest is gone. I think they are going to be something like 40 seconds short on that, but I don't know if this dungeon even goes as high as 21 anyway, so not a huge deal.
And now we're going to see the huge damage numbers coming out of that Dastro Warlock as they're doing this insane pull at the very start of the dungeon here on that plus 19. And it's just incredible how much damage a Dastro Warlock can do on these crazy pulls here. Now, of course, a lot of the smaller mobs don't have as much HP and aren't actually as dangerous to have. It's really just the bigger mobs like the muscles that you're worrying about here, on top of maybe some of the casters, and of course Chewie as well, the mini-boss. So even though, it is incredibly flashy, and the amount of damage that a Warlock does here is crazy, maybe it also gets overestimated a little bit because of that, right? Like the fact that you have all of these like smaller, lower HP mobs, it doesn't actually matter as much for dungeon speed, how fast they die, right? Because the pull is not over until those muscles are actually dead, because he cannot continue while they're alive.
Yeah, although the Moon Kid would also be doing, a lot of AoE to everything and not really killing those muscles particularly fast. So I agree with you that something like the Arcane Mage is contributing a lot more than it looks on a pull like this, especially here on a pull like this, right, where Chef Chewie gets owned by the Arcane Surge and all these other mobs around are getting patted on by your Warlock.
Yeah, sometimes you can see the mages obviously not being as high on damage as some of the AoE classes are, and then people are not necessarily understanding why the mages are so strong. Like, why is everyone bringing mages? In my groups, they're always like third on DPS, but not to say that every mage that you play with is like a amazing player, right? They could also just maybe not press their buttons correctly. But even a player that presses their buttons correctly is not going to be able to keep up on the damage meters with some of these AoE heavy classes like the Unholy DK, the Moonkin, or the Dastro Warlock, but they are providing that very valuable single target damage on the high HP targets if they are targeting the correct thing, and that is of course gonna speed up your dungeon quite a bit. As Mandatory is now about to finish off Goldie Baron Bottom, and they have more than 5 minutes left, which is actually pretty incredible on this 19 here.
Yeah, very fast run in the 19 Cinder Brew. This is a very promising sign for Mandatory. They're going to fire off the Town Portal Scrolls. I wouldn't be surprised if they come back here. They went all the way up to 20 in the workshop, so it seems like they're kind of going one dungeon at a time, or maybe they'll just head over to that Motherlode. They're basically playing the same comp everywhere, it looks like, as well, so no need to swap characters, which it does also save some time as well. A little minor increase in time.
Yeah, we'll see if it makes any difference later on in a dungeon. In the meantime, we do have suspicious activities, as they're also now venturing into that meadery as well, after getting both the 19s done in the workshop and in Motherlode, not deciding to attempt any higher key than that, and just going to that meadery. They're also playing the Warlock as well, so Looney is switching to that Dastro Warlock from the Moonkin. Interesting to see that two teams decided to play a Warlock. and Mandatory just sticking to that Moonkin.
Yeah, I mean, the Warlock was pretty universally used by most of our other teams here. Ooh, this is an unlucky intermission here. Look at the way those fighting, swirling tornadoes are covering up all of the beer, all of the steins there that they needed to get with the brew. So they're not going to be able to actually stop this intermission, this happy hour, for ages. So they do eventually, looks like, move them off of the counter there. But I guess that luckily for Suspicious Activities, they were able to kill some trash during this, which worked out nicely.
And nicely done there, as they're going to be moving on after this phase really quickly. We'll see what kind of strat they're running as well. We've seen a bunch of different routes in the meadery. Some teams going to the right side first, doing a big pull, and then going to the left. Some people not even attempting that right pull at all. Some people even doing Busby first before they go to IPA. We'll see what Suspicious Activities chooses to do. And one thing to note again is that Mandatory is sticking to the 20 here, not moving on like all the other teams are doing. They are just getting that 20 on the board.
Just one dungeon at a time. I love this. I mean, this doesn't make sense on day ones of our competition because of the spec variety rule. It makes sense to kind of do a little bit of a survey of the dungeons and then swap to your main specs for the highest level keys. But here on Sunday, I think it makes perfect sense to stay in the dungeons that you are warmed up in. So very cool out of Mandatory. The other teams aren't generally going with this strategy. They're instead pushing up to 19 tops in the dungeons and then heading to the other ones. But they're going to have to come back in these plus 20s at the end of the day. So it's going to be a very high stakes end of the day, while Mandatory will instead get to warm up in the 17 and 19 Motherload before trying it on 20 or maybe 21.
The one, I guess, downside that could potentially happen for Mandatory, if they are really fast as they are right now and just continue to one-shot all of these keys, then they will, like, at the very end of the day, they're probably going to attempt one of these, like, higher push keys, as we talked about. Like, maybe attempt the 21 Workshop or 21 Meadery, which would be incredibly difficult, but potentially doable, right? But then, like, it's not fresh on their minds. Like, they didn't do the 20 previously and then the 21, right? They just go from doing a bunch of Motherloads into going back to those previous dungeons. I don't really think it's going to be a problem for Mandatory because they're such an experienced and good team that they're capable of switching between dungeons, and they've practiced these, like, numerous times. And I guess if there is a push key at the very end of the day, maybe it would be the 22 Motherload over the 21s and the other keys as well.
Maybe
that's
yeah.
Why they
that
choose
would
to
have
do Motherload last.
That would have the benefit of being in the dungeon that you were warmed up in. So I'm very curious what their plan is here. I do have something to show you, though, if you want to see just how strong the Arcane Mage is. We had that pull where the Arcane Mage was just getting owned on overall, but look at the damage to the Chef here, taking most of the damage from the Arcane Mage, and then you can also see part of the reason why the Destruction Warlock is so OP is even though they're doing huge AoE damage, they're also doing almost Arcane Mage damage to the Chef, and then you have the Unholy DK, who is there too.
Yep, Swag is there too, for sure. But yeah, that is crazy. I actually didn't expect the Dastro Warlock to be keeping up or getting close to the Arcane Mage damage here. That's actually very impressive. See the value of the Dastro Warlock come through here. Yeah, very, very cool. Now we do see Perplexed finishing off this right side trash pull, and they're moving back. The gateway's already set up. And they're going to be moving to the IPA side, where they're going to be skipping some trash in the IPA room. We talked about this a few times, where they actually play a little bit of a different route compared to most players play on live realms. Most players kind of skip things that aren't really super efficient to skip in the meadery, because skipping other mobs that are more efficient to skip, they're harder to skip, right? Because if you skip, for example, mobs in the IPA room, then all of a sudden IPA becomes very difficult because you can't use the whole room to kite the boss around, which is exactly what these MDI teams here are doing.
Some of our most common wipes are to drops going into IPA as well. We've seen even teams as good as Wunderbar lost I believe, 2 different runs in the meadery back in Group A weekend to that exact thing happening of, you're trying to do a very precise strategy against that boss in an extremely small space, because if you walk even a little bit outside of it, you're going to pull some of the mobs that you have left around. So definitely something to look out for, but you can't clear the whole room, because if you do that, you're not going to be able to snap them up onto the last boss, and that's a huge time save. So definitely something that you just have to learn how to deal with, is how to fight that boss in a small space.
Yeah, and that is for sure very difficult. One of the things that I guess the Druid can also help out a little bit more than the Warlock, in my opinion. Right, having the Vortex and having the Typhoon is actually pretty nice. On top of potential mushroom slows you can get here and there. Well, the Warlock, even though also having some utility to help out, maybe not as good as the Druid utility overall. So maybe that's another reason potentially why Mandatory is choosing to play the Moonkin here. As we do have Macy actually Shadow Melting.
Yeah, it's Shadow Melting off one of those casts from the Pyromaniac, as these Pyromaniacs are in a little bit of a tough spot to control. That boss mechanic with those tornado brawl circles was really capturing where all those enemies were, so they weren't able to easily keep them, stunned and controlled and kicked. Now it looks like they've done a better job of getting them grouped up under boss and keeping the boss ahead of those circles, but it's not going to matter. The boss is going to go down, and it looks like they're maybe taking these Pyromaniacs with them as well. No, okay, they're gonna finish these off before. Nope, they're running forward. A couple of Pyromaniacs still alive, mostly dead though. They should die right before things get too dangerous on this pull. A little Typhoon is going to knock that Wrangler forward, but we have Perplexed also working now inside the IPA room on this very dangerous Hobgoblin pull. They've got the Hobgoblins and those failed batches right in the corner here, which is going to allow them to line of sight those failed batches rather than have to actually kill them. Although it looks like Tobo is actually going to run out before they explode. Ends up getting killed as a result. A little bit of a mistake there for Perplexed. Nothing they won't be able to recover from, though.
Yeah, they're going to be fine, as they did get Toba back up. In the meantime, we do see Mandatory on that plus 20 key, which is just such a high key level for a meter reader. Amount of damage everything does here is crazy. You can see Macy actually having to go bear form once in a while as well, which is something we don't see too often on the lower key levels. On in these super coordinated groups, they usually manage to make sure they use enough defensives and space them out enough so the Moonkin doesn't actually have to shift into bear, just because of course that is a pretty big damage loss to do so, and they'd rather use the other defensives. But on such a high key level, that's obviously not going to be avoidable, as Mold also dropped so low on mana that it didn't even look like there was any mana bar at all displayed on the group frame there, but did manage to recover in between that pull here. And now we do see some roots and some CCs coming off in the corner. Are they utilizing that same strategy as we've seen them do with the Junkyard Dogs?
Yeah, it could be.
Interesting.
I wonder what the idea is there with that root. Maybe they just wanted to... yeah, maybe that works on these as well.
They control-minded
Curious.
now.
Okay.
They moved it to the side. Look at that.
Wow. Yeah, I wonder what that's doing for them. Looks like there are still some dots on some players here. Soda with a dot of that sting. But now nobody else has those stacks of the shredding sting dot, although I guess the bees are largely dead at this point. So yeah, I'm not sure what that accomplished. There's actually a stack on Stove now of that dot. So yeah, curious. Maybe just keeping one less of them jumping on them is for safety.
Could be. Or maybe they want it later and they just don't want it to die. I don't know.
Maybe this is Eye of Kazan tech, where you're keeping something in combat so you can keep your Eyes of Kazan stacked up. That makes
would make
sense
a lot
to
of
me.
sense, yeah.
Yeah. Because of course, so anybody who's not fortunate enough to own an Eye of Kazan, prized possession of the Chrome King Gallywix this tier, that trinket stacks up to 20 times over like 4 minutes of being in combat and hitting things, and it stacks down to 0 after like 20 seconds of being out of combat. But even just 5 seconds of being out of combat, you're going to lose a bunch of stacks, like a minute's worth of stacks, which is a huge damage loss. It's a huge amount of stat that you get from those stacks. So something that the teams are working for and trying to find ways to avoid actually dropping combat.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, yeah. And that's actually one of the coolest things about like each season right? Whenever you have these like trinkets that have these different interactions and other tools and set bonuses and whatever else you're running, like intricacies with the composition that you're running, these teams really always figure out the best way on how to play around those smaller things. Like this time around, it's so important to stay in combat, while maybe in some previous seasons it would have been very good to drop combat very often here and there. For example, when rogues were a thing and you gained a lot of damage from re-stealthing, right? Then you wanted to make sure that at least the rogue could drop combat more often to gain a damage increase. So very, very cool to see little adaptations here and there from Mandatory to make sure they can keep up those stacks and gain quite a substantial damage increase, as you mentioned.
Yeah, another one of those things as well that punishes deaths. That was a really big thing last season, was dying and losing your Spy Master's web stacks, because those were so important for burst. This season as well, very important though. So we've got a beautiful cinematic view of the IPA room that Mandatory aren't entering just yet. Looks like they're still setting up their skip into this room, but we can see them through the windows there. And there's Skylark doing the pull to the side, leap forward. No gateway available, so they had to set this up a little differently than the Warlock teams do, but they managed to still get through, hit that Shadow Meld, drop that combat, and now we're going to see this pull gathered. What combination of enemies will Mandatory go for in this plus 20? It's all the IPA spawning trash, plus one Hobgoblin, plus this side pack over here. You can see a lot of the group here cheating towards this distillery. I don't know what the name for the thing is, but that big barrel over there. You can see it looks like they're going to aim the Hobgoblin to charge right into that pipe, keeping it close to the AoE, as close as possible here. Very common place to have that first charge go. Now we're going to have some failed batches spawning in just a moment here on Skylark. He's going to head over behind this pillar, and then we see those failed batches are going to spawn in that corner, tucked away here, which means the rest of the group will be able to line of sight them by just making sure that that pillar is between them and those failed batches.
That was such a beautiful execution here by Mandatory as the trash. Still not that though. They also have to use a lot of defensives here to just generally survive the damage that's coming through. You can also see the CC come through as there was a fear from Mode into an Incap Roar by Maysteen, making sure they're utilizing all of their utility here, and a knockback even. Make sure none of these casts are going out at the very end. It looks like they have to still line of sight. And Maysteen actually does go down to a free sample cast going through. But yeah, you saw how they were running out of disrupts, AoE disrupts, and they just had to line there at the very end, getting one more charge come through as the Battle Rust is now coming out on Maysteen. Yeah, this is a very rough pull, and you can see how hard it is on a 20, just because the mobs live so long and you're just running out of those CCs.
Yeah, it looks like they've been able to recover here. Their timer was good enough in the plus 19 that I think they can afford a death or two, but definitely not much more than that as they now get started with IPA. And I have a question for you. Do you think Perplexed or Mandatory have looked better at the start of our day here? Because they've taken different strategies with which dungeons to go to, so it's kind of hard to directly compare them. But, of course, these are our two big favorite teams coming into the day, and I'm trying to figure out which one has had a better start to the day.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting, because I was thinking the same thing, because Perplex looked so good in Motherload, but Mandatory hasn't done the Motherload yet, so maybe Mandatory has the same capabilities to also do just the 19 there. And then the only comparison that we have is that Workshop. And in Workshop, Perplex didn't attempt the 20. So I guess Mode actually does go down to a free sample cast here doing the IPA.
Mason has the B-Res, but he's going to have to go bear form, trying to live. Oh, wow, beautifully done. Finding that survival here. Ends up casting that B-Res. Eventually, actually, Soda gets the B-Res off in melee for Mode. Anti-Magic Zone's going to come down to help Mode catch up in this Sprouting Stout cast. It looks like everybody's health bars are okay for now, but we've got some more debuffs that are going to be coming out here in just a moment. You can see Soda goes back with that Abomination Limb, grippy hands here, keeping these brew drops away from the boss, but losing some damage on the boss as a result.
Yeah, and they need to make sure those drops do go down before they get to see immune in just a moment. You can also see the Testus enraging here as well, as they've been alive for so long. The rest of the team trying to recover from this death on Mode. And then, thankfully, they got Mode up right before that AoE channel coming through from the boss. But Mode, of course, not being able to fully set up shields and everything. So so that was actually so nicely done by the team, being able to recover this. And we'll see if they're going to be able to finish this one off, as we do see another Pain Step come out on Maysteen with that debuff on him. And then, yeah, I guess another thing to mention here is not having the Warlock, not having that extra Dispel here, making it a little bit harder, as we do not have that Hobgoblin engaged as well.
Yeah, one of the big advantages of Warlock that doesn't always get talked about because you're busy looking at the damage meters. There are 3 separate parts of this dungeon where having a second Dispel is a big deal. Now, there are a couple of answers that you have for that second Dispel. Even without a Warlock, you do have Mass Dispel from your Priest, but that's a pretty long cooldown, so you can't rely on it every time like you can rely on the Warlock Singe Magic Imp Dispel effect, as long as they've pulled out their Imp before these bosses. So this Hobgoblin being in combat here with them, though, very sketchy. Mason going to charge it very far away here, but still that hit of damage when it hits the wall is actually going to take out Maystein, and no B-Res is available for them here. And I think this is a town portal situation now.
I do think so as well. This is going to be too difficult for them to recover. So that's the first major mistake we've seen Mandatory do today, losing out on 17 minutes that they have used for this plus 20 metery here. And they're just going to have to attempt this one again. Keep in mind that Mandatory has not done the Motherlode at all just yet. So we're going to have to see them move there at some point. They don't need to move there just now, but they will have to go there, especially if we think that it's going to go to the highest key level, that is the 21, right? So they will need to go there if they want to win a potential tiebreaker with the highest key level being 21 in Motherlode.
Yeah, exactly. Going to be very interesting to see what Mandatory do to recover from this. And I think it's hard to diagnose exactly why they wiped there. There was a couple of uncharacteristic deaths from them on that IPA pull. But maybe part of it is the Warlock gap. Warlock makes that fight so much safer with those extra Dispels, and maybe that was part of the reason why they fell behind and eventually did die there and wipe. So, with Perplex, though, also now having a mistake. Sesevi actually having a barrel dropped on his head there from the snack time barrel spawn. Gotta not stand where those actually are spawning. A rare cause of death. Freak accident strikes Sesevi down in the prime of his life, but they did have that battle res. Now no more B-reses for Perplexed either. They're 3 deaths into this run, although notably being on the plus 19 instead of the plus 20 level affords them a great deal more flexibility here.
Yeah, Perplex should be fine. Now, obviously, as you said, not having a battle res available for such a long time, though, even though they do have a good timer and they generally are having a good run, I do think having a death on a boss fight and having to 4-man it would also be the end of their run here in the 19, so hopefully that doesn't happen to them moving forward. I do think that Bank Busby is going to be able to go down for them very soon. Yeah, very interesting. I do wonder if Mandatory actually did plan on pulling that Hobgoblin, or was that actually a mistake? We do see Stove actually go down to a throat chair here on that very first pull that they are attempting in the second plus 20 run that they're doing just now. It looks like they're going to be continuing, though. It was the end of the run, at the end of the pool, so not going to be losing out too much here.
Yeah, not the most costly time for that to happen. In the meantime, we're going to check in with suspicious activities. I think there's some danger today of us focusing on the Perplexed versus Mandatory, rivalry and the top of the chart a lot. And I think that we have to be careful to not count out suspicious activities just yet either, because they are only a little bit behind in terms of how they've been doing today compared to Mandatory and Perplexed. They're 1 dungeon run behind Mandatory, but with Mandatory just resetting and Suspicious Activities about to finish this dungeon, they are basically going to be tied with Mandatory in terms of how many dungeons they've completed. Now they're missing a 20 when they'll have a 17 instead. So it's maybe they'll have done a little bit more of the easy work and a little bit less of the hard work today. But still, a team that's maybe within 5 or 10 minutes of where Mandatory are at 2.5 hours into the day is definitely not a team to count out. And both Perplexed and Mandatory have to worry here about their spots in global finals. They can't get complacent and just assume that they are going to own those spots. Suspicious Activities played so well on their first day, and today so far as well. They are very much within range of challenging for that first or second spot by the end of the day.
Yeah, I 100% agree. One thing that we talk about whenever we talk about suspicious activities is that they aren't as fast as the other teams. But that's not necessarily important, right? Especially if you go to the higher key levels, because one thing that they do have going on for them is that they are very consistent. They have been, even on the first day when they were playing, they were actually faster than mandatory, or they were ahead of mandatory, not faster, but they were ahead of mandatory at the very start of the day, right? Because they consistently timed every single key, while mandatory had to reset one of their dungeons. Like, they only cost like 5 or 6 minutes or whatever. But that mistake that happened to them did not happen to suspicious activities. So they're incredibly consistent, and the keys that they are attempting, they are timing them. And you can see the +2 come in here from them on the +17 metery, and they're going to be moving on to that +19 afterwards. And that's where the crucial moment starts then for them, though, right? Once they have all the 19s done, then they will have to go to those 20 key levels as well. And then we will see if they can keep up with Perplexed and Mandatory and actually get those higher key levels done too. And when I say keep up with Perplexed hasn't even done the 20s yet either. They will also have to do that right after this 19 that they're in.
Yeah, exactly. We've got a lot of work for all of our teams to do, and we're already more than halfway through our day. Plus, there's still a lot of break time that our various teams do need to take. So this is going to be something to keep our eye on for sure, as Perplexed setting up this pull here, actually not doing the sigil pull that we've seen a lot of teams do, but having Divine go down there himself and then get life gripped on back up to grab all of these mobs, plus I think a death grip. The combination of the death grip and the life grip being used by Perplexed to set up this snap onto Goldie Baronbottom. And that should hopefully make this a little bit more consistent than the sigil alone snap that we've already seen sometimes doesn't work out perfectly.
Yeah, and I think I like this, right? Because if this helps with consistency and you don't accidentally snap like a hobgoblin up there, because once you do that +20 key level, it's going to be kind of difficult for you to recover a hobgoblin pool onto Goldie Baronbottom, right? So I do think having that little extra time that it takes to go down and pull it back up, if it makes it more consistent, is worth it. So I think I do like this by Perplexed.
I agree. I think Perplexed are showing us a really consistent way to attack this dungeon that is still very fast. I mean, note that they have 3 deaths here. This run has been nowhere close to perfect, and they're still going to be like 5 minutes under the timer in the +19, which means the +20 is going to be easily within their timer range as long as they can avoid, deaths and wipes, which of course is easier said than done in a +20. We've already seen Mandatory resetting this key at the +20 level. When we saw Wunderbar in this dungeon at this level in Group A, we also saw them reset, I believe, twice before they successfully put the +20 on the board. So definitely a dungeon where I won't be surprised to see teams spend some time before they get that 20 done.
Yeah, and it was also in the IPA room, I believe, for Wunderbar twice. So I guess that area in general is just going to be very difficult to be executed by the teams on those higher key levels. It's generally very hard to play that boss with a bunch of trash on top while having the limited space as well. And then I guess for Mandatory in particular, not having the Warlock, not having the extra Dispel. One thing I did see though is that they are playing around that second magic debuff quite in a smart way, because Mode is playing Dwarf, right? So Mode is, if the debuff is on Mode plus another person that can't get rid of it, then Mode just uses Dwarf Racial and dispels the other person. If there's 2 people that can't get rid of it, then Mode uses Mass Dispel, right? So there's definitely some good ways on how you can handle it. But at the same time, you can also just get somewhat unlucky and have the debuffs go on the same people that just don't have a way of getting rid of it, and then you won't have Mass Dispel available each time either.
Yeah, exactly. You can see even Perplexed indexing heavily on those dwarves in this dungeon as well, although that's kind of another advantage of the Warlock, is Warlocks can play Dwarf, and Moonkins notably cannot, so Mandatory have access to 1 fewer Dwarf than Perplexed do, and Perplexed don't even need it, because Tobo's got his whole imp out there, blasting the boss and casting those dispels as needed.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. Yeah, we see all of those dwarfs on the Perplexed team, as Golden Baronbottom now is dropping lower and lower, and looking at the timer, they are so good on time. They're gonna have around 4 minutes left once this boss goes down, which again speaks really well for their higher key levels. So I assume the Perplex is just going to be sticking to this metery since they're already here, right? Since, as I talked about, after this key, they have done all of the 19s, so they will have to do the push keys. And since they're already here, I think it would just make sense for them to stay and do the higher key levels and move on. At least the 20. I still don't know if like 21 is even something that is doable, but the 20 we do know for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Something that'll be very, curious here, because Perplex now have 3 19s on the board, so they have no option except for plus 20 or I guess plus 21 Motherload. They are out of easy keys, only hard keys in the future for them, and honestly, calling the 19s easy keys is maybe doing them a bit of a disservice, as we do have mandatory here. Again, with that mind-controlled B here, which I think is for preserving those Eye of Kazan stacks, as they now head over to the other side of the dungeon. Second time's the charm, hopefully, for them at this plus 20 level. Passing over that quest mob.
Oh.
So you know what? We don't need to do that quest.
Interesting. So Perplexed does not stick to that metery. They're actually doing mother loads. This is very interesting. So this makes me believe they're doing the 21.
Yeah. I think the 21 is very doable.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're going to see a 21 attempt here by Perplexed, which is going to be very exciting to see. Oh! They changed their mind? No, they're not. Okay. I guess there's also a possibility they are doing the 20 for safety reasons, but I think it's going to be the 21. Yes! Love to see that by Perplexed here.
That is going to be a fun dungeon to watch, and there's a lot of pressure in the plus 21 of this key, but there's also somewhat less pressure because they know they've already gotten up to 19 in the other dungeons, right? So they're not... Every time you wipe, if you're mandatory in the plus 20 Cinderbrew, you're thinking, oh man, we also have to go and push up the Motherload. Whereas Perplexed are like, yeah, no, we've pushed up the easy keys in all the other dungeons. We can afford some time lost here, as Perplexed getting started here with this first pull.
Yeah, that's a good point. I do think Perplexed, for their mind, it's probably a lot better for them to be able to be here. They still do not want to reset this key a couple of times, right? They definitely do want to make sure they get this done as fast as possible. Yeah, it's definitely, for ease of mind, it is nice to know that you have those other 19s done. And that first pull already executed really nicely by Perplexed, as they did actually get one cast through at the very end. As you saw, those ice blocks come out from the Spritzer casts. Did manage to interrupt them, though. And we also see Tobo just absolutely blasting the AoE damage here with that Bloodlust also being used.
Alright, yeah, they've managed to get through this first pull, it looks like reasonably cleanly, despite the brief moment of time spent inside those ice blocks. Although you gotta be really careful, the end of these pulls is often the most dangerous, especially if you've mostly been practicing at a little bit lower of a key level, because you're not used to the mobs living that long, and they might get those last casts off if you're not careful, if your damage is a little bit low. But it looks like Divine is now going to be throwing the Sigil of Misery on these Assassins, pulling that Peacekeeper to the side, and then he'll be leaping forward with Infernal Strike and hitting that Shadow Meld to drop combat. The rest of the group running around, and Divine just behind them about to rejoin, as they make it now through towards the first boss, if they want. We've got a Mind Soothe on one of these side packs. And Divine, unfortunately, has caught the bad cycle of this Peacekeeper. Red light, green light, gets to run through.
At least it is sprinting, so it's a good thing when it's sprinting away from the position that you have to walk in. It's a bad thing if it's sprinting towards you when you're trying to dodge. But either way, Perplex is now doing another skip here, and they're going to be gathering up an Extractor pull in just a moment. This is actually one of the pulls that can be super dangerous on a 21, as it is dangerous on the lower key levels too. But yeah, there's just very little room that you have to work with here, because you don't want to pull the other Extractor packs. And there's a lot of AoE damage that is coming through from the Extractors on top of the interrupts that you have to do on these Earthshapers. So this is a pull that has claimed many lives of other MDI teams before on lower key levels. So now let's see if Perplex can do it on a 21.
Yeah, this is a dangerous one for sure. That Extractor still has a lot of health in here. All those Rocklands casts as well need to be carefully managed, as we have a couple of CDs used here, but now those have mostly expired. There is another Earthshaper that's being Dominate-minded by Zisevi, and kept off over to the side there. Maybe another keep in combat tech here. Something that Perplexed might be doing for Eye of Kazan stacks also makes this fight a little bit easier to not have to deal with one extra Earthshaper until they've gotten through all these other ones. Those Rock Lances nearly get the cast off, but Swag hits them with that Blinding Sleet. And then we have the old Moonkin Mass Grip of Ursul's Vortex plus Typhoon into the Solar Beam, really keeping them under control until these Sappers start these final blast casts. Looks like Perplexed have gotten through this dangerous Extractor pull. They're now making their way back towards the first boss, getting ready to start that fight. Right now, the Earthshaper is still under Zasevi's control as well. I wonder if they're going to just cleave it down under the boss here during this fight.
Very possible. We do see it being marked as well with a circle. So people are going to be aware once it's out, there it is. And they're going to be able to cleave it down. A little bit of aggro still on Zasevi. Usually tends to happen when you have a mob control minded. The priest will have really, really high aggro table on it. So you need to make sure you're staying very far away from that mob. So it gives the tank the opportunity to taunt them up back before it starts melee hitting your cloth player there. Yeah, really nicely done as they're just passively cleaving this. And now, of course, we do try to maximize the damage on this boss by making sure those bombs are going to be thrown in first, like 4 of them thrown in first, and then 1 delayed a little bit. Hopefully not exploding in the last second like we've seen for suspicious activities earlier. And then also lining it up with a lot of those offensive cooldowns as well, of course.
Yeah, exactly. And that boss, nice and tucked into the corner here. You can see all of those gold piles spawning right under its feet as well in this spot. It's a strong place to fight this boss. Does require some precision. You have to be able to move it perfectly. So Divine is really good at that, though. Gets it out just before that coin magnet cast goes off. This would be a 100% a wipe if it consumed all those coins. And now he needs to very quickly get it back in position so that the next coins also all spawn in here. Here comes that Static Pulse first. Divine and Swag right up against the wall here. And yet Divine going to just bring it all the way into the edge of the room here. And you can see those coins getting thrown right into that spot. Nicely managed.
Unfortunately, Ducks Can Fly having a full wipe there to Rixa and the War Machine. Having the Town Portal out again from their mother load here. But I did want to take a quick look at Mandatory as they are in this IPA boss fight that they've wiped to earlier. Let's take a look at how they're doing right now. They're up to 1 death on the board just now, but that was still the death on Stove on the very first trash pull that we had at the very start of the dungeon. So nothing happened afterwards, at least not in terms of deaths. And they are fighting some mobs here still with IPA. Looks like one last AoE is coming through as Hastings is trying to stand in that disc bubble while also avoiding the pedals on the ground. Doing a pretty good job, having to use a health pot here actually to survive the last tick. And that's it. IPA is going to go down. And we can still see that last trash bag in the corner. But they're going to be stepping up to the last boss in just a moment. But first they have to go to the bag class B area and finish the trash and the boss there. So looking pretty good on their plus 20 run this time around.
Yeah, I wonder if the Eye of Kazan stacks are falling right now. You can see they're doing their best to run over there, but I think they might. This might be a spot where those all reset. Meanwhile, Perplexed with a 639 split on the coin-operated Crowd Pummeler, looking pretty solid in this plus 21 keystone. Of course, that's a slower time than a lot of our other teams have had at those lower key levels, but I think it's still very much within the realm of a timeable key, especially with how much trash Perplexed have already gotten at 26%.
Disaster for suspicious activities, and they have to reset their 19. Mandatory also having issues as mode does go down on one of their trash pulls here. They have to use the Battle Rest to get mode back up. Let's see if they can recover this one. Yeah, just deaths over deaths for all of our teams here that are not Perplexed. It looks like Mandatory can recover if we can get a replay for the wipe from suspicious activities afterwards. But yeah, in the meantime, Mandatory looking like they can potentially actually... Oh, their tank dropping is just so incredibly low. Oh, there it is.
Okay, here's a replay. Boss getting pulled. Oh, not quite yet, actually, just moving into the room, and our tank going down to that bee venom from the beelets. Very common cause of death here. Very hard when you're starting that gather as well. You have so much that you're worried about with threat, with defensives. and the rest of your group as well can't help too much, again, because of that threat as you are on that gather. So, tragic turn of events. So, now Perplexed starting off the Extractor Stone Fury pull. Yeah, it looks like Perplexed Timer is pretty solid in this dungeon, but Mandatory and Suspicious Activities kind of neck and neck in a bit of a throw-off against each other, hoping to avoid any further wipes and resets for Mandatory, because in the past hour we've had 1 full dungeon reset for Mandatory, and I believe 2 from Suspicious Activities, or at least the 1. So these two teams, I mean, pretty much tied in terms of the number of dungeons they've completed, and Perplexed potentially opening up a huge lead. If they can one-shot this 21 Motherload, I think they're going to be our firm favorites for getting out of the day.
I think so as well. That would be huge for them, as they are looking so clean at the moment. Still up to the 0 deaths. Looked incredibly solid so far. Nothing that I really saw that would have cost them any kind of time whatsoever. So just really solid execution by Perplexed, as they're going to be moving up to one of the more dangerous pulls in just a moment, though, as that mini-boss pull is going to come up, and that one can just be so deadly if those enrage effects are stacking up. So we'll see how they're going to be dealing with that one, as that Stone Fury is going to be finished off on the way to that next pull. That Driller also has been picked up by Divine Field. Did not let any of the ranged DPS die. The aggro from the Driller that jumps out of that Extractor once it dies. And now there we go. All the Stone Furies and Earthshapers being gathered up with our mini-boss here, Ascari.
Yeah, you can see those casts being carefully controlled here. We've seen some Furious Quakes go off, but it looks like they are going to make sure that that does not happen at this key level. Bleeds starting to stack on Divine as well. No Evokers in the group to provide that cauterizing flame, so Divine just going to have to reset. But it looks like a string of dodges is going to make that happen for him here. Really nice work. I mean that no kiting is going to be required. Pain Suppression now lands on Divine, but it does look like he's doing a great job of continuing to dodge or parry that nasty bleed here. And another stack goes on him, but they're through the worst of this already. That Taskmaster charge into slam combo, a big danger, but a beautiful Sigil of Silence is going to keep the rest of this under control. One Rock Lance nearly goes off. Beautiful grip, though, by Swag, just to control it for a little while longer before it goes down.
Yeah, really nicely done. We're going to see some, maybe 1 or 2 more charges come through from Ascari here. And, oh, just that one on Tobo. Didn't even have to dodge out of the AoE, though, as the mini-boss was so low HP. And now they're going to move on with that Earthshaper onto Azeroth, getting that 1 extra target for that final damage in as well. And that Bloodlust is available. So we'll see if they're going to be using it here or saving it for one of those bigger trash pulls that are coming up after Azeroth. There's also something we've seen some of the teams do, but no, Perplexed is actually just using that Bloodlust right here.
They are absolutely trying to figure out how to best get through this dungeon, as are all of our teams. And we actually are going to be having a swap here on our digital desk. So, Nagura, thank you so much for hanging with us. But we will see you, I guess, in a couple weeks for Global Finals.
Yeah. Have fun later.
Thanks. See ya. And we're going to be getting Makes in. So, Makes, you know, we are over halfway through the day now. What do you think that the teams need to focus up on here as they look at these final hours?
Well, I think the big focus has kind of been on the big screen as well, because with Perplex doing a 21 Motherload, which of course hasn't been done on live yet, has been done within the MDI tournament yet this season, that's definitely the key you will kind of have to compare with, and you'll have to also put that on the board if you want to have a good chance of making it out of this group final. It's only 2 of the teams that are going to be moving towards the global finals, and I think we are already starting to see some struggles appear. I personally was really shocked that Mandatory had to go again in the Cinderbrew Meadery.
Yeah, this is definitely a sign of weakness from our tournament favorites, kind of. It's hard to say who our tournament favorites are this time around, because we have so many incredible teams, right? We've got Mandatory, we've got Perplex, we've got Miscount, Holy Method, and of course Wunderbar, a huge question mark. I can't wait to see all of these teams playing against each other when we hopefully have many of them in the global finals together, maybe Mandatory and Perplexed as well, but we get a preview of that with these teams playing right now, and I would say so far Perplexed have gotten the better start of the day, but it's going to really hinge on whether they can get this 21 Motherlode taken care of quickly. If they can one-shot it, I would say they are firmly in the lead today and big favorites to be first at the end of our day. Even if they 2 or 3 shot it, I think they will be on pace with Mandatory and Suspicious Activities, who really aren't that far behind Mandatory. If it takes them much longer than that, then all of a sudden, that will be a big opportunity for both Mandatory and Suspicious Activities to overtake Perplexed. Perplexed is a team that has looked so good in so many MDIs in the past. In particular, time trials. There's been so many seasons of MDI. I remember back in BFA, back in Shadowlands, every other MDI, they would be rank 1 in the time trials. They'd be coming in as huge seeding favorites. And then there would often be disappointment that would strike either in their group weekends or in global finals for them. And this is a team that really has been second place, third place so many times, never yet secured that first place. So could this be the season where that all changes? They are looking so good right now.
Yeah, I agree. I've been calling them the Kings Without a Crown, and I think that's a title that fits this team in particular so extremely well that I'd be really, really happy for them to finally ace it. But of course, that journey is only now really beginning, and it all hinges on whether or not they can get that 21 done, and then of course the 20s done that we are seeing Mandatory work away at right now. They already have one locked in. The other one they're close to completing. Now, I did see some strangeness happening with their skip earlier on. You can see the dominant-minded Yesman in the back there. This time around, it looks like we're also going to be snapping something up here, just judging by the count. So hopefully all goes well for them here once they actually finish off both of the Yes Men and the Agreed Gentleman.
Yeah, that last Agreed Gentleman almost killed here. We're not going to see any concur sirs here as they have mind-controlled that Yes Man to prevent one extra promotion from going out. And then once this last Agreed Gentleman goes down, we can drop that mind control, finish off the Yes Man, and now we're going to see them snap some of these mobs from downstairs up. Now, this is something that has worked out with varying degrees of efficacy. Skylark going to double jump and land that sigil, but we have seen this sometimes not work out perfectly. There's 3 mobs snapped. I believe
One's
there is a
missing.
4th that is supposed to come here. And yeah, they're going to head over and make sure that this does come. This is
Here comes the grip,
the scientist. And yeah, it's death gripped up. Okay, yeah. I think the flavor scientist is the one that is being less reliable than the others because it is floating in the air. Like, if you look at the flavor scientist, it's on a little jetpack floating up in the air. So I'm not surprised that it has the weirdest interaction with snapping, but it looks like that death grip has solved it for Mandatory. We saw other teams earlier, I believe it was Perplexed, had a really clean way of making this work that just used death grip and actually leaping down, tagging stuff, and getting life gripped back up to make a more consistent approach to that snap.
I really like that, and I also think that it is the flavor scientist that kind of like social aggro the Hobgoblin earlier on, because that was also like coming in very late. So some fidgetiness with that, but they are well on their way. The timer looking really good for this 20. Keeping in mind that hopefully nothing will go wrong for Mandatory as Bloodlust is still running. We're hopping on over to Perplexed because they've been looking really good in this 21. I had a look at their 19 timers, of course. They did the 19 plus 2, so you can see on the overlay. And they were like 7 minutes or so under the dungeon timer, so incredibly fast in that 19, which gives me great hope for the 21. But it is the first time we are actually seeing this 21 play out in real time, and there is so much danger still waiting for them, not just right now with all the interrupts they need to hit here as they are making their way towards Rixa, but also, of course, Rixa and the War Machines, a poll we've been seeing a lot of teams do where they just tag one War Machine in after the other, and it's so much damage that they take. I am curious on how they're going to be handling that, but the poll they're doing right now is also really big.
Yeah, this is dangerous. Evangelism comes out from Zasevi to try and keep everybody safe through this. Anti-magic shell from Swag as well. They need to keep all these casts of transmute enemy to goo under control as well, but luckily it's a fairly long cast. So as long as they space out their crowd control effects, you saw Blinding Sleet into that blast wave there, knockups, Chaos Nova stun comes out as well. They've got these mostly under control. It's going to be Sigil of Misery for this next cast. Another knockback to handle the next set of casts. And then it's going to be into that Solar Beam, which should keep these under control for a nice long time, putting those spells finally on cooldown rather than having them straight recast out of this. Although they are now recasting on that short cooldown, as that Sigil of Silence should hopefully keep them under control for a little while longer. Nope, there we go, starting again. One hard kick comes out.
Individuals. Yeah, we actually had basically everybody here interrupt on their personals, but Goo has come out. Swag is down. More casts are happening as the team is trying to recover what has gone wrong. Battlerez is submitted. He's back with the group. And of course, Demeli is the one that has a really short interrupt, so that is exactly who you're hoping for. But the mobs are still not dead. There are more casts coming out now. Thankfully, some of the AoE CCs have come back from cooldown. You can see the Fel Nova deployed here once more, but it is going to get dicey. These casts are just not stopping as the team is trying to finish off these alchemists quickly. Fear even being deployed here to make sure that maybe they can finish some of them off. They would still have the personal individual interrupts here, but definitely some diciness as they lost a bunch of damage from that death.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate turn of events, but it looks like they're through it now. So what happened was the cast went off on Swag, then he was instantly dispelled, because it is dispellable, and then a second cast went off on him, and that was, of course, then dispel on CD. No more counterplay available, and so Perplexed ended up having a death and a battle res used there, and now the question mark for them is going to be the timer, but a team where there's no question marks remaining in their current run is mandatory. Goldie Baron Bottom will be dying for them, so second time is the charm in this plus 20 Cinder Brew meadery, and there's a good chance that this run will hold for time tiebreakers as well. Sitting at the 30-minute mark, a little bit over 30-minute mark, is a pretty fast run at this key level as well, especially without that Warlock. Really nicely done by Mandatory, and now they just have that Motherlode to contend with.
I mean, they haven't been in there at all yet, right? This is quite unusual from teams in general in DMDI. Usually we see them either do like the builders and then the middle of keys, or do like basically one dungeon up to one level before the final level. But Mandatory really saying, okay, no, we're just gonna like bang out one dungeon after another all the way to where we think it's going to cap out. Then we'll take a break, because that's exactly what they did before, and that's exactly what they're doing now. And then we're going to go into the new dungeon. I suspect that's actually like a really nice technique, because it allows you to like touch base with the team, be like, okay, remember, this is what our practice looked like in the Motherlode. This is exactly what we're paying attention to. Everybody have a look at like all of the rotations that we mapped out once more. So in that regard, I do really like it. But of course, for many of the teams, this is kind of risky, because on those high cap levels, stuff can go wrong, and hopefully nothing is going wrong for Perplex, as they now have the War Machine in fight with Rixa. You can see that they already got her down a good chunk, but the Ordnance Specialist has come with the War Machine, not opting to actually polymorph that one.
Yeah, it's a little bit dangerous. That Specialist being in here means that the ranged players are going to be the targets of these barrages, these bombardments. You can see that bombardment here is cutting off their space in the room, but as long as you time when you pull this, you can make sure that it's not going to trigger any of these bombardments when you are cut out of space here. And they have enough space in this triangle of the room to handle it. So, I mean, this is going to be faster if they can make it work. Another little adaptation for Perplexed, a little optimization compared to, you know, the safer polymorph strategy on this. Another little adaptation they made that we actually have a replay of is on that previous pull where we were so hyper-focused on the kicks on the transmute enemy to goo. Look at the positioning of the range here. They've formed out and they've fanned out in this triangle with Swag on the other side, and that's going to make sure that all the weapons testers' cones that are coming out of testing those weapons, and also all of these tornadoes of the brainstorms, are baited such that people don't have to worry about dodging other people's ones, right? Look how all three of their ranged are 90 degrees apart from each other, spread around this as they continued this pull. Really nice way of keeping this under control. And it helps that you have a little bit more space there because you've pulled all the mobs in the region, so you actually can spread out there. Not something you can do if you've pulled a normal amount of enemies there.
That's true, but it is a good recommendation to maybe even take away for your own push keys or your keys that you're working on live, because this is obviously something you can easily do as well. Just make sure, like, you say, oh, me left, me middle, you right, or whatever, and that way you can just make sure that these echoes are not a problem. But I mean, Perplexed, looking phenomenal. That War Machine downed, that Specialist downed. Rixa Flux Flame is going to fall right after, and check out their timer. They are blazingly fast here.
Yeah, wow, they have so much time for the end of this dungeon, but the end of this dungeon is one of the most difficult parts. The group now hopping on these mounts, running around to the side, starting to get in combat with some of these mines, but we've skipped that War Machine at the bottom of the hill for now. This is a little different than we see a lot of teams do this. A lot of teams send their tank forward to grab all these mines without the rest of their group with them. By doing it this way, these mines can fixate on anybody, but by moving as a group, they are going to be able to fight this up at the top of the hill rather than down at the bottom of the hill. You got to make sure you're really careful, though. If you get ahead of the group, you might bait these barrages on top of where your group needs to go.
Divine Field
is going to get taken out by that Mine Blast, and this could spell catastrophe for Perplexed. The B-Res does come out. Now, the good news is you don't need to get threat on a lot of these mobs. Most of them don't have a threat table built up by anybody else. These mines, of course, do fixate. Swag being hunted down by these mines here. Threads the needle to get out of here.
Yeah, this is really tough, especially because also they had some issues there with getting that runic power to maybe get the battle rest off, but once again, Swag now also going down too many mines on everybody as Perplexed opts to go for this really unusual routing. Dr. Wolf Disco with the quick blink there, making sure he's not going to be caught between a rock and a tough place as they are slowly but surely trying to AoE down all of these mines. What an insane pull by Perplexed, and it has cost them so much. Dratnos, do you think this is going to be worth it in the end?
I don't think it's worth it, especially with Divine going down. That is going to be the end for Perplexed as they no longer have B-Reses. They had to use both of them on this pull, and they are now going to be town portaling out of here. 30 minutes down the drain for Perplexed as only an hour and 45 minutes left in the day. That is catastrophic. Here we can see what happened, though. Divine, having been hit by one of those mine blasts, ended up going down to that tick afterwards. Tobo also in danger from that. And there's just so many specialists here that are baiting all of these barrages on players, those targeting those ranged players, but the ranged players having to play in melee, causing so much difficulty for everybody to manage as they have to find a way to dodge those while also not getting hit by the mines that are fixated on them. Swag, the next to go down to a mine blast from one of those crawler mines reaching him, and all of a sudden, a clean run expends all of its battle reses. They were able to mostly stabilize here, get back in charge, but the amount of movement they had to do to dodge these circles left them with this pack lasting for so long, and Divine just getting beaten up while Zasevi unable to really help stabilize as he's just forced to keep running from these mines, which just are refusing to die as they're not in that AoE section here. Divine forced to then dance back around, Zasevi unable to stop and heal him at all, and eventually Divine going down, spelling the end of this pull for Perplexed.
Absolutely tragic. Let's break this down a little bit as we are seeing some issues with the ducks also ensue in the bottom right picture in picture. But the alternative to this is what we've been seeing most of the teams do, where they have the tank and the tank just runs up, grabs all of the mines, tries to get all of them on that one character, and then it's a little bit easier to control the direction in which the mines are running. And of course, you're not having as many specialists that would also make it so hard for your team to actually press their buttons because they're not constantly running. However, of course, it is faster if you can just do all of the mines in this entire area together with the specialists and one war machine, right? Like, I see the potential of what they did, but it just looked so crazy the way it played out. I'm really curious on what a perfect iteration of this would look like.
Yeah, I also want to see, because presumably it saves them a bunch of time to do this, otherwise they wouldn't be doing it only in that plus 21. The thing is, they had so much time on the clock, I feel like they could have gone slower and been totally fine here, as suspicious activities do now get into boss combat. We've got that Curse of the Satyr on all of these mobs as well, helping keep them further under control. And it looks like they're going to be fighting just in the side of the room here until those brew droplets spawn. A nice sigil of chains keeps them away from the boss. And Sky getting hit pretty hard by that uppercut, but not going to die. Not a lot of defensives left for him. Some danger of proccing Last Resort here if he's not careful. Does get that healing eventually. And they're fighting this boss in an interesting spot here for this next Sprouting Stout. Okay, looks like that was just for kiting, and now we're going to take it back towards the spawn, make it a little bit safer.
Yeah, so the reason why we don't want to be back there is what you're seeing now in the background. Those are the mobs that will eventually get snapped up later on. So being in that corner can spell disaster quite quickly if the brews are spawning in unfortunate ways, and then you don't actually have a pathway other than into the mobs that remain in that corner. But I like how they're handling it here. So they're always pulling IPA back into that little nook where it usually spawns as soon as all the brew drops are dead, so they are kind of setting themselves up in a nice little pathway. But yeah, I mean, my head is still on Perplex and that 21. They lost so much time from doing this at the very end, and like you're saying, I think from the timer, it didn't look like it was necessary to do it that way. Now, of course, that's easy to say from the outside looking in, because if that is just how they practice it and they don't usually do it the other way around, then of course it is correct for them to do it like that, right? That's not what I'm trying to insinuate, but they just had so much time. They were so incredibly fast that I almost feel like, what is the end game? Is the end game really the 21 mother load if you're doing crazy stuff like that?
Yeah, it was one of those big pulls where, it looks like a huge MDI pull. We talk about these huge MDI pulls, but there's a reason that huge MDI pulls usually happen at the start of the dungeon and not the end of the dungeon. You think about something like the first pull of Cinderbrew Meadery, the start of Darkflame Cleft, and teams wiped those, every other attempt at the very high key level. But it only cost them 2 or 3 minutes because it's the start of the dungeon. Whereas for Perplexed, losing at the end of the dungeon there meant that they lost 30 minutes instead of 3. Oh. As this time around, we're going to see them unfortunately fail a Mind Soothe skip past these off-duty laborers. They're going to have to reset this Motherload once again. At only 57 points, Perplexed are still in the lead right now, but not by a whole lot. Suspicious Activities will get to 57 as well with this Keystone, and Mandatory already threatening to get up to 59 if they can get Motherload up to 19. So Perplexed, even though they are in the lead, they had a good start to the day. Losing those 30 minutes, they are now definitely, I'd say all 3 of our teams are pretty close to tied, aside from Ducks Can Fly, who've lost a lot of time already at the start of the day.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ducks Can Fly is just not one of our fastest teams. We saw this yesterday, of course, where they were able to really speed in that Dark Flame Cleft, but just all of their other dungeons are looking to be just a smidge slower and missing out on so many of the quote-unquote free upgrades of the +2s and the earlier 17s and sometimes even the 19s is just basically what did them in for here, too slow on the overall progression throughout the day. But Suspicious Activities are, like you're mentioning, still well within the parameter of where they could take it. Of course, for them, the way they route it through their day, all of the tough dungeons are still waiting, right? They still need to, of course, finish this 19 that they're in, and then work on the 20s, and of course, also the 21 if they want to stand a fighting chance. I do believe it is going to come down to who is able to get that 21 on the board, and Perplex just showed us how tough that dungeon really can be.
Yeah, it's going to be a vitally important thing. I mean, another huge question mark as well is whether Mandatory will be able to match Perplexed in even two-chesting the 19, which was a very impressive feat when Perplexed did it. There are now an hour and 40 minutes left in our day, and teams do still owe us some break timers. Everybody except for Mandatory still owes us 10 minutes of break, and actually Ducks Can Fly owe us 15 minutes that they are going to have to take at some point in the next 40 minutes. So probably after these runs for Suspicious Activity and Perplexed, we are going to see them take their breaks. And maybe after this run for Ducks as well, who are nearing the end of their 18 mother load. Unfortunately, they've had a death towards the end of Mogul Razdunk, although I think they're going to be okay this time. Although they're having another death, actually. Ducks Can Fly, the micro missiles. As I was about saying that things were looking good for them, I noticed the positioning of the group was a little bit bad for those micro missiles, and it did end up coming back to haunt them. They are now down to just an enhancement shaman and a prot warrior, which luckily those two specs do a lot of damage, so hopefully they can get this boss killed off still before the end of the timer here.
Yeah, it does look like their timer still has some room to give, but I don't think their battle rest is going to come back up, so they will need it as a team of 3 to get that dungeon done. I'm quite surprised that Perplexed, after the second wipe in the 21, of course, as early as it was, they didn't call the break timer, because if you've done a key as high as the 21 and something like that went wrong, I kind of feel like a little break maybe would have been good, to reset the mental and just be like, okay, let's just lock back in. We know we can do it, but they're seeming to disagree. They really want to put this 21 on the board before they move on to the other 20s, to the other dungeons that are still ahead of them.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very important thing to keep track of. Suspicious activities here actually have a concursor. That's not something you normally see. That's if you do the mind control properly, you're not going to spawn any of those, but maybe the MC was released a little bit early. They are going to now have this snap coming upstairs, although I only see taste testers. I don't see the flavor signs.
There it is.
There it is.
The grip happened.
Up on the balcony, although it is not following them. It's going to snap. Okay, it snapped to them, not back down.
Okay, yeah, there it is.
All right, we're chilling. Yep.
All right. We did see the DK walk on over, but it didn't want to move after getting gripped. So thankfully, everything is now in place, and they're on their way. 6 minutes on this plus 19 in the Cinderbrew metery. A little bit of a 360 there. The sky.
Nearly no-scoped the Warlock there, but it worked out okay for suspicious activities. Fortunately,
listen, you got to keep them on their toes.
Aiming at the Warlock again. The Warlock burning rush gets out of there, being hunted down by his own tank.
Listen, we had one of our teams be a little bit sus with maybe some disagreements between Tank and Warlock earlier in the group weekend.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just playing it up for the camera, but usually on this boss is where the tanks can shine, right? This is where the tank says, I got everything, you don't need to do anything, and you're really happy, but then they do stuff like that, and you're like, can I really trust you?
Yeah, a lot going on, especially with the snap happening here, but luckily it looks like suspicious activities have killed off the remaining enemies now for the most part, and so they should be able to just focus on the boss by itself. Sky's going to line up a double hit here on 2 of these 4 empowered barrels, which is going to mean a double stack of the dot on everybody. AMS is going to be used to remove that from the DK. Everybody else, though, needing a moderate amount of healing. This is actually going to work out nicely, as the DK then also gets targeted by the next ability. Not going to break any empowered barrels with that, though. It's going to be just the cash cannon that now breaks another one. And these ricochets, again, also going to break nothing. And we'll see if they break the 4th barrel with the cash cannon or with the Let It Hail. A lot of teams have been doing the Let It Hail, but it looks like suspicious activities are instead doing it with the cash cannon itself.
Yeah, I mean, I think both is perfectly fine. It depends a little bit on how you're mapping out your defenses. Of course, in the 19, it's not as crazy as the 20, but still a significant amount of damage that you kind of want to plan around on. So them knowing that at the beginning of the Let It Hail, they would all be stacked up, and then utilizing that barrier from the Disc Priest is just a nice little use of resources, whereas later in the Let It Hail, you know that everybody is going to be dodging away and then maybe not benefiting from that AoE defensive that the Disc Priest has deployed there, ending up needing more healing. So you usually want to avoid that, which they did really nicely here.
All right, Ducks Can Fly have entered a 15-minute break. That is the last breaks that they'll need to take. So when they come back, it'll be Ducks Can Fly and Mandatory done with their breaks. Suspicious Activities and Perplexed still need to take some break timer. They have 35 minutes left to start those breaks, so Suspicious Activities and Perplexed should make sure to not start another key after their current attempts and should instead go and take their last 10 minutes of breaks before coming back for the final sprint to the end of the day. And wow, the end of the day is approaching so quickly already. This is going to be such an exciting finish here as we determine which 2 teams make it to the global finals and which 2 teams go home.
Absolutely, and it is wide open, right? We don't actually know how it's going to end, and I love it when there's a little bit of a difference between how our teams are approaching these dungeons, and that's certainly something we've been seeing all throughout today. Mandatory, of course, is right now in a 17, which is not the most exciting thing in terms of the overall scope of the MDI, but I suspect that we are hoping for a +2 here, so they're going to be back into the 19s rather quickly, and of course Perplexed working away on that 21. They nearly had in the books. They were so close, already defeated Rixa Fluxflame, and then it all went wrong in the very, very last part of the dungeon, as the mines just seem to be a minefield too many for Perplexed. Suspicious Activities, though, will time that +19, and the big question is, which of the 20s do you go for from here?
Yeah, I don't know which one would make the most sense. They only had about 2 minutes to spare in the +19 metery with 3 deaths, so maybe a good run could be what they need to put that on the board, but I kind of feel like their best 19 maybe was Motherload, so maybe Suspicious Activity should head to the 20 Motherload. I'm not sure, though. It's they were a lot slower in the 19 Motherload than Perplexed, but they were... comparing Suspicious Activities to Perplexed, because both teams have 19s in all 3 dungeons. Suspicious Activities were 4 minutes slower in Motherload, a little bit less than 2 minutes slower in Workshop, and a little bit less than 2 minutes slower in... Actually, a minute and a half slower in Cinderbrew. So by that metric, maybe actually Cinderbrew is their best option for a +20, although I think Motherload was the one they were farthest under the timer in, so maybe that's the right dungeon to head to for your +20 here. Either way, they can do all their thinking about that, as they are going to be in a 10-minute break here, which means all of our teams now, except for Perplexed, have solved the break rule. Perplexed do need to take a break after this Motherload attempt, win or lose, or else they'll run the risk of falling on the wrong side of that break rule.
That's absolutely right. So we're just going to be zoning in and see how they're actually faring in this 21. I think for terms of the overall competition between Perplexed and Mandatory, you know both of those teams are going to be looking towards placing this 21 on the board. So if you don't want to get caught between the highest dungeon tiebreaker, then I think Suspicious Activities should be working on getting that 21 Motherload on the board as well. So I would like to see them go towards the 20 Motherload to then enable that 21 Motherload once they're actually back from their break. But let's talk a little bit about Perplexed. Before we were saying that they were really, really fast in their 21, and if I'm looking at the Crowd Pummeler, I think that still holds true. They're close to Azarok, not even 10 minutes in the dungeon yet. What a pacing.
Yeah, wow, this is a speedy run for them. Similar coin-operated Crowd Pummeler split to their last 21 attempt, but that was also a great run that they set up last time. Again, remember, they were super fast. They had like 10 minutes after Rixa Fluxflame went down to finish the end of the dungeon. So hopefully they can keep the consistency in the first half of this dungeon. We did see last time around a little bit of issues on the trash after Azarok, so that'll be something that they can look to improve. But really the big question mark for me is that trash before Mogul Razdunk in that the VMZ, where there's all those mines and the war machines that they ended up wiping to, and losing multiple battle reses before they ended up wiping as well last time.
Yeah, I mean, I just cannot imagine how this poll looks in a perfect world, right? That's what's kind of like breaking my brain a little bit, because the way they approached it, they definitely didn't make sure that it was always just like, quote unquote, just a tank and the melee that were close to the mines that were spawning. It was everybody that was getting targeted, and they were running all over the place. Maybe they had too many specialists in there than they were actually planning to, so one too many barrages that actually wasn't the plan?
I think they pulled everything they wanted to. Yeah, I mean, you have to stand so far back to not be fixated by the mines. You have to be like 100 yards away to not be eligible. So if you're running as a group, you're all potentially getting targeted. And I think their goal was just we're going to have them all funnel together, and then we're going to AoE them down, and it's not going to matter who they're fixated on because we're all stacked together anyways, so they're all running in the same direction, right? They're not spreading out because they're chasing somebody who's off in a different direction. And then once we get where we actually want to fight, we just put an Ursul's Vortex down, we grip the stragglers in, we kill them all off before they become a problem. We have our ranged playing together, moving together, and baiting those barrages, but yeah, just because there is a plan to make that work doesn't mean that it's going to be easy to execute at all. We saw a lot of the ways that it could go wrong, but it really started with a Mind Blast hitting Divine Field. If that hadn't happened on the Gather, then maybe we would have had it look a lot cleaner, because maybe that was sort of what threw off the entire cadence of how it was supposed to look.
Yeah, very possible. I mean, it sounds so incredibly simple, right? Oh, you just run in and then you group them up and then you AoE them down. But the reality of this poll is that it's just drama and threat to every single player that's happening there. And of course, I think a lot of it is between Sasevi and Divine Field here, so the tank and the healer, to make sure that one, they're not actually line of sighting each other, because that definitely happened a little bit as they were kind of dodging into different directions from the specialist barrages. And then second, Sasevi needs some time to actually help heal the tank here, which doesn't happen too often in high push keys, but in this instance, definitely needed as they were trying to route through that. But have a look here. I was talking to Teddles earlier about the split timers in Motherlode in general, and he was saying a good split time for Azerok for a +2 would be around 12:30. Now, we are on 13. It is at 21. We are in no shape, way, or form talking about a +2, but they're already halfway through the boss, and they're just so fast. I cannot stress this enough. It's absolutely crazy, but nice little root actually coming in here on the side to make sure that that Earth Rager is not going to become a problem immediately.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to tell exactly because everybody's routes are a little bit different in this dungeon, but among the live key +20s that have been timed in here, we usually see Azerok going down in the fastest runs at around the 13-minute mark. Now, Perplexed are going to be slower than that, but these are often keys that were under the timer by 3-4 minutes. So I think that as long as they can get this done by around that 15-minute mark, it should be okay with the timer at the end of the dungeon. But that might be part of the reason why they feel like they need to go so big, so aggressive after Rixa Flexflame, because it's a 21 level key. Nobody's done this key on 21 on the live servers. They don't have the turbo boost gear that we have on the live servers now either. That's something that won't come into play until the global finals. So they're trying to make this work, but they need to pull really big to actually gain that time back.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, that last boss also just takes quite a long time with that intermission in there, with that little roleplay at the end. So definitely something to account for as well. Maybe let's check in with Mandatory real quick as Perplex is working away on Azerok, because I do kind of want to see how their timers are looking in their 17. I pulled up the ones that Perplexed put up earlier. Now, I will preface this by saying Perplexed did have one death, but just to give you an idea of the timers we can maybe expect from Mandatory, Perplexed had 6 minutes 6 on the first boss, Mandatory under that by over a minute, and that trend continues all throughout the split timers that you are seeing right here, right now. Matter of fact, on Rick's side, they're nearly 2 minutes faster on this +17, which is an insane pacing. I mean, of course, 4 minutes is not going to be enough to end this entire dungeon, but they're insanely fast in this +17.
Yeah, this is a turbo fast run for Mandatory. They have got the more standard pull down to the bottom of the hill rather than all running to the top of the hill going. Maybe, though, they'll adapt as well in the higher key. Sometimes you need to do those strategies only when the key gets to a certain level. Mandatory, though, yeah, nearly on 3 chest pace in this +17. Going to be a little bit short of it, but in very comfortable 2 chest territory and on the kind of pace where they should be able to match Perplexed with a 2 chest in the +19 as well.
Yeah, I mean, incredible. If you thought Perplexed was fast, here comes Mandatory. And I feel like we've been kind of split among the caster teams on Mandatory. They did have one big mishap in the Cinderbrew earlier on. They had some issues, some uncleanly runs in the day one as well on the lower level keys. But if there's one thing you cannot say about this team, it's that they're slow. I mean, in every single run that they put on the board as final run of the day, they just had such an up on the rest of the competition where their speed comes in, and it almost feels like they're paying a little bit of an homage to the old MDI format, but look at how they're handling the tail end of this dungeon.
Yeah, this is, doing it in 2 pulls instead of 1 is, of course, a lot safer. It is, slower. If these mines could have just already been dead for free, then they would be into the next pull already. But you can see they do have full count here, so they are going to be skipping this double war machine, not messing around with pulling them onto boss, doing anything crazy like that. Skylark going to grab them with that throw glaive off to the left, the rest of the group running through on the right, and then Skylark's going to Infernal Strike forward, tap that Shadow Meld. This has cost him Last Resort, it looks like, or Last Resort maybe used on that previous pull as well, but that's okay, shouldn't need it for a boss like this. Not a very high tank damage boss.
Yeah, hopefully no one is going to get caught between missiles, and a Gatling gun, but it wouldn't be the first time, and we do have 2 Battle Russes, so I'm rather happy with how they're dealing with this here. I do agree, I think they've been really fast on this skip here. A lot of the teams taking a little bit longer to gather the war machines up and then letting everybody get by and into the boss just to make sure that the skip actually worked out. But Mandatory, look at this, 1 minute 22 on the clock, and Mogul Rastung is melting.
Yeah, though, this is that's definitely going to be something to watch for Mandatory. But in the meantime, we do have Perplexed working on this dangerous pull again. Now, last time we saw 2 of the transmute enemy to goo cast go off. This time around, we're going to run in with Zasevi on that Psychic Scream, and then a Sigil of Silence is going to keep them under control. But the problem with this ability is it actually does have a fairly short cooldown, so those mobs are going to be starting those casts up again in the very near future, even though they were all interrupted by that Sigil of Silence just a few seconds ago. So another cast there ended up getting kicked by Divine thanks to his actual kick. And it looks like this time around, the Alchemists are starting to die all before getting those next casts going. And so Perplexed, able to make very short work of this. 1 more cast going off, but they've gotten back to Chaos Nova. We have Blinding Sleet available as well if we need, but no need at all. Perplexed now charging in towards Rixa Flux Flame. The Imprisoned comes out on the weapon tester as Divine pulls the rest to the side, leaps forward, Shadow Melds, tags in this War Machine. Nasty Dot nearly takes Divine Field's cheat death, and he's actually going to not tag the War Machine. He's going to feast up first.
Yeah.
And now we're going right into the boss here.
Interestingly enough, and they did this on their previous run as well, they don't immediately tag the War Machine in. It's around about halfway through the boss fight is where they actually want that War Machine to join the rest of the team, which I thought was kind of interesting because a lot of the other teams pull it so much earlier, but maybe it's just that was where they were so close that it was easy to tag, because of course the spout on this boss fight always comes on different quarters of the room, so you are never 100% in the same quarter, so unless you tag it before the boss fight starts, you're not always in range for this, or you need to actually opt for your ranges to tag it for you.
Yeah, let's see how they decide to do this here. I mean, looking at their timer here, they still have so much time in this dungeon as well. Perplexed are maybe slowing it down a little bit. I mean, Lust is going to be available in 2 minutes as well. A little bit less, almost 1 minute now before that Lust is ready. We have an Arcane Surge in 20 seconds. Nature's Vigil is coming out here to help keep the group topped up and provide some tank healing largely as well. And yeah, I wonder if Perplexed have changed strategies here, coming back after the wipe the last time. Looks pretty good for them. Either way, though, Mandatory are about to put this plus 17 on the board with 5 minutes before the 2-chest timer would have elapsed. Well played by Mandatory. They jump up to 57 points, tying Perplexed and Suspicious Activities. We have 3 teams at 57 points, but Mandatory definitely in the best position as they already have 2 plus 20s, and Perplexed and Suspicious Activities have none.
That's right. And just to give you a final update on where the timers are in that dungeon on the 17s, we were talking about it earlier. The 17 plus 2 that we saw from Perplexed ended in 22:55. Now, if you're looking at our scoreboard here, 21:16, so nearly 1.5 minutes faster than what Perplexed put on the board there. Very, very impressive. And here it is. I think that's exactly what Perplexed did in their previous 21 as well. They were waiting for the Lust and their cooldowns to align here to actually deal with the War Machine and the Specialist that they have in here as well, as they are working away on Rixa.
Yeah, fighting this War Machine is fairly standard with Rixa Flux Flame, at least among our MDI teams. Not something you should do without checking with your healer first in your own key, as it is a lot of extra healing to deal with on this fight. But yeah, having the Specialist in as well is not standard. That adds a lot of extra danger with those circles. So polymorphing it off to the side has been the usual strategy. But as long as you can manage the dodges and stuff, it is fine. It looks like this time around, though, it maybe is polyed off to the side. I'm not sure. I can't see if or where that Specialist is.
We'll need to wait until the camera pans back over to get a little bit of an update on what we're doing with that Specialist. But yeah, maybe don't put that on your puck key LFG listings of like, oh, Motherload plus 15 must know War Machine into Rixa. Not everybody loves doing that, especially the tanks will have something to say about this one. But down she goes slowly but surely. The War Machine will die off first. Darkness employed here to deal with that last charged shot, and then Rixa Flux Flame also going into the single digits here and is going to fall. In the meantime, Mandatory back in that 19. Of course, they're not trying to waste any time whatsoever. I actually don't see our Specialist, Stratnos. Where is it?
Yeah, maybe they didn't pull it, or maybe it already died. Maybe it got Arcane Surged. Yeah, it looks like they're not in combat with anything, so maybe it was either taken care of already or not pulled.
Okay, but here it comes, right?
Yeah, here comes.
We need to
they're still going
in.
for
Lock
it.
in, chat. Everybody lock in. This is what we saw before. This is where it all went wrong for Perplexed. In their previous 21 attempt, nearly 25 minutes into the dungeon, they decide to approach this area with the entire team clustered up to get the mines all spawned in a similar spot. But of course, while they're doing that, they're adding in a War Machine and they're adding in so many of the Ordnance Specialists as well that this becomes quite literally a minefield for the team when it comes to danger.
That's right, Divine Field versus Minefield here is the plan for Perplexed. The Sigil of Misery comes out to keep those Specialists controlled in the back here, which is going to give them a little bit of time where they're not going to have to worry about those barrages. This was the crucial element that was missing from the strat last time because Divine went down. Now that those are all sigiled together, when they come out, they get all of them spawned at once over safely in the corner, and now they're all on a shared cooldown as well, on a similar cooldown, and so they can not worry about it for a little while. Again, the next spawns come out, they bait them, and then they move, and we've got Tobo and Zasevi stacked on top of each other, Wolf Disco doing his own thing over on the side, now all three ranged, getting back together, baiting a mine, and Tobo, lucky that went on him with the barrage over there, and then another one comes out on Zasevi and Wolf Disco, and that War Machine is getting blasted down. Almost all of the mines are taken care of now. It's just the one that the War Machine spawned most recently that's still alive, and fortunately, it's fixated on Wolf Disco. Swag hitting it with the grip, and that Chains of Ice as well, and a Human Form Wild Charge from Tobo is going to bring him over to where Zasevi is, bear forming while Zasevi is forced to run here and unable to heal as effectively.
I mean, incredibly impressive. And of course, it does make perfect sense. If you can get them to cast on the same timer, then this becomes, well, I don't want to say easy, but easier to deal with than the iteration we saw previously. War Machine downed. The Specialists are going to be following right now. And now it's only the last straggler of this spawned mine that they will need to finish off. And then they are also able to get the skip on the double War Machine in. What a great way from Perplexed to actually deal with that this time around, as it worked beautifully. Skip also looking to be done in favor. Yes, the War Machines are resetting. That Shadow Melt was successful. And into Mogul Rastunk. Check out the timer. How fast is Perplexed?
Yeah, this is a super clean run. Redemption from last time. 3 battle reses on this boss as well, which is a huge safety net because, you know, it's pretty common for somebody to randomly get killed on Mogul Razdunk. You're dodging the Gatling gun, you don't notice where the micro missiles are, you get hit by one of them. But it's pretty hard for the whole group to go down if you have battle reses and you can just recover every time somebody dies. So, no way Perplex can wipe from here is what I'm trying to say.
Don't say that! I can't believe you said that, Dratnos. Unbelievable, but yeah, they are looking phenomenal here, of course.
They are, and we are going to be watching with fresh eyes here as we have a couple other folks coming on the desk. Nagura, Makes and Dracos,
It's okay, chat
you are
confuses us all the time. You're good.
I
Rook.
would not. I would never. I was just thinking about how we're going to miss Nagura because we don't see her until the global finals. But
Sure.
no, we have Zyronic and Tettles coming on the desk.
Yo.
They're going to be jumping in here. Hello. Now we've got a lot of action ramping up here at the end of the day and some impressively fast runs that are going on. I mean, Zyro, looking at this, what's sort of our roundup of where all of our teams currently stand?
Listen, we're not going to get past the fact that Dratnos just tried to 3 p.m. cursive for all the teams because he's not going to be on the final shift of today. He tried to get it in at the last second. We can't let him get away with that. Yeah, no, we're like you said, we're heading into the last hour 15 of the day here, and it's still a lot closer than I would have assumed based off of how the start of the day went for our teams. Perplexed, a little bit of sloppiness compared to the gameplay yesterday. Although, the way they do that Ordinance plus War Machine full titles is pretty crazy, so it's not surprising that they ended up having just a little bit go wrong in the previous run. But, regardless of the sloppiness of play, I think if this 21 Motherload goes down, I think they're in a great spot for qualifying through the Global Finals.
I think it's a little bit overstated that you're calling it sloppy play. They wiped to the last pull in a 21 Motherload. Like,
Yeah.
They've only made one mistake, only trumped by the fact that Mandatory has made 0 mistakes, right?
Yeah.
Like I feel like you can't even necessarily call Perplex play so far today sloppy. I think they've actually been playing super clean, and it's kind of the situation Makes and I were talking about earlier today, where we didn't know whether we were going to get the super consistent Perplexed or we were going to kind of get the more volatile version, and it seems so far like we have gotten the very, very consistent version, especially whenever you're combining what we saw yesterday with what we saw today.
Yeah, definitely an overstatement, right? It's literally one single pull where like only one person dying wipes the pull, and that's just the unfortunate circumstance that happened for them. So
yeah,
it makes total sense. And in a 21, you can expect that kind of thing to happen a pretty decent amount of time, considering just the ridiculous scaling of the key at that point. But we're into this final intermission phase here. 4 minutes left in the timer. Timer's looking good. We just need to live through this phase.
Yeah, and I mean, the hardest part of this boss, honestly, is getting those Sky Scorchers killed off. But the point in which you are able to kill one of the Sky Scorchers off, it actually makes this boss notably easier.
Yep.
You see exactly why, right? You get that drill smash in conjunction with that buster shot from that Sky Scorcher, and it can just take one person out. Fortunate enough now, Perplex does have 3.5 minutes and multiple battle reses available, so they just res up Wolf Disco, and we continue kind of chugging along on the boss. We're going to be somewhere in the range of 2 to maybe a minute and a half under on the timer here, assuming nothing catastrophic happens, which, I mean, this is very, very impressive for time tiebreaker for Perplexed if it does end up going to that point.
Yeah, this is extremely good. Now, obviously, Mandatory's kind of claim to fame for specifically to this weekend has been how ridiculously fast their runs have been, and they've been keeping that up today with the pace of their gameplay. We just saw in their 17, they were 5 minutes under the 2-chest timer, like relatively close to 3-chesting that 17. So they're definitely playing that way. So we know Perplex is going to have to bring their absolute S game in order to potentially match up against Mandatory in the time splits. But remember, at the end of the day, what we're trying to do here this weekend is be in the top 2 to qualify for global finals. That's the main focus for these teams. So I think Perplex is going to be pretty happy with the gameplay either way. They definitely do want to win, claim the first place over the course of the weekend, but you'll be happy with the top 2 here for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the first time that we've actually seen the 21 ML put up so far. So both of the times that we have seen Motherload, it's been like either a day 1 or a day 2 dungeon, which, of course, you're having those time constraints. You don't start on the 17. It's been a little bit weird. But so far, I mean, this is going to be that first 21 that's put up in Perplexed. It's been very fast. They're not even going to get this lust, or if they do, it's only going to be the last 5 or so seconds of the dungeon that they are actually affected with this Bloodlust buff. It's really, really impressive, the run that they were able to put up here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the recurring themes we've been talking about this weekend is, specifically we started this question with Mandatory, is are they going to be able to match up against the runs that we saw from Miscount and Wunderbar during Group B and Group A? Are we going to see a triple world record run from Mandatory? But it's going to be Perplex this weekend that'll be putting up the first world record here, as the boss has now dropped below 5%. One final Gatling gun going to cause the team to run around in circles one final time. There's no more micro missiles that they're going to have to worry about. The mech is down. All they have to do is deal with the goblin pilot that was in that mech. Maybe one less set of micro missiles to dodge, but it's not even going to be that. 21 Motherload goes down. First world record of the weekend does go to Perplexed.
Well, hypothetically, I think that Cinderbrew Meadery might be a world record for Mandatory.
Based off time? Yeah.
Based off time, but that's got nothing to do with me.
Cinderbrew is a good point. How are we feeling about the Moonkin being played in the Cinderbrew for Mandatory instead of the Warlock?
I thought that, I think that both specializations have value and they kind of do very similar things. Now, Perplex did end up slamming a 10-minute break. Makes and Dratnus were talking about this a little bit earlier in terms of, that break was required. Otherwise, you were going to be basically losing 5 points. But in that picture-in-picture, we saw Suspicious Activities having a little bit of a wipe. Let's see exactly what ended up happening. Oh, it's the Ultimate Penitence debacle where you got the Infused Earth Rager out, pulsing AoE on the group. No battle res is available for Suspicious Activities due to a death that happened slightly earlier on in the run, and that's going to force them to have a complete reset on this dungeon 14 minutes in.
Unfortunately, another case of uppies ending in downsies. Thank you for that one, Makes.
What?
They're going to have to get... Hey, she typed it. He died during Ultimate Penitence. That's uppies. Right?
Don't say downsies.
Well, it's just the opposite of uppies, right? Either way, it's going to be a wipe for Suspicious Activities. They're going to have to reset and go again. And that's really bad for their overall implications here. Remember, they want to be top 2 over the weekend to qualify, and obviously that's a huge thing that they have to go up against. They're up against Mandatory and Perplexed, who've been playing pretty much out of their minds today. But that wipe, that sets them even further behind.
Yeah, that's tough. And I mean, for Mandatory here, this 19 is actually looking really, really clean for them. Whenever we were looking at the Perplexed 19 earlier, it was kind of a situation where they ended up having around a 12:35 Azarok split, and they were pacing to be able to two-chest that 19. Mandatory is already 50-ish seconds ahead of that, so Mandatory just needs to continue to be clean, and I think that they are on pace to be looking to two-chest this 19 Motherload, which is an incredibly impressive feat.
Yeah. We'll have to see how they're doing. What do we want to look for on the timer for Brix to Flux Flame to potentially be on pace for that two-chest here?
Oh, goodness gracious alive, let me pull...
No, this is what you put all your points into, man! You gotta know this off the top of your head!
I only looked at Azarok!
Oh, no! Okay. Either way, so something that's interesting is on the lower key levels, we see teams actually opting to save that second Bloodlust on the lower key levels for specifically this pull. They actually just instantly sent that on the Azarok pull there, just to kill off the boss a little bit faster, so they're not going to have it for this big AoE pull. They did have all of the cooldowns available at the start of the pull, so it's going to be totally okay, but I think it's just an overall timing thing. Maybe you're giving yourself the extra room in case you have a wipe to potentially get that fourth lust in. Yeah, you're not happy as an Arcane Mage being silenced for 6 seconds, but at least it was outside of his cooldown, so he just has the little icon over his head a little bit. It's all good.
My guy just turned into a test subject live on air. Okay, so I found the timer in the 19 that they needed to beat. It's 19 minutes and 1 second. But again, they were still around 50-ish seconds ahead on their Azarok split. So I wouldn't be shocked if Mandatory ends up killing Rix of Flux Flame at the 18-15 mark and allows them a lot of leeway timer-wise. There's also a little bit of a difference in terms of routing that you're actually seeing. We saw Perplexed doing just an absolutely couple of massive pulls that were in the final section in that Mogul Raz Dunk War Machine area. I'm interested in seeing what Mandatory has sequencing-wise in that final area.
Yeah, well, that's interesting because the strategy that we're seeing from Perplexed is actually pretty volatile, right? We don't typically see 4 Ordnance Specialists pulled all at the same time, and the way that they have that set up is pretty meticulous. I don't expect we're going to see that from Mandatory. We'll probably see the more, normal routing of, doing one War Machine at the start, and then maybe doing one at the end. I don't think we've seen a lot of teams pulling the double War Machines into the boss, or right before the boss, rather. They wouldn't do it into the boss on the 19th. I think that'd be crazy.
Well, unless...
Well, they could go for a pot of greed. We haven't seen that many pot of greeds this MDI, though, to be honest.
I don't really know what's going on with their bloodlust time. I mean, we're like really fast in the lust. We are only going to be getting one in the remainder of this timer. It's obviously not going to be available for Rixa Flux Flame with any of the War Machines, and then it kind of comes down to, do we want to press it on a double War Machine pull, or is there potential, like you're kind of alluding to, is there potential of actually doing double War Machine into into Mogul Razdunk? But also, is it worth doing double War Machine into Mogul Razdunk with Bloodlust? Is that something that's, or is that kind of like you were alluding to, the pot of greed, I go for the 2 chests, but then I deplete the key situation?
That, I think for mandatory at this point in the day, with over an hour left, and like they already have the other 2 keys up to 20, which is what we assume the max of those keys is going to be this weekend. With only these key left, they don't need to do anything crazy. They don't have to go for the pot of greeds. They should just play it safe and do whatever their normal strategy is. If the normal strategy is the double War Machine into the final boss, so be it. They're crazy enough to potentially do that. But yeah, I would be surprised if they make any mistakes. They've been near perfect all weekend. The only mistakes that we've really seen out of mandatory are like random spot deaths, and they're usually very inconsequential, like not even causing any further mistakes. So I'm totally comfortable with them doing whatever they think is best here. Suspicious activities, like we were talking about, though, they're still technically on course to potentially qualify this weekend. Yes, the odds are stacked against them. They're up 2 titans of the game in the MDI, but the score is there. They're on 57. They just need
What's
to be
their qualification
consistent
path? What is their qualification path?
Their qualification path, it requires extreme consistency from them, and they need mandatory or perplex to start making mistakes like right now. But they have to do this 20 Motherload and definitely do the 21 also. That 21 is going to be a big point for tiebreakers. I think that they then also have to go get one of the other keys to 20 just to potentially cover perplex doing something else after the fact. Because perplexed is already on that 21-19-19, right? And then at that point, I'm not sure. It might end up coming to time tiebreakers if they're able to do that still.
But you're kind of banking on the fact that neither mandatory or perplexed are going to be improving any of their current runs that they have still left to do in the next hour. It's not like something that's like completely locked in, even though both suspicious activities and mandatory are at that 57 points. It's kind of interesting because I mean, mandatory is about to get 2 points out of the 17, where even if suspicious activities timed this 20, they're still only getting 1 point out of it. So mandatory is going to kind of slingshot all the way up to 59, where suspicious activity is going to be stuck on 58.
Yeah, you have to think about it in like the terms of what we think the highest cap keys are available today.
Sure.
Mandatory already has 2 of them done, right? They've already got 2 20s locked in, and like you said, they have 2 points that are a lot more easily achievable in this 19. So I think mandatory is a little bit more out of reach for suspicious activities than perplexed is. Perplexed is on the 21-19-19, but those 20s, those are the push keys for those keys. Those are the hard keys to go for. And perplexed hasn't been quite as fast as mandatory has been today, so if perplexed does have any middling-sized issues in their keys that, you know, cause them a couple of deaths and make their key a little bit slower, they might have to reset the key and go again, whereas for mandatory, with their scorching pace, if they did have any of those mistakes, they are probably okay to just continue going in their key.
Yeah. Mandatory here are onto Rixa Flux Flame. The timer that we were looking for on Rixa was a nice 19-minute and 1 second split. That's what we're kind of expecting to need to see to at least be looking to 2-chest this dungeon. And I think that mandatory are going to be kind of close to that. I think they're probably going to be around 30 seconds under, if maybe actually right at that 19-minute mark. But it's going to be close, and I think that mandatory are actually making pretty good pace. But still, the question kind of looms: where are we going to be pressing this bloodlust? What is it going to be used for? Is it going to be more of a safety bloodlust, or more of like one of those super impressive pull bloodlusts that was only like this pull was only enabled by the ability to be able to press and get that additional haste? I think we're going to kind of see here in a couple seconds. But mandatory, with that 18-20 Rixa Flux Flame split, are looking really, really strong here.
Yeah, and again, I mean, just the blistering pace that we're seeing from mandatory has been consistent throughout
look at this.
All of their routes.
I actually like that. So Macy, you saw for a brief second, he actually went into bear form. What he was doing is he was actually taunting the War Machine, and Skylark was leaping ahead, and he ended up mounting up on the other side of the water, and he's going and gathering a bunch of trash, and he's pulling it back. So we saw Perplex do some really custom stuff earlier, where they were basically running ahead with Divine. This is the more standard and typical strategy and way of dealing with all of these ordnance specialists and mines. And what it allows you to do is it basically guarantees that you're not going to have any of those mines on any of the other players, which makes it just a much more easy pull.
There's something so intimidating about seeing just all 20 of those fixate lines on one player. Just every single
Wow.
every single laser beam all on one guy. But they're good to go. The mines are already dead. And again,
Nice.
the idea behind this poll is the same, right? You have all of these extra mobs that are allowing your mage to just single target focus down the war machine. They have a little bit more room here doing this pull at the bottom, though. They're not going to be spawning any extra mines. It's just going to be the one single spawn coming out from the war machine every 20 seconds or so that they have to worry about. And this looks like it's,
Does
honestly,
he press the surge?
a lot safer.
Oh, he is pressing it.
Yeah, he is pressing the
Yeah.
surge for sure. This doesn't give them count, though, right? I believe.
No.
So they need to do something else after this. Is it just going to be extra bombs? We're going to pull an extra war machine?
I think it's... Oh gosh,
9
I don't think
count.
we can
It's
do
a lot of bombs.
mines. It's 9 mines here. Are there 9 mines
There are
for us
9.
to grab?
They've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, there's 9. If they can get that
Yeah.
one in front of the war machine.
Yeah, you can grab that guy.
Okay. There you go. That's 9 mines. Okay.
Okay,
As
so
long as somebody doesn't run into one of them.
You do lose count if you accidentally get collided with by one of the mines, which we've seen that happen a couple of times. They do have some additional backup mines if, say, somebody did end up getting collided into, but they do a great job with that sigil of chains into that Ursul's Vortex to make sure that these mines are going to be able to get killed off. And now that is going to be count for mandatory, and Skylark is going to be pulling these double war machines front and to the left to allow the rest of the group to just kind of sneak on by. Then he's going to Infernal Strike, not once, but twice, and try to build distance away from those mobs. Okay, well, once and then a double jump, and then we meld off those double war machines, and now it's just us, the Bloodlust, and Mogul Razdunk separating us from 2-chesting 19 Motherload.
Yeah, the single Infernal Leap plus double jump strat is something that's only reserved for people who are Giga Chads and have played for an Australian team, a North American team, and a European team throughout their career. I think only Skylark has that claim to his name. So, yeah, secret tech. Gotta unlock it from that. But there's the Bloodlust, man. There's the third
Has he played
Bloodlust.
for an NA team?
I think he played it for literally 1 season as a sub. So, count it.
As a sub? Who did he play for?
I don't remember. I just remember it happening, and I'm just going to state it as a fact.
Well, he lives in the U.S., so we'll
He
claim
lives in
it
the
as our
U.S.
own.
That counts. That counts. That counts.
We'll claim it as our own.
Well, there we go. That's the Bloodlust. They just had the third Bloodlust available for the boss pull, so it's just raw boss damage that they're using it for. And they had 5.5 minutes left when they pulled the boss, so this should easily be within the 2-chest timer, as long as we keep it, safe in the intermission.
I think this should at worst be like 4:15, maybe like 4:30. But with the Bloodlust on pull with all of your offensive CDs, you should be able to just absolutely own this fight. I think that Mandatory are looking in a great position. So now we can actually take a couple seconds to kind of look and see where Perplexed are in this workshop. 20. They were a team that they were able to get down their 21 Motherload pretty quick time. They only ended up having 1 reset, and now they are trying to match what we have seen from Mandatory, where Mandatory earlier were able to put up that 20 workshop and that 20 Cinder Brumetery. Are Perplexed going to be able to match that? How are you kind of feeling about their results looking at this so far, Zyro?
I mean, obviously I'm feeling good about them. Perplex has played extremely well today. Literally just the one hiccup right in the 21 Motherload. 25 minutes gone, but still, outside of that, you cannot be upset about their performance. They do still need to close it out with just, I think, 1 extra run at the end of the day in order to, solidify their chances of qualifying, and even potentially give them a chance of taking the 1 seed from this group, right? There's extra prize money involved in that, even though both of the top 2 teams qualify. There is a little bit of prestige in winning, and a little bit of extra prize money for that, so they still want to be able to go for that if they can. I don't know, though. Something that I think is interesting to talk about in this workshop, though, is the differing in strategies that we're seeing. Of course, we saw the Void Elf strategy shown off last weekend. But
That's true,
Mandatory,
we don't have Velf here.
Yeah, we don't have Velf on Perplex. We saw Mandatory running the Void Elf, and they actually did a completely different routing than what we saw from our Void Elf strategy last week, right? The Void Elf strategy we saw last week from Miscount involved them pulling extra drills at the start of the key, right after the first boss, before the Cujo room. Whereas what Mandatory did is they actually just pulled the last 2 packs of the dungeon that you normally skip past with the Vengeance Demon Hunter. I think that's a really interesting potential change in strategies, and I'm not really sure which one is faster. I think it might just come down to ease of pulls, and the drills at the start of the dungeon, they're pretty dangerous, right? It's a lot of AoE damage, especially when pulled with those corrosive gunks as well, so I think it's an interesting variation on the Velf strategy that we saw from Mandatory today.
Yeah. In the meantime, as well, we've had something that I would describe as some suspicious activities going on here for suspicious activities, as they do pull Taskmaster Ascari, a very, very dangerous pull indeed. Dan ends up going down to that final blast, It looked like the pull just if it ends up living for too long, Taskmaster Ascari ends up putting that haste cast reduction aura on the mobs over and over again. That's attached to a enrage effect, and at some point you kind of end up running out of interrupts. It's got a pretty steep damage check on this pack in general, which is why you continue to see teams look to polymorph those Earthshapers off to the side. But if Taskmaster Ascari does end up living for too long, and you have too many of those haste debuffs, or somebody doesn't get their kick at a perfect time, or the that explosion from the Wonton Sapper, that's also hasted. It's very, very dangerous, and it's an easy way to just have a couple of deaths and then things spiral out of control.
Exactly. I mean, what I don't know. Mandatory, they say heavy is the crown, but it doesn't seem too heavy on their shoulders here. These guys are absolutely crushing it. It's another 2 chest for them. The 19 mother load going down, putting them on 59, pretty far out of reach of any team that isn't perplexed here. I think it's safe to say that Mandatory's qualification spot is pretty safe after timing this 19 mother load, and at this point they're just going for the gold here. They'll probably go right into the 21 mother load.
You think it's safe? I think there's a chance that they could just fumble the bag on the 21 for a little while. I think
they're safe for a top 2. I don't think they're I don't think they're safe for a top 1 just yet.
Sure. Okay. Taking a look at Perplexed here. This is actually a very dangerous part of this dungeon. I'm really interested in seeing how they're going to be looking to pull this. Okay, so what they're going to be doing is they're going to have Wolf Disco tag that Waste Extractor, and then he's going to blink forward and meld it off, or potentially invis it off. Tobo is ideally not going to get meleeed by the Metal Gunk. Instead, that's supposed to be picked up by our tank. Unfortunately, our tank was a little bit further behind. Now we are doing we're doing single Extractor and then a bunch of Gunks. You need to make sure that you get the CC chain lined up perfectly with these Gunks to not put that Corrosive Gunk heal absorb onto your players at a bad time. On top of that as well, this pack has a tendency, if you end up getting 4 or 5 of those heal absorbs on your Vengeance Demon Hunter tank, the Vengeance Demon Hunter can just straight up die, which is why you're seeing Perplex here. They Sigil of Chains those Gunks away, and then they utilize LOS to make sure that nobody's getting those heal absorbs, while at the exact same time they're pulling that waste processing unit right into line to allow them to not lose any DPS. A genius maneuver out of Perplexed here. I love that strat. That was sweet.
That was just so clean. I was thinking at some point you want to let these casts go off so that those heal absorbs are going to be gone by the time the AoE comes out, the second AoE comes out from the unit. But just line of sighting them is so eloquent and so pretty. Yeah, 2 players got 1 debuff here after the fact, but the danger is gone. The unit's dead. It's okay to have those healing absorbs on you for the time being. Anyways, we don't want to carry those healing absorbs into the dogs afterwards. But
it's only
just for the time being.
Okay, so you can't have it go off at the same time as the drill, kind of like you're talking about. But honestly, as well, I've seen a lot of times where the tank, the Corrosive Gunk debuff isn't applied uniformly to the entire party. You don't get the same number of debuffs. So sometimes the tank can just low roll and get a bunch of those heal absorbs on them. And if you're playing with something like a warrior tank, we press shield block, we're blocking the mobs. Block is block. Where Vengeance, they love to heal themselves, and they can actually end up in a situation where they just get completely smoked the moment that heal absorb gets applied to them. So that LOS was excellent, and yeah, we got a little bit of a quick replay on that. So they go Fear, they make sure that all the Corrosive Gunks casts are completely lined up with one another, then they go Sigil Chains into the wall, and those Corrosive Gunks are just casting on top of the wall, and we just use this very narrow pillar to LOS them.
There is not a lot of room there. That had to be a perfect Sigil of Chains.
Okay, this is actually a super interesting pull as well. So they're doing the full room of dogs, and how this is being done is it's actually abusing the anti-sync cast series on how these dogs' metallic jaw cast works. So they try to not cast at the same time as other dogs, otherwise you would actually end up in a lot of problems. So it's a very smart way of Blizzard to try to make sure that you're not getting one shot by these dogs. Now the players have determined that if you root the mob, it's going to make sure that one of those dogs, you can see it on the far left side, it's right behind the timer. And if one of their dogs has their metallic jaw cast off cooldown and available to be casted, but it's stuck in a root, it can't cast it because it's attached to a leap. And so by rooting it, you basically will only get a couple of these leaps. But actually, if the mobs get too far outside of 20-yard range, then those fiery jaw casts will go off. And you see Perplexed there. It looked like the dogs just got a little bit too far from the other dogs, and it can be problematic. This pull is actually very finicky as well, where not only do the dogs have to be close enough to the rooted dog, but on top of that, they have to know about the other dog, and they have to be in combat with it, but also all 5 of your players need to also be in combat with that dog that's rooted as well. And even with all that being the case, it's still a little bit jank.
Yeah, it's still a little bit jank. And another death coming out here. This is as Cujo is pulled. It's going to be a reset for sure at this point. Boss combat with players dead, no battle res. We're going to go again. It's good tech, but from what I've noticed from the teams trying to pull off that strategy today, it doesn't like completely lock out the jumps from happening. They still will happen eventually. But I guess the idea is the rooted dog is constantly trying to cast it, and that puts the other dogs on cooldown for a little while.
It's about the dogs knowing about the other dog and being in combat with them as well. So it's like really finicky to set it up properly.
Okay. And still, there is the added potential of one person getting jumped on twice, which is what we saw happen twice to Wolf Disco there, unfortunately.
It does happen.
That can happen. These things happen. 10 minutes gone there. Mistake on the attempted skip here for suspicious activities. Fortunately, the remainder of the players are out of combat, so they can just res that player up. Don't have to expend a battle res, but that is time lost here. And suspicious activities do not have a time left to give at the end of the day here. This needs to be a good run for them to have any chance of still qualifying.
Yeah. I think that this is still timeable even with 5 deaths, but it's at a certain point you start to reach the amount of deaths, especially at this key level, that it becomes a little bit harder. This is about the cutoff point, in my opinion, where if we start to have too many more mistakes, I think we're in trouble timer-wise, but right now they're still on probably the correct side of the timer.
It's important to mention, while we were talking about that dog pull from Perplexed, we did actually have a very rare occurrence happen off on the side. We had a wipe from Mandatory, and yeah, this is the pull for it to happen on the first extractor pull after the coin-operated crown pubbler that you skip the boss for to deal with. Usually, we see teams opt to save the Bloodlust for the pull, just for a little added extra safety. But yeah, tank dying on that pull, that's never going to go right. Even with a battle res, everything's going to get way out of combat. It's hard to get aggro back on everything. Better to just reset it. They only lost like 2.5 minutes.
I mean, you get hit by the ground effect, it's just over. It is unfortunate. There's actually teams that have been electing to save their bloodlust for that second pull. I saw some teams during Group A and Group B that were actually saving their lust for that exact pull, just because of how difficult it is. Not necessarily just because of the ground effects, but more because of the amount of casters that you have. Those Earth Shapers are very, very dangerous. And I mean, what? Dude, look at what Mandatory's doing here. They're running all the way and just grabbing all these Peacekeepers all the way through the very beginning of Motherload.
Yeah, so this is a variation on what we normally see, where teams kind of meticulously wait for the routing of the Peacekeepers, and you end up saving a little bit of time skipping past. This is a much faster way of skipping past, and when everybody in your group is a Night Elf, you're chilling. Just run through. Like everyone melds. You're good to go. On to the next pull. That probably saves them 30, 45 seconds, which doesn't sound too crazy in retrospect, but, you know, these tiny little things add up over the course of the key, and it's probably part of the reason why Mandatory is just so much faster than every other team this weekend.
There's no red light, green light. There's no waiting for your mage to actually be able to hit the jump, skip. There's none of that. Instead, we just run. That actually looked pretty clean and fairly fast. I wonder if other teams are going to be looking to adopt that for the global finals, because that seemed pretty nice.
So what do we think you give up for that? Obviously, you can't play Dwarf in this key, but is there anything that you're like super worried about Dwarfing in this key, or is that, do you think just playing Nelf for that is way more of a time save than anything else here?
I mean, Dwarf is kind of nice for the mobs that put the poison on you in the third area before Phyrexian Flex Flame. Not the absolute end of the world. I think that the time gained by that Nelf and just sprinting all the way through is more than you would actually end up gaining by having that Dwarf available. And it looks like Mandatory, we are going for another town portal. And that's exactly what I was saying earlier about the Bloodlust on that pull, where some teams were electing to lust it. You're basically on a pretty tight timer for getting that trash pack killed off. We're praying to Blood Beast. We're hoping to get some procs. And at the same point, like, if you end up missing any of your kicks, somebody's going to get 100 to 0'd, potentially by those mobs.
It looks like they just ran out of stops at that point, right? Two rock lances went through, and that was going to be that. The blood was not life on that pull, and they had to go again. But this is kind of what you expect for the top-end teams when you get to this key level, right? You front-load the difficulty of the dungeon in order to set yourself up for success later. If you don't get a couple lucky procs in the first 2 minutes and you have to reset it, you're kind of okay with that.
I mean, the second pull of the dungeon, that's where you'd like to reset, yeah?
Yeah. Uh-oh. This is interesting, though. Suspicious activities, they had the Bloodlust off cooldown. I wonder if it wasn't off cooldown when they pulled that second War Machine into the boss and they just decided, we'll save this for something. This is definitely not super efficient, though. They probably could have gotten 2 more Bloodlust off if they hit it literally off cooldown. We're only going to have the 1 available. But, like, looking at the timer here in the 20, I think they're still pretty okay here. Their count is a little on the low end, though.
I think their time is fine. They basically can't afford any mistakes here, though. There is a good question as to what the lust is supposed to be. I think that might actually end up being a double War Machine looking at their count. I wouldn't be shocked if they end up lusting a double War Machine at some point here, just eyeballing their count a little bit. Because that is what they did in the 19 earlier as well, was the Bloodlust on the double War Machine.
That makes sense. Bloodlust double War Machine, kill one of them off, get the second one low, and then maybe chain it into boss for a little extra funnel. If they need to, based off of timer.
Yeah. But I mean, suspicious activities, we're at 45 minutes remaining in the day. They need to be able to kind of clutch up and time this dungeon, and then they have to go into the 21 and be looking to time that as well. Those are that's kind of the win con that we were looking at earlier whenever we were talking about suspicious activities path to victory. It involves them timing this key, this attempt, and then getting that 21 done before the end of the day.
Well, and like there's this theoretical perfect option where they can also one-shot the 21 and give themselves like 5 minutes to set up one of the 20s, either the Workshop or the Cinder Brew. So like technically 60 is within reach for them. It just will require a near perfect day to just cap off everything for them here. So we're really looking at whether or not suspicious activities can just completely clutch up at the end of the day here.
I think they're looking okay here, but they have had a hard time in Motherlode thus far today. They had a hard time in the 19. They've obviously had a hard time so far in this 20 as well, accumulating all the way up to 5 deaths and having a couple of resets to various points prior to the 15-minute mark as well, in that kind of like Azeroth-ish area.
I love watching this skip from Mandatory. Everyone's in combat. We're all good. We're just running through. We'll see all 5 melds being used here in the coin-operated Crowd Pummeler's room. And here we go, 2 minutes into the key, off to our second pull, praying to the Blood Beast gods. Is the blood life this time around? Let's see if they can pull it off this time. Oh, Perplex wiping once again, though. Unfortunately, this time to that Metal Gunk pull that we...
That pull's hard.
That is a hard pull, yeah.
Yeah, like, that might be one of the hardest trash pulls in the entire dungeon. That and the Junkyard Dogs, I think, are by far the hardest pulls in this dungeon.
Yeah, again... Early, you're front-loading a ton of difficulty at the start of these keys. These are push keys, right? These are like higher than anything we've seen done on live, even with the turbo boost active on live. So these are extremely difficult keys. They'll have a lot of practice on the tournament realm in them, and they do have very strong gear with a lot of avoidance as well. But it's still incredibly difficult to pull off these pulls, and Mandatory now, they need the procs. Looking at the meters, it doesn't look like the blood is life this pull so much for Soda here. We need a couple extra procs, or we're going to run out of stops for these Rock Lance casts.
Yeah, I mean, this pull is incredibly scary. It comes down to the fact that they have that 4th caster in the pack, and they have that Moonkin that doesn't have that consistent interrupt. Mode ends up going down to that Earthshaper Rocklance cast, but that is honestly the optimal person to go down. I know it's a little bit weird to be like, yep, we wanted our healer to die here, because the Azerite Extractor is still going to be casting that rapid extraction, but with the priest dying, then that allowed us to rotate back to our Silent Sigil. But now they're actually pretty slow time-wise getting the coin-operated Crowd Pummeler pulled, Zyro.
Yeah, it's not great, but I have to give them the benefit of the doubt, right? Mandatory's claim this entire weekend has been that they are incredibly fast, so if you can get away with getting through this pull after wiping to it twice, I think you're okay with that.
So they went +1 trash pull over Perplexed right there, but they're pulling the boss a full minute behind where Perplexed were whenever they pulled the coin-operated Crowd Pummeler. Actually, they're going +2 trash packs now that they're grabbing that Mine Rat pack as well. So Perplexed grabbed a lot less mobs just in general into the boss. So I think that Mandatory is probably going to end up being somewhere around like maybe 2% ahead enemy forces-wise.
Stove is just praying for his teammates to not kill off those rats here. He wants those available for when these foot bomb launchers comes out and he surges the boss with that damage amp. It looks like they're still alive, so they should get a huge amount of burst damage on the boss with the damage amp here. Power Infusion does go to Soda, though. Not too worried about the funnel here, just trying to get as much damage as possible on the boss. It looks like it's going to be a pretty good first damage push for them here.
Yeah. I mean, the foot bomb kicking is the most important part, especially with this Arcane Mage, right? Because getting a really well-timed Arcane Surge and touching the Magi involves perfectly extending those damage vulnerability debuffs, correct? I mean, Zyro, you've played Mage a lot this season, right? So, like, what exactly are people looking for whenever you're trying to press that Touch of the Magi and get that burn into this boss?
I mean, essentially, so the timing of the abilities is a little bit weird because Surge is about a minute 20 cooldown when you consider shifting power, and there's something like 50 seconds in between each foot bomb phase, so you're kind of going back and forth between one foot bomb damage amp, you have the Surge plus the touch window, and then the next one you'll just have the touch, and you can save that touch for like 10 seconds for it, and then you can Surge the third one. So it's not like perfect timers, but it still ends up being a huge damage amp, because the way that the Mage damage profile works is almost all of your damage comes from those Touch of the Magi windows. And it just makes it so that you pair really well with huge damage amps on the boss. Like that foot bomb launcher is like 150% increased damage to the boss or something ridiculous like
Something
that.
like that, yeah.
So, yeah, you just want to make sure you always have something up for that.
Yeah. And I mean, just getting really well-timed repress on those. And I really like how Skylark is tanking this too. I mean, he's double VR'd and he's got the boss pulled. It looks like it's pulled on top of one of those pipes. And that allows those bombs to be spawned exactly right on top of the boss, and then you mash the interact button to be able to. Oh! This is the downside though. Maybe you're too fancy with it. Now we got the 6 stack of the coins on the coin operated crowd pummeler. What are we pressing? Or is it going to be
We gotta live
and
this
Magic
pulse.
Zone?
Just the AMZ. Okay. Surprisingly okay. I thought that would be a lot worse than that. How many stacks did the boss get there, actually?
That's a good question. It looked like it was going to be 4 or 5. We got the Roomba picking up all the coins there.
Okay. Looks like we're okay. That was definitely a scary moment. One last set of foot bombs going to be coming out here shortly, which you should be able to kill the boss with. It's just going to be a regular touch that Stove has for it here. But that should be more than enough to finish off the boss, and I think they're going to be okay. This last coin magnet, I'm not going to do anything. We'll be good to go. Scary moment, but like you were talking about, the first boss split definitely more on the slow end compared to Perplex.
Yeah, I'm pulling up Perplex's first boss split right about now. Give me 1 second. They killed the coin-operated Proud Pummeler in 6 minutes and 39 seconds, and they were 3% behind. They killed the boss at 26.04% enemy forces, where Mandatory obviously has that 29.98% count. So there is a slight count difference in terms of the mobs that were gathered. A lot of that comes into that second pull that we saw go a little bit awry for them. But now Mandatory is able to continue to progress this area of the dungeon a little bit faster than Perplex. So in theory, the Azarok split should be around the time where the teams kind of converge in terms of progression. So that's kind of the boss split time that we're looking to see both of the teams on whenever we're looking to kind of compare them against one another.
Something that I'm personally interested in is how much time Mandatory actually saves going for that 5 meld skip. So let's see exactly how long they get to actually save here. You can see this whole run with the red light, green light started at about a minute 30 for them here. They actually get to the meld. Let's see, right when that meld happens here. Wait, is this the one where Divine Field doesn't have meld? Oh, this is Perplex, sorry, not Mandatory.
Yeah, this is Perplex. That's
okay.
So they were like 220.
About 220, so 50 seconds or so, starting at 145 here for Mandatory.
Mandatory was slower on their first pull the dungeon, it looks like. I mean, look at this.
Timer to look at.
They're still going to end at like 215, even though they're still in the first
240
pull.
would be the same length of this run. Any time before that is time saved. Look at this. The melds go off at 205, so they actually save like 35 seconds by doing this 5 meld skip. This is actually that's really fast.
Oh, dude, look at it. They also have the Unholy Assault and Dark Transformation again here. Oh my god, dude, this is actually so clean, just how they have it set up. It allows them to get more efficient uses out of their offensive CDs as well, and go for a bigger pull that you see right on screen here, as opposed to what Perplex did, which was one less Earthshaper in this pack.
Yeah, I was a little confused by that Perplex skip, because they actually had their Mage invising off the aggro inside of their tank. Divine Field didn't have meld for their skip.
Dr. Wolf Disco, baby.
The way it works out, Wolf Disco been doing that all day, was doing it in the Dark Flame Cleft yesterday, doing it today in the Motherlode. Looks like the first couple pulls after the Crowd Pummeler have gone well for Mandatory here. Let's take another look at Perplexed. Yeah, as they're getting onto that waste processing unit pull that they wiped in their previous attempt. Second Mega Drill coming out here. They've already line of sighted the previous Gunk casts here from the Metal Gunk. Try to line of sight here again to dodge all of these AoEs. Perfect spot. Only one player, the DK, getting 1 debuff, but you're okay with that as a DK. You're built like a fridge, right? You're never going to take any damage as a DK. You're chilling if you have just 1 debuff.
Yeah, so now this is probably the most difficult part of the dungeon coming up. So these two pulls back to back are by far the hardest. Again, we kind of saw it earlier. I'm just going to kind of explain it to the viewer what's about to happen. So Perplex is going to walk up, and they are going to root the Junkyard Dog that is patrolling across the room. The Junkyard Dogs, they cast that Fiery Jaws debuff that your healers will tend to dispel whenever you're actually doing this dungeon. Now, those mobs have what we like to call as anti-sync on them, where they won't cast that Fiery Jaws at the exact same time as one another. That's Blizzard's way of trying to prevent you from getting just 100 to 0'd by the mobs. And so what Tobo does is he walks up and he roots it. Then everybody else also walks up to that Junkyard Dog and tries to get in combat with it and makes sure that they're always in combat with that mob. Then now they're going to be pulling every single Junkyard Dog in this room close enough to where they know about that other Junkyard Dog that's rooted off to the side. And by utilizing that anti-sync on that cast, ideally, no more than like 2 or 3 of these Junkyard Dogs cast the Fiery Jaws at once. Some of them can still go off, and this tech is honestly very, very jank at times, to the point where you'll still see some of those casts going off. Like we had Zevi going down, but sometimes you kind of can high roll a little bit and have none of those Fiery Jaws going off, but it looks like Perplexed does have a bit more than they would like, and so they're actually dropping the Power Word Barrier, they're dropping the Darkness, they're also make sure they're slamming down the Mass Dispel, and they're on a timer to make sure that these Junkyard Dogs get killed off, basically before too many of them end up leaping on them. Zevi also does have the ability to Premonition his Dispel, allowing him to have a pseudo-second Mass Dispel, where you're able to get more and more of those Fiery Jaws debuffs off of you at once. But if you would actually play this fight straight up, you would expect 3, 4, potentially even 5 debuffs on players at the exact same time. But look at how many of those debuffs Perplex has on them right now. They don't really have that many, and a lot of them are available to be cast. Some of them still continue to go off, so this pull is still very scary. We see the Mass Barrier coming out, but it looks like they're out of the woods here as they are able to get all those Junkyard Dogs killed off. Now we just have one that's still rooted off to the side. We're going to be waiting to potentially break the root after Zevi is going to be dispelling Divine here. And then I suspect that they're going to be looking to pull it into the boss, because you kind of have to manage whether or not you're going to be dispelling the Junkyard Dog lead, or are you going to be dispelling your tank from the tank debuff. And now you have to be very, very careful about this part of it. They're going to try to play it as slow as possible. They might even be looking to wait until Dr. Wolf Disco presses his offensive CDs here.
Well, he has a Surge available. Surge now being pressed. Are we going to pull that Dog in, or are we just going to keep it in the root? No, Surge is up, Dog is in. He's going to try to leap on somebody. We don't want it to go off at the same time as the leap. Also don't want it to go off at the same time as this next Dispel on the tank here coming out right now, doing 80% of everyone's HP. But now we're okay, right? That leap comes out. You're okay with that going out right now. You can heal through that.
Yeah, exactly. And it could go off right now, and we're totally fine. At the same point, they will probably utilize things such as the Chaos Nova or Asphyxiate. If there was a really weird overlap, that would allow that Junkyard Dog to put that Fiery Jaws on you, especially whenever it's going out around the same time that the tank AoE happens or the explosive leap happens. You would just send a stun on it and try to make sure that's synced up properly. Yep, there's the Asphyxiate right there, right on time. And now we're going to get that Junkyard Dog debuff onto somebody. It immediately gets dispelled. And Divine actually has to sit with this tank dot on him for an extended period of time. It's going to get dispelled off in a couple seconds. But Divine knew about this in advance, and we slammed down the Master Spell to get it removed from him as everybody is able to get topped back up. This is so clean.
Super clean group play. Yeah, that Asphyxiate, right as you called it, was perfect. They didn't want the jump to go off during the Cujo leaps as well. Perfect overlapping. Perfect knowing that they couldn't dispel that tank debuff as Tobo took the damage from the Dog leap. And with that Dog dead, we're just dealing with the big dog now. We just got Cujo that we have to get through. Now, the Bloodlust is available, but like we've talked about so many times in this dungeon throughout the competition, this leap pretty much has to be saved for the Machinist Garden, right? You need that Bloodlust on pull to save all the time you can on that boss. That boss gets so ridiculous the more you're in combat with it.
Well, so not only does that boss get ridiculous, but you pull a trash pack into that boss on pull, but you're also pulling that boss ideally around the 17 to 18-ish minute mark. And if you don't end up saving this Bloodlust, you just really want it on pull. It's just so much more valuable on pull than it is later into the fight, because you do end up killing that boss off around the 21-minute mark-ish. But if you end up just pressing that Lust on CD here, you don't really get it at a good time during the boss. So kind of like you were saying, you do just end up holding it, which is weird because normally you go for more uses of your cooldowns, not the best uses. But this is one of the situations where the best use of Bloodlust trumps more uses of Bloodlust in this dungeon.
You know, I'm going to just dovetail straight in here. We have Makes joining the desk. Makes, welcome in as we round out our day and launch into our last 30 minutes here for our teams to be able to queue into dungeons and start a run. So Makes, you can hop right in as we're watching Cujo and the fight sort of play out here. What are you thinking about Perplex strategies?
I mean, I think they're looking really good here in this plus 20. Talos and Zyro, you both are already talking a little bit about it, but of course, if we are looking at what Mandatory put already on the board, we are also hoping to still do a 20 metery after this as well, and there's not too much time left in the day if we're checking in with that. It's 30 minutes until our teams are going to be locked in their run, so that is why we're now amping up the caster power to 3.
Scary pull here. Now, Azarok, good timer. We're not trying to two-chest, right? We're just trying to time this key. This is also a pull where the Shadow Melds are of huge value, right? Actually, both Shadow Meld and Dwarf get pretty good value here, but being able to Shadow Meld off those Mind Lash casts from the Masterminds reduces the group damage by a ton. I also like the positioning here from the group to make sure that they're not taking too much damage from the AoE from those casts as well. Just trying to make sure they're making Mode's job as easy as possible, which is hard on this encounter when you pull just 20 mobs.
Is this like almost a pseudo concede in terms of going 20 workshop for suspicious activities, Zyro? Do they need 21 Motherload to qualify to globals?
Yes.
Or are you just kind of praying that Mandatory doesn't time Motherload on 21 or 20?
Praying that Mandatory doesn't get this 21 done when they've been lights out for the past 9 hours of competition is it's definitely a cook. So
Hear me out.
Yeah, not sure I like it.
Well, the workshop, you can finish this 20. If it is a one-shot, you can finish this 20 and still start at 21 Motherload, which sounds incredibly cursed, I know, but I think that is the only way in which suspicious activities would be able to maybe still be in contention for the top 2. We did have a death there on Perplexed for a second, but let's check in with suspicious activities as they are working on this 20.
They've gotten through one of the hardest pulls. They did have a lot of healing debuffs that they're going to have to heal up before they attempt this next pull. I guess it makes a little bit of sense, right? This dungeon is also extremely front-loaded with difficulty. If you can get through this dog pull, I mean, maybe you have a chance. Let's see if they're able to go for that massive pull and make it work. Looney's setting up for the rooted dog. You can see him pulling it off to the side there. Unfortunately, he takes a melee from it before he gets the root off. This is not good. The setup is terrible here now. Did he get the root at least? Do we have that dog off in the corner?
Oh, we're wiping.
He's trying. No, he gets another leap.
Yeah.
Well, forget everything I just said. I think that plan is now ruined.
That is tragic. Also, something I was looking at a little bit earlier, look at this Azarok split that we have from Mandatory in this 21 ML. So currently they killed Azarok off at 14 minutes and 44 seconds. I was doing a little bit of a search as to what Perplexed had in their 21 Motherload, and Perplexed was able to put up Azarok in a 15-minute 43 split. So an incredibly fast split from Perplexed, but an even faster split for Mandatory here. Very, very impressive.
Keep in mind, though, the tail end of what Mandatory is also a little bit slower because they do 2 pulls after Rixa Fluxflame, whereas we saw Perplex just run up and do everything all at once, right? And this crazy pull that actually cost them the key ones. They were only able to do that in their 3rd attempt, of course the other one being a very quick reset. So Mandatory does take a little bit longer towards the end, but I do agree they're very fast here.
Yeah, that second pull isn't really too bad, right? As long as they spawn the mines pretty quickly. It does probably cost them about 45 seconds or so, but for the safety of the pull, especially on this key level with the time running out in the day, I would definitely prefer the strategy for Mandatory at this point, seeing how it cost Perplex 30 minutes earlier today. The other question that we can start to ask is Mandatory in a situation similar to what happened to them on Friday, where if they time this key on this attempt, do they just have nothing left to do?
I think it's firm handshakes all around. I think that there's a world where you time the dungeon on a 22, but like, 1, they don't need to. And 2, if you do end up like going all out to try to time this dungeon on a 22, you can maybe give away a bit more intel than you necessarily wanted to. Say if there was like some strategy that you thought was required to be able to look to time this dungeon one full key level higher. You're not like super, like if you time this dungeon on a 21, you're not super pressured. I think that going all the way up to 61 points, it puts them in a great position to already make it to the global final. So I don't think that they have to do anything else. I think they could just call it there.
Chill.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, they could always rerun one of their dungeons for timer if they're really caring about like the ego aspect of saying, oh, well, we actually won our group, which sometimes teams do, but here comes that war machine, and that is added difficulty. 5 seconds still on that lust. We know that Perplexed is using that lust to deal with it. For mandatory, they're still opting to do the polymorph on the specialist. Perplexed just sent it in here with that bloodlust and nuked it immediately. Mandatory going a little bit safer on their end.
Yeah, also a little different from the 19 here. The Bloodlust is available for this boss. I think they're about 3 minutes faster in the 19, so able to just pop this third Bloodlust on cooldown. Again, we're not worried about the 2 chests. We're just trying to get the key timed. I know, it's mandatory, it's scary.
Are they the first people to actually press this lust on this boss? Most teams I feel like have been not electing to repress. Instead of electing to either they pressed it at a different time earlier, or they're holding it up until there's like some either double war machine pull or the final boss because you know that you're too quick. This is interesting that they elected to repress on CD. I don't even know if they're getting another lust.
Perplexed did exactly the same thing. I think it's just we usually don't see the 21s because of how crazy they are. And so usually that lust isn't really a consideration on the 20, right?
You're right, actually. Perplexed did repress him.
Also, when we talk about like the danger that you're in for the lust press, using it here with a war machine on top of Rixa Flux Flame, your tank is in way more danger of dying here than he is on pretty much any point of Mogul Razdunk, unless you're like also pulling mobs on top of that boss, but that's probably not something you're going to see on the 21. One last charge shot does go out, but the boss is dead, so that means the checkpoint has been unlocked for the team, but
still a minute faster.
He's kept the team alive, and yeah, the split still incredibly fast. Mandatory here. Yeah, you said about a minute faster?
Yeah.
That's pretty ridiculous.
I mean, look at what they're doing right now. Maystein actually has the aggro on the war machine and just taunts it back. My Skylark is already on the way to grab the next set of mines and war machine and specialist and everything else this section has in stock for the team. Just really good use of individual time for both the DPS and the healer and the tank, because you cannot assist the tank anyway when he's gathering all of those mines, and so them opting to just finish out the war machines there is really smart.
Again, just a safer pull cadence here from Mandatory. We know this is not going to finish off the count for them. They're going to have to go up top and pull a few mines afterwards, but they already have all of their Ordnance Specialists. This is the last war machine of the dungeon that they're going to be killing, and again, they're essentially achieving the same thing as Perplexed. They have this funnel set up for their Arcane Mage to just blast down this war machine as much as possible. They're still going to get a bunch of charged shots off. They still have to dodge a lot of these circles, but they have a lot more room to do it, and they're not worried about the patrolling war machines. They're not worried about spawning extra mines. I like the safety of the pull here for Mandatory. This is very smart.
So
yeah,
after this
absolutely.
is what? It's the double war machine? And that's the
No. They only
just
need
the
mines.
mines.
They
need the 9
Yeah,
mines.
just
That's
mines.
that's what it is.
So they
This
will
is
finish
still-
out this war machine, they'll do the specialist, they'll go up, they'll proc all of the mines. One of them is a little bit close to the double war machine, but because we have a priest who has access to like fade, it's easy to get that one without getting the double war machine. And then they're going to be skipping the war machine.
Oh,
on their
how
way
did
to
he not get
Mogul.
hit there? Sevi. That is
Skinny
illegal.
legend. Skinny legend. You gotta be a skinny legend, bro.
Here we go.
Skill
Remaining
diff.
pull for Mandatory here. I want to watch back the end of Perplex here. The end of this boss is a movie. There are hedge trimmers everywhere. If you're ever in this shield and it goes down at the same time, a saw runs right over your character. It's an instant one-shot here. Discombobulator you can kind of get tricked. We talked about this earlier last weekend, right? Sometimes it's the same animation as the squirrel from the trash. You can be like, oh, I can
That's
eat that.
true.
I'm in the shield generator. Oh, wait, I'm stunned for 6 seconds. That's not good. We're good to go, though. Boss dead. First attempt here for Perplex.
Nice.
And the timer's good, too. Over 10 minutes left on the key to deal with just 2 trash packs in the final boss. I think we're great.
I don't know what this defender shield generator timer is, but I think you're just going to press all of your defensive buttons. Yeah, we're ripping the mass barrier immediately here. We might even be looking to press the anti-magic zone, depending on when that defender's going to be dropping the shield generator here in a couple seconds. The moment that the shield generator gets deployed, then we are able to stand in a 75% damage reduction. So all we are trying to do is just desperately get to that shield generator. And so now Perplex, once they have the shield generator dealt with, this allows them to pretty comfortably DPS down these two spider tanks, always allowing them to have that 75% damage reduction on the entire party, and it takes this pull from being very, very difficult and nearly impossible to a lot more doable. And I mean, look at this. The couple of seconds that they don't have that shield generator down, they just drop that power word barrier to give them just additional DR for a couple of seconds because they know just how difficult this pull is. Now, at the same point as well, you might see one of these spider tanks marked with a diamond marker. The spider tank that starts closer to that bridge area that takes you up towards King Mechagon, if you kill that spider tank off first, it allows you to do a slightly faster RP skip. So that's the one that they're looking to cleave down a little bit earlier. Now they're looking to try to get as even cleave as possible, but that is the first spider tank that goes down. They do end up killing the defender and the other spider tank off momentarily, and now they are making it towards the end of this dungeon here. This is fantastic.
And how much time would you say we want to leave for King Mechagon? To be super safe, what, 6 to 6.5 minutes?
I'm thinking 6:45.
You're thinking, okay.
Yeah,
if they're like really fast, they can go sub 6 minutes. But any extra time, you're gonna love to have here. And this is the last trash pull of the dungeon too, so they have plenty of time.
We've seen some teams in the past put like 6 minutes on the board for King Mechagon on this level.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think that here's the thing with like a 6-minute King Mechagon that involves you not having any deaths. The moment that you start to the moment that you have any deaths, then things can spiral out of control. You lose a lot of DPS, and the fight just becomes noticeably slower. So I think that if you end up having anything over 6:30, maybe like 6:45, especially budgeted for this level of key, I think that's almost a guarantee that they'll be looking to time this dungeon, unless Divine literally hunted off the edge.
Well, I was watching earlier today. Divine hits Hunt on cooldown. What? You're a Demon Hunter, man, on Live Mix. What do you think about using the Hunt on this boss?
You can use it. You just need to maybe hover your hand over Vengeful Retreat every now and then when you get too close to the edge. I think it's good tech to be ready for it. It's similar to how the orbs on that very last boss work, honestly, where it's like, you should be ready for them to maybe hop one more time before the Magneto arm does come in, because maybe you're playing with a mage and maybe they did something funky with trying to invis off the Zap. But I just looked up the 20 that we saw from Mandatory to kind of figure out how long their King Mechagon took, because of course that's also a 20, and that was 6 minutes 15 seconds. So tell us right around where you were kind of placing that you would need to budget that in, I think is what we can expect, as Perplexed is nearly finished with this trash pack here. And I think they can do it, but it is going to be somewhat tight.
What did you say the timer was for the
6 minutes 15 seconds?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we got time.
We got time. No deaths, though. I don't want to see any deaths.
No deaths, yeah. The deaths are the critical part of this boss. I mean, that boss is actually so difficult, and it's really easy to just have like 1 or 2 people die to something random. They do also only have 1 battle rose remaining as well, so they're basically at a position where if they're clean, they'll time it. If any mistakes happen, they maybe will still time it, but if any big mistake happens, it's over.
Looks like we've had further mistakes potentially from suspicious activities on the right there. I'm waiting on that load screen to see specifically what happened. Yeah, it was yet another reset for them. So, unfortunately, I think we can very safely assume who our top 2 teams are going to be today based off of the runs that are currently active. If both Mandatory and Perplexed complete these runs that are on the final bosses, they will be the 2 teams qualifying. It's going to be a matter of which of them is going to take home the title of first place today. But right now, Mandatory in an absolute commanding position. 2 20s already timed, looking to put the final 21 on the board, set that in stone, achieve a ridiculous score of 61 on the final day here. And there's only 20% of Mogul Razdunk's HP to chew through in order to top that mark here.
They're not even making it back to the Lust. We kind of called that out earlier that they would get another Lust, but there was just never a way that they were going to be making it there. Is 22 on the table?
Well, I mean, if you're looking at this timer, and you're looking at 2 deaths that kind of happened, the fact that they would get yet another Bloodlust to then speed up that final boss, it makes me want to say, yeah, it seems to be, I mean, definitely with the Turbo Boost gear that is going to be kicking in the corruptions on Global Finals, I think 100% you're going to be able to see a 22.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult to live some of these dungeons during Global Finals as well, just because you're getting a little bit more damage than your stamina, and so you might actually start seeing a lot of these dungeons that aren't necessarily one-shotting you now start to begin to one-shot you. Like, you were looking at the Cujo, potentially. That guy did so much damage whenever you dispel his debuff off the tank. Now that maybe goes from almost one-shotting you to definitely one-shotting you.
Mandatory standing on business, yoinking that 21 world record away from Perplexed. We'll take that. Thank you very much.
Yep.
I think they're out of here, right?
If you're Mandatory, I think you are extremely happy with that. They are an entire dungeon run ahead of Perplexed right now with the 21-20-20 on the board here. They're sitting pretty. They're qualified through for sure, and they're very likely going to finish the day as the 1 seed overall. Perplexed can potentially challenge here by getting this workshop done in the last 4 minutes here, and they will have time to start another run, so they could opt to go to Cinderbrew right afterwards and try to match the score set by Mandatory, but either way, Mandatory has for sure qualified at this point. We're now watching Perplexed to see if they can match that point and also qualify themselves here. I believe Omega Buster going down here within the next 4 minutes will definitely make sure that they're a top 2 team for the day here.
Oh, we got Bloodlust even on pole, the Omega Buster here with all of our offensive CDs. So yeah, I mean, the Omega Buster is normally pretty long, but pretty long in context is 3 minutes, not 4.
You can see on the details, actually, they've been in fight for 3 minutes already, and they have like 3 minutes 40, which would give them 30 more seconds than what Mandatory took here to deal with this boss. But that also means any death brings you awfully close to where that timer sits, so they still need to be super, super careful with these orbs that are going to be charging around, and like you mentioned, a lot can go wrong on the Omega Buster, but look at how quickly it is melting under the pressure of the cooldowns and that Bloodlust being employed here.
Close magnet.
Oh, nice.
A lot of damage coming out here.
I actually really like how they're playing positionally. So they have Swag, Divine, and Wolf Disco all playing in melee. Look at this. Divine is like dead center, Swag is far right, and Wolf Disco is far left. And basically all they do is they just bait back and forth. They just like walk forward, they walk backwards, they walk forward, they walk backwards, and they make sure to never get hit by any of those plasma orbs. And then Tobo and Zevi are just playing as far as possible to bait that magnet that you're kind of calling out earlier. And the only thing that has to happen is basically Zevi and Tobo need to make sure that they start moving in whenever that magnet's getting ready to get cast. Tobo human wild charged all the way to Swag in kind of that safe spot on that far right-hand side, and Zevi started moving in a little bit earlier than that, allowing that magnet to get placed in a good position. This feels like it's very, very clean and expertly coordinated from Perplexed, and they're even starting to jam these melds as well to make sure that they're not getting just completely owned by the Mega Zap.
Fortunately, we did see a full wipe from Ducks Can Fly in the bottom right corner. Today just really didn't go their way, and it's really unfortunate to see. We've talked a lot about this team as a team that's really come into their own throughout Dragonflight, played extremely well in the War Within so far, even finishing in that 5th, 6th slot in the MDI in Season 1. Unfortunately, this season just doesn't seem like it's been that great for them.
Yeah, absolutely true. I think they showed us what they are capable of when we look back at the Dark Flame Cleft yesterday, but in the end, it's just not going to be enough for them here today. And for Suspicious Activities, the cookie is kind of crumbling in a similar direction, right? They were really, really good at the beginning of their respective day one, and also at today, but the high keys, the very high caps of these keys, just not working out in their favor here, not being able to put those 20s on the board. Of course, in the Motherlode it did work, but both the Cinderbrew Meadery and that workshop not working out in their favor. I think we can still applaud both of these teams for a great showing.
Is Perplexed going to go for the 20 Cinderbrew Meadery after this? Oh my god, Tobo dies to the human wild charge to the plasma orb. Now we lost 15 seconds. Are they depleting this key?
45 seconds for 20%? Where are the cooldowns at? We have an Execute Surge coming out from Wolf Disco here. Okay, this is actually going to be extremely close. They have to do as much damage as possible. This is a PI'd Execute Surge. That's ice cold there on the Gigazap. This is going to be an absolute DPS race to the finish. That death might actually cost them here. 8% on the boss. And remember, when the Omega Buster dies, you still have to deal with King Mechagon himself. He has a pretty sizable chunk of HP to chew through after you kill off the Omega Buster. 20 seconds now that they have to deal with King Mechagon. The ranged have to hit him as he's coming down here. Now, all the damage you have in the book. 10 seconds now on the board. It's a pure DPS race to the finish. Can Perplexed pull it off? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Do they have it?
Oh, no!
They do.
Okay,
They do.
okay.
The half second over. They got it. They got it by 0.2 seconds. Unbelievable. Okay. Wow.
That was so clutch. Oh my god. I did not think it was going to come down to this close of a slither of a second.
That's what I'm saying.
Incredible.
You could have a death, but you really couldn't have a death. Like, you had to play it perfect.
So, for those of you in chat who are wondering how the hell they just timed that key by being over the timer, the way the in-game timer works for keys is if you're within half a second over the timer, the in-game timer rounds you down. So that counts as a timed key in the in-game files. That's the second time we've had that happen this competition. That's crazy.
They were rather slow on the Omega Buster as well. We were kind of talking about, those, like, you have like 6 minutes 40 or so to give. Mandatory had like 6 minutes 15. Even with that death, it shouldn't have been this close. So Perplexed, maybe towards the end they're not being on the lucky end of crits, or maybe losing some actual damage there towards the end with all the clutch plays that had to come in, the charges, and the very close baits of the Magneto arm.
Unbelievable. Well,
Actually,
Perplexed.
I'm speechless. That was insane. And I mean,
Perplexed
look at
is
this.
not done.
They're
going
gearing
in.
up
Oh
to go
my
to the-
god.
Okay, they don't need the Cinder Brew to actually make it to global finals. They're already auto qualified, but they're going for the glory. They're going for the 60 pointer. Or the 61 pointer. There, I get 6 points. They're going for the 61 pointer.
How is the time tiebreaker between Mandatory and Perplexed
Terrible.
looking? Because if they put... Let me finish. if they put the 20 on the board, those two teams would have the same dungeon levels. But Tettles, enlighten us. How is it looking?
Not great. I mean, that motherload is minutes faster. Like, that motherload's like nearly a full minute faster. I think the workshop was also nearly a full minute faster, so you'd have to put up the Cinder Brew meter at least minimum like 2 minutes faster, which, maybe it's dual Disneyland, but not in reality, unfortunately.
Well, they have one advantage, right? They're playing the Warlock in this key, which is technically a faster theoretical cap. They do a lot more damage. They do want the PI as well, so they're taking that away from the DK. But I mean, look at the damage meters on the first pull here for Perplex as we zone in on this pull for them. Yeah, Tobo's doing almost 50 million DPS. No big deal.
Anything you want to say to the defense of Warlock, Styro?
We're not
some
broken.
people
Don't-
would call this obscene
No.
amounts of DPS.
Your Honor, it was
nerf it,
power
please.
infusion.
It was PI. Nerf PI, please.
Oh no.
Your Honor, my DK didn't get a blood
I
beast.
can't believe they keep getting away with this.
Can we also,
It's not.
maybe
it's
we
not
can
that good.
Hold on, let me go ahead and request some muscle damage as well from Log, so we can see how much damage Tobo is also able to do to the higher muscle, just so we can make sure that he's top DPS on every single individual mob on the pack.
Yes,
Listen.
especially the priority targets. That's going to be
Well,
relevant.
Listen. There's 3 muscles. Mage can only prio one of them, okay? You can only prio one of them. The Rain of Fires can hit all 3. That's not a fair comparison, alright? Removing one hard muscle is extremely important, right? That's one extra throat share that you're removing from the encounter. That one-shot nuke is pretty important to get out of there, but...
Removing one hired muscle is somebody's job. Removing 3 hired muscles is the Warlock's job.
True.
So why would you
I like
single
how the
target when you
math
can
is
AoE?
mathing. I mean, that's precisely how this poll works, right? Some would say that's even how the MDI works.
Nobody's going to remember who is top damage on hired muscle number 3. What they are going to remember is who is top damage on the entire poll. Just remember that, chat. You gotta remember that. Like, they're not gonna
What
remember.
are you teaching them?
Well, they're not gonna remember who did the most single target. They're gonna remember what your IO was at the end of the season, and they're gonna remember how much DPS you did overall. So make sure that you always pad.
Real and true. Always press Starfall.
Oh my god.
Even if your mage is complaining.
Friendships may be fleeting, but
Can you tell that I've been roped into a cast with 2 ranged DPS
IO
players?
is forever. Amen.
That's right.
I knew where you're going with that.
Friendships might be fleeting, but IO, that's forever.
Get out.
All right. Let's see if Tobo is playing the role of a good Warlock player. Do we have curses on the targets? I'm
No,
not
that's a waste of
seeing any,
global.
Tobo. Where is that Curse of the Satyr at, buddy?
Listen, here's something I learned about ranged DPS players, and it's they don't interrupt and they don't do any globals that would be a damage loss, no
He's
matter
dispelling?
how precious it would be for the rest of the team.
he's got the Dispel Imp out. We can't be kicking right now. I mean,
He can't
Because
interrupt.
Tobo is a good kid, man. It's
He literally
just,
can't
he's not-
interrupt. He has the imp
he's-
out. How's he supposed to interrupt?
He's the exception, not the argument.
Is he supposed to swap to the Fell Hunter kick, then swap back to the imp?
No.
He
He's
can't.
fine.
That's a 5-second
He's
cast.
good.
He can't do that.
Yeah, no, he's good. Sure.
you felled on that out.
Yeah, every 3 minutes. Oh man, this is where
Well,
the
it
arcane
looks
shines,
like-
though.
Mandatory seems to have called it for the day, similar to our Ducks. So 2 teams already signed off as we are getting closer to the end of day. Around 5 minutes for teams to be locked in their very last runs, and we did the extra special of booting Dratnos off of this cast to make sure nobody would be Curse of Dratnost towards the end of the shift, to make sure that all of the remaining runs will of course go smoothly.
We've still got the curse of wait. What was it? What was your lower third titles? Tet rattles,
They just
something
made
like that.
Yeah,
It was
something
really cursed. They made something up. We still have that. So whenever 3 p.m. PST rolls around, we get that. Yeah, that.
Tedralis.
Tetrales. We still have that available to us. So we'll see if that one works as well as the curse of Dratnos. That one's been known to occur every time he's on desk, though.
That's true, yeah. He has quite the power with that one.
You guys call it a curse, but I'm just
Go
gonna,
way to
I'm
invoke.
going to be way too serious about it for a second. The reason that it always happens is because at the very end of the day, teams are trying to do the highest level of keys possible. So of course their success rate is so much lower, and that's why they end up just like depleting to like the 3rd pull of the dungeon. But it is comedic a little bit that Dratus calls it the 3 p.m. curse.
That's true, yeah. No, you can all have your raw titles. It's fine. I am not a cursor. I am a love watcher, just for the record, just for the book. So whatever I say cannot
we could-
possibly ever curse teams.
They'll come up with one. Don't you?
Nope, nope,
Do
they
you see,
will
that was
not.
you talking? You were talking during that?
No.
You killed Wolf Disco. That was you?
Nope. You talked. You were talking.
I'm always yapping, though. That's not fair.
Your Honor, my co-casters killed Wolf Disco.
Well, let's actually do some serious talking here, because we were talking about the potential of how fast Perplexed would need to be to maybe claim the title from Mandatory's group win that right now is looking quite dominating. Tells you said around about 2 minutes faster
Can somebody-
than what Mandatory had.
Can somebody rerun the
Mandatory
math on
had
that? Like, I'm
Okay.
six-
Let me bring up the scoreboard here.
I'm
I'll try to
genuinely
do some
not the
cast
person
math.
who does it. It's,
Let me just finish my sentence, because
Okay.
Mandatory had 6 minutes 21 on Brewmaster Aldrir, and we're right about that, and he still has plenty of life. So as of right now, the speedrunning aspect of getting this dungeon done faster, around 2 minutes than what Mandatory put up, I'm not sure it's going to happen to level with you.
All right, guys. Let me level with you.
all right.
It's not looking good if you're perplexed and you want to win here. Let's just say that. Mandatory is 2 minutes and 26 seconds faster in Workshop. And they are a minute and 27 seconds faster in the Motherload. So, yeah, that's almost 4 minutes of time between the two teams and no teams alone. So, Perplexed have to put together a 26-20 Cinder per meter E20, something like that. So,
Sure.
you know, if they pull the entire wing together and let the Warlock AoE it down, maybe there's a chance.
I mean, they're playing a better composition.
Okay.
They had a Warlock and Manta Ray and Moonkin, which we know is worse.
Yeah, 100%. I mean,
I mean, look at the Warlock.
I don't know if
DPS.
Warlock's... I don't think Warlock's 4 minutes faster in this key.
I mean, he's doing 4 times the DPS of Wolf Disco right now, so I mean, it might be.
Listen, Wolf Disco is being a good mage and using
He's
that last
losing to the
arcane
tank.
surge to finish off the boss.
Just use your eyes.
No,
He's
no,
losing.
no,
He's,
he's on cooldowns.
we're in 4th place.
It's okay, it's okay. Cooldowns are coming up. Here comes the arcane surge. And... here it comes. And
The question
now the
is,
harvester
how
dies.
much damage did he do to the harvester? Because, of course, that is your focus target, and unlike Tettles, priority damage, matters in my book. So I think Wolf Disco is doing great here.
Tettles
Look at that
catching strays?
harvester. It's just falling over. Because he's always only talking about the overall DPS.
Well, the overall is the only thing that matters anyway.
He's a known patter.
Everything in the key has to die. You
That's
gotta
right.
get your count from somewhere.
That's right. It's like if you look at the count, it's like a damage meter, right? You gotta do enough damage to where you can like fill up that bar full of count. And if you don't end up having that bar filled up with count, aka DPS, then you're not gonna be able to time the key, no matter how much priority damage you have. Who cares?
Write that down, chat. It's going to be important. I'm sure it'll be on the test.
It will not be on the test, but it is important.
Well, we are getting closer to our timer, so very soon all of those runs are going to be locked in, so pray that nothing goes wrong from here on out for both Suspicious Activities and Perplexed. Suspicious Activities still working on that 20 in the workshop, doing just an extra round for honor and, greatness
The glory.
to show that they can do it. Yeah, for glory.
The love of the game, perhaps.
It is all about the love of the game here. I want to see them get this down just so they have that extra little bit of confidence heading into the finals. Because like we've always talked about with this team, right? Perplexed, they're so
Ooh,
good. And
Divine.
they've made great changes to their comp here. Divine's a little
Divine's
scared,
got
but
three
he's okay.
debuffs of the failed batch. So everybody was...
He's chilling.
Everybody was LOSing that barrel, but he actually got 3 stacks of that debuff. I'm surprised he was able to live here. At minimum, he didn't proc his cheat, which was fortunate. Now, they do have Gate on CD for a little bit longer, and they're going to be looking to try to skip these Hobgoblins with the Gate. Oh, Divine got 2 oh, he's dead. Okay, no, we cheated.
Oh, last resort.
He might die through. He might die through.
He's living.
Oh,
he's
Shadow
living.
Fury.
He's living.
Shadow
Heal
Fury.
me. Heal
Very
his
rare-
character.
Very rare Shadow Fury for actually helping anybody ever.
Heal his character. Okay, mode keeps him alive. How scared is he not having meta for the next
mode
pull,
keeps
though?
him alive?
Not mode. Not mode 7. Heal my character.
Be honest, Cyro, to you all priests look the same.
Dude, how do you guys feel knowing that Stove is just in here listening to us yap right now, by the way?
I assure you he has us muted.
We set the line on
Well,
the...
all runs are locked, so from here on out, surely nothing can go wrong. We have final confirmation, as there is, of course, a little bit of a delay between our machines and chat and everything, but it is final, so anything that should go wrong from here on out is a big sad.
What's the over-under on Stove shouting at his girlfriend at the end of the interview, by the way?
Oh, over. It's gonna happen.
Definitely
if it's
over,
not
yeah.
happening, I'll be so sad.
If he doesn't shout her out, I will.
Okay.
Right.
Let's relax. Let's relax.
Perfect.
Look at this,
No,
though.
good comms, everybody.
Yeah, again, good line of sights on...
Look, I'm just saying, I've met her. She's awesome. So yeah, shout out Stove's girlfriend preemptively.
Thank you, Rook. Thank you.
Thank you, Rook. We appreciate it.
The line of sight to the failed batches there.
This escalated so
insane
quickly.
plays from Perplexed here. Yeah, let's try to talk about the dungeon here. Oh no!
Oh no!
Okay, that was my fault. My fault. Sorry. Nope, that's me.
How could you do this,
I said it was
Cyro?
really good and then it wasn't. Apologies. All right. Well, I think that's gonna put a damn. No, not the lower third. No. Oh man.
called
Okay.
out.
Listen. They didn't get the 20 brew. They didn't get to match the score for mandatory, but Perplex still are going to be qualifying through the global finals. We're going to be seeing mandatory and Perplex later on this month, and we'll see them duke it out against all of our other teams that have qualified as well. It's going to be a great competition. Suspicious Activities going for glory here. One last time key trying to show that they can pull off some of these keys as well, but it's not going to change where they finish off at the end of the day. They'll be finishing in that third place position, but give them the screen time here.
Oh.
Can they get this dungeon done? The timer's looking really good too, by the way.
In the meantime as well, while they are finishing up Head Machine and Sparkflux, we do have the... we were talking about the differences between like Warlock and Moonkin and how much damage the Warlock is actually able to do just purely to this first pull. I mean, just The Warlock is literally the top damage on every single mob except for that one muscle that the Mage barely beats us out on. The top one apparently is overall. The second one is the Mage Burst, and then obviously that last one is the Mage is very sad.
What does that even mean?
It's a good question. I don't know. Our production typed it. I think it's damage to individual muscles is what I actually think it is.
Okay, fair.
Yeah. But I mean, look at when that middle muscle ended up dying. So the middle muscle ends up dying during the Bloodlust at like the 45-second mark, and the other two ended up living for an extended period of time. And so the Warlock was obviously able to pop off on them a lot harder.
Well, thank you for that production. That was a very informative graphic that brought us back to being a serious Shoutcast team here.
All right. Let's seriously close out this key. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Nope, I started talking. Listen, I'm just... You two take it away. I'm going to think about the questions I want to ask our players. You guys can just finish this dungeon off. I'm done cursing for the rest of the day.
We can't keep doing this.
So we're in by far the hardest part of this dungeon, and we do press the Arcane Surge, and right as that happens, our DK does end up going down to the Roaring Flame. And you might take a look at the timer here, and if you squint really hard, it might look okay, but I'm gonna level with you guys in chat. I'm not feeling so great about our time here now that we have 3 deaths. I think at this point, suspicious activities might be on the wrong end of the timer. At the same point, you still got to play. I've timed a bunch of different keys that have looked a little bit suspicious at the very end of the dungeon. Oh, they also have that plant just free casting on them on the side of the room, and Razhag ends up having to PS himself, and he's just barely alive. 22 minutes and 18 seconds, and they're able to kill off the Machinist Guard, and it's going to be very, very tight to the end here.
That's true. They also spawned one of the shields just now, so it's going to be a while until they get another one. And we were just talking about how rough this pull is. It doesn't look that way. It's just 2 spider tanks and 1 defender. How hard could it really be? But as long as you don't have access to that shield, you are eating so much damage with every single AoE that does come out here. But now they finally spawned up the shield. They still have some extra defensives. A mass barrier is available. They will have the barrier from the priest. They have 1 more pain sub as well. Just across the board, some more defensives that they could tab into if they wanted to. You're saying you don't like their timer?
No, I'm not in love with it. I mean, I think it's still possible, but I don't think you can afford basically any mistakes here, and you have to be very, very fast.
I love how I can hear Zyro typing, and he's refusing to speak.
Oh, you guys got it.
That is crazy work, Zyro.
I'm really messing up their chances of timing this key by even talking right now. I gotta stop. You guys got this. Keep going.
Well, they have finished out the spider tanks right now, and they're on their way to the very last part, of course. Still need to do some count. There's 1 more big pull that they have ahead of them. And you said 6 minutes, 6:30 Perplex took around about?
We want like 6:30. Here's the thing. So Perplexed killed Machinist Garden off at 21:39, and they were 0.3 seconds over the timer, so which we rounded down very generously. We are generous hosts over here. So we rounded that down, and they were able to actually time the key with a little bit of number fudging. Now, I don't know if I could round it down like 30 seconds, Mix. I don't know if I could be that kind, and I certainly don't know if I can round it down enough to be able to overcome something like this.
That one wasn't my fault.
Well, I have bad news. Yeah, Zyra wasn't talking, but somehow the key still ended here. Unfortunately, suspicious activities will need to zone out. 07 in the chat for both the Ducks and suspicious activities are not going to be making it. But of course, Mandatory and Perplex are top 2 teams.
They are indeed, which was an exciting culmination here to our Group C weekend, an incredibly close set of teams and some fierce competition that has ultimately led us to this point, with Mandatory being our Group C champions and Perplexed coming in close on their heels here today. Now, you know, Mandatory ran dungeons like speedrunning was still a major factor of their MDI score, securing tiebreakers and putting up high keys, and following them with Perplexed, who also brought together personal skill with overall group consistency, getting high scores across the board. This was a fantastic showing. I mean, Tettles, how do you think the leaderboard shook out today?
Okay, so I would say that whenever we were watching Mandatory during day one, we thought, okay, I'm really interested in seeing how they're going to end up playing during the Championship Sunday. Are they going to be able to really turn it on and kind of prove that they are in that MDI winning form? I think today they have absolutely proved that they are in that MDI winning form. Whenever we saw Perplex yesterday, Perplex looked like they had an absolutely fantastic banger of a day one. They looked, they had a really late wipe in a Motherlode 21 that kind of set them back somewhere in the order of like 20 to 30 minutes. Now, but I think that Perplex, we kind of talk about them as a team that we need them to be a little bit more consistent, and I think that Perplex actually looked like an absolutely phenomenal team as well. There's a lot of time between now and global finals for these teams to be able to kind of ramp up their practice, get even more prepared, and potentially even bust out some new compositions for the global finals. I am so stoked to see all of what's in store for us in a couple of weekends.
I know, so am I, and we are super lucky right here and now to have a couple members of said teams with us. We'll be doing our post-show interview here, and we're going to be getting in Stove from Mandatory and Tobo from Perplexed. We're very much looking forward to talking with them here, so we will be jumping in. You'll see them all here right here and now. Hello, hey, welcome in.
Hey, what's good?
Hello.
Hi, good to see you both. Honestly, amazing competition this weekend, and it was really great to see all of your runs across the whole thing. So thanks so much for the entertainment, and we won't hold you too long, but we just had to chat with you. So we'll start with Stove. So Stove, it's good to see you again, first and foremost.
Yeah,
but,
likewise.
Yeah, hey. You're defending your crown, right? Against some intense competition from all of our groups. But we saw some impressively fast times from you this weekend. So we're curious, who do you think has shown themselves to be your biggest competition overall, and do you feel confident about staying on top?
Well, the two obvious ones, I guess, are Mistcount and Wunderbar, right? Those two teams I think we're looking at the most, but obviously there have been some other teams like Perplex that have also been playing really good, obviously. So I think overall, all the teams are going to be really, really good. Yeah, we are feeling pretty confident about defending our title. I think we have been playing really good this weekend. There have been a little bit, like a few mistakes here and there, of course, a few resets, but overall, just pretty good play. And I think our timers reflect that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, gosh, we kept going like, there's no wait, hold on. How much of a time lead do they have? Wait, 1 second, 10 minutes? I mean, those runs were so impressive, but we also got to see some really, really good runs over with Perplexed too. I mean, honestly, yesterday you were absolute powerhouses. Today, even with some of those hiccups still showing your stuff, the team was just in great form this weekend, Tobo, and gave us some strong runs. So we know that you joined this season though. And I'm interested in hearing, what do you think that Perplexed is bringing to the table in Season 2, and how has it been joining the team, Tobo?
Hello, first of all, thank you very much.
Hi.
It's been fun playing with the guys. I'm really good friends with them already, so selling in wasn't too bad really. I think the weekend we had some pretty good runs, like you said, especially yesterday and today. Little hiccups here and there, but we made it in the end, and that's all that counts, I guess. But it could be better. We got a little bit of practice to do for next time. But yeah, I mean, Mandatory were really strong today, so a little bits of work to do between now and the next 2 weeks, and yeah.
So, Tobo, I have a question. So, obviously, you guys qualify for global finals. How do you feel like the turbo boost, additional 6 item levels, and the potential corruption gear is going to end up affecting your practice moving into that global finals? Do you think it's going to make it more survivability based, or kind of what are you expecting to change?
Honestly, no clue. Like, no clue really how it's going to turn out. It might just be the same thing, 1 key level higher. Might be, if I had to guess, it would be harder to live, but yeah, timers should be about the same, I think, but you never know. Maybe one dungeon's like you can do 2 key levels higher than you can currently do, or something like that, and we'll have to see how that pans out.
Yeah, absolutely. Stove, I have a question for you, and forgive me, I've always been a Mandatory fan the entire time you guys have been playing, but it's a little bit of a spicy one because, of course, you were the only team that opted to play a Resta Druid, and you didn't play a Warlock in the Cinderbrew Veetery. Care to give us some insight on why exactly you opted to play that way? Is it just that Mode doesn't want to play Resto Shaman, or?
Well, that's definitely a part of it, but
Exposed.
There it is.
See,
No.
he's not here to defend himself. That's fair game.
it's fine though. I mean, I think we could have played it, but definitely a lot more comfy on the Druid. So just decided to play that instead. And we're like for Warlock and like today for Warlock in Cinderbrew, I think we just believe Druid to be better, so we just play Druid.
Yeah,
Fair.
Okay. A little bit of a gas you up question here, Tobo, but so obviously you said you kind of knew the players on Perplexed already, and you're kind of chill with them already. But usually when players join a team, they kind of take a a backseat role, and they kind of just they're the DPS player. But we've heard that you're kind of doing shot calling as well now. Is that even true? And if it is, like, how did that happen? Are you just a beast, or?
Yeah, so, I always used the shot call. Well, me and Wexy would share it in Legendary when we played before. And so I had a decent amount of experience from that. I'm still, I'm not doing as much as the Shine was doing. Because, sometimes, especially on, the lower keys yesterday, Divine was calling some stuff. But when I was playing, Demo Warlock, I'm not super comfy on that spec, obviously, so Divine called most of the stops in Theatre of Pain. But yeah, I mean, I definitely had a decent amount of experience before. I mean, it is tough to come in and do the shot calling. I'm definitely making a few mistakes, and have thankfully no disasters have happened recently, but it's been a bit sketchy with the stuff sometimes. If you watch the Priory runs we had yesterday, there was a couple of kicks going through here and there because I was like, oh, these just go through, man. These it's fine. It's a 16. We're chill. But yeah, definitely a hard task to do, and hope I can do well in the finals as well.
Stove, I have a question for you guys. So Aya Kazan is actually one of the most important pieces of gear this season. How have you guys been looking to route around that trinket in the dungeons? Are you guys intentionally emceeing mobs ever to just always say, "Comment"? You're already shaking your head. You already know.
Yeah. Now we've been doing some stuff for it, of course. I don't want to say everything that we've been doing, but we have been playing around it quite a bit. Trying to maintain that trinket is basically you can never have a better trinket, right? If your Kazan is at 20 stacks, the whole dungeon basically, it's just the best trinket in the game by far, right? So we're trying to play around it in as many dungeons as we can.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
absolutely. Very cool.
I have one more question, Tobo. If you want to, Stove, you can follow up on that. But of course, there's not going to be a spec ban rule active in the global finals, and you guys, of course,
Don't
not what I got asked
fist
about.
pump,
Just
bro.
chill.
Relax.
Let's go, bro.
I was going to ask if you guys prepared any specs that you didn't end up using because the dungeons weren't in that favor. So, Tobo, anything you guys had maybe prepared that we're now never going to see?
Oh, with the spec rule? I mean, I don't know. We kind of found our plan pretty quick with what we were gonna do. I did like what Mandatory did with the rest of the Druid actually, because they played in the high key in Dark Flame, so that was a really nice band to have. And you didn't need it for this weekend, but I don't know. We kind of just for some points we just copied what other teams were doing, and we really tried to get the 3 chests on the 16 Dark Flame yesterday, and that worked out well. So I don't think there's anything else really to think about with the spec rule.
Yeah. I mean, it was great to see everything that you all brought out, the flexing and different specs comps. And of course, while there were a few we didn't see, I think we still got to see a lot of them, and you all played them very well. So it was awesome to get to witness this time around with that new spec variety rule. Now, we won't keep you too much later here today, but really quick before we go, I'll ask you both one last question and then let you do shout outs. So Stove, to start off, is there anything you'd like to say to Tobo or Perplexed before the global finals when you see each other again?
Well, first of all, I miss you, Tobo. Like, it's nice to see you and talk to you again. But yeah, I mean, hopefully you guys do pretty good in the globals, and we'll be expecting a good competition from you guys.
Nice.
Awesome.
Tobo?
Thank you very much.
Same.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since we played together.
Yeah, for sure.
Appreciate the kind words. And yeah, I mean, you guys obviously really good, but I'm hoping we're better by the time the finals come around. Obviously, might be a hard task to achieve, but you know, we'll see how it goes. Or give me some. You see on the cam. Wrong way, bro.
Oh, that's wrong way. Bang!
There we go.
Let's go.
Perfect, guys.
Tobo, are you gonna play Og for the finals at all? Are we gonna see you on that lizard at all, busting it out?
No clue. Don't think so.
Sorry, Mix, we tried, you know, we thought maybe, but...
I do know that said Kasser cursing it away. I will try to continue to do that.
All
right,
did I have the
that,
wrong microphone on this whole time?
You sound fine.
Yes.
I mean, well, a little...
Probably fine.
I wouldn't worry about it. We could hear you.
All
We could
good.
understand you. But we're going to let you both do some shout-outs. So, Toba, we'll let you start off. Is there anybody you'd like to shout out here before we let you go for the night?
There's a long list, I think. So, shout out to the whole team. Obviously, I'm having a great time with you guys. Awesome stuff. Good performance this weekend. Shout out to my dad for supporting me the whole time. He's sick. You know, he just watches all the time and cheers me on in the breaks. He's like, "How's it going?" And
That's so
keeping up to
sweet.
date and everything.
Aw.
It's always good. Well, shout out to my guild always. Appreciate you guys for watching and being cool people. Shout out to Mandatory for making the competition so fierce. And what else? Shout out to the chat. Thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for supporting. Let's get a dog in the chat. Let's get that right now.
Dog.
That's right.
Love it. Thanks so much. And I love that your dad watches. Yeah, shout out to your dad. Always good to have that support. And Stove, we don't need to hear yours. We're just going to shout out your girlfriend, and I think we're going to call it done after that. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Please go ahead, Stove. Who would you like to shout out?
All right, that was maybe unnecessary, but it's fine. Of course. First of all, of course, I want to shout out my girlfriend, as you guys said. I really appreciate her, helping me and being with me through these gaming times. Obviously, all the support that I'm getting from my family, my friends, love those guys, and from the fans as well. Thank you guys for watching so much and supporting us. It's always nice to see on Twitter some nice words and getting the hammers up, of course. I want to shout out you guys for making the show really interesting, and all the teams, Perplex and every other team that played this week, even if they didn't make it. Of course, it's always nice to see new teams come in the competition and try their best. So, of course, shout out to them. And shout out to my team, of course. They played amazing this weekend, and it's always a blast to play with them. So, yeah. I think that's it.
Love it. No, awesome, and thanks for being a good sport as we have a little bit of a joke, but honestly, it's so important, and having the people that support all of you make this happen when you put on such amazing entertainment for us is really incredible in and of itself. So thank you for everything you do, and thanks to everybody behind the scenes that also helps make it happen for all of us. But with that, we'll let you both go, and we'll be looking forward to seeing you compete in the global finals. It was awesome seeing you this weekend, so we can't wait.
Yep.
Bye.
Thanks for having us. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
And with that, we have our teams locked in. Great to have this interview, to get to chat and to know, at least for groups A, B, and C, what we're going to be expecting to see in the global finals. I mean, this is going to be a big one, I think. Zyro, are there any teams, any thoughts that you have about who's made it through here?
Did we actually get the top 6 seeds through? Is this actually just the 1 through 6 seeds from Time Trials? I wouldn't be surprised if it is. Every single one of these teams is absolutely insane. Yeah, it is. It's the top 6 seeds. So all of these teams performed absolutely insane. I don't think there's any weak link in here. I think every single one of them can compete. And of course, we still have 2 more teams that we have yet to see qualify from the China region as well, Rook.
We do indeed, and actually we have our dates on that rebroadcast for those of you who have been asking. So if you would like to check out all of the action coming from our CN teams, the rebroadcast here on our Warcraft channels will be May 26th through 28th. So a little reminder again, May 26th through 28th. If you want to catch those, be sure to tune in, and hopefully we'll be able to get a little bit of breakdown ourselves on it as we come into the global finals, so we can catch you up if you aren't able to watch. But we're going to have all of our teams coming together and facing off in those global finals. But before that, we have a little bit of entertainment for you as well. So the AWC Grand Finals are May 23rd through 25th. Those CN groups, like we talked about, will be May 26th through 27th, or 28th, excuse me. And of course, our global finals weekend will kick off May 30th. So in our global finals, our teams will face the ultimate test of their key pushing skills, though only one will earn a score worthy of being MDI champions. The global finals will start 2 weeks from now on that May 30th date at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET. Be there when it all goes down, everybody. Bye.